In Flanders fields the poppies blow, between the crosses row on row, that mark our place, and in the sky the larks, so bravely singing, fly, scarce heard amidst the guns below. John McCrae. When the gun stopped, the cannon ceases, and the fighting ends. Stories will appear. Most tell the tale of bravery, some of cowardice, some of laughter found in the moment of fear and pain. Others, though, well, those stories tell of things that simply cannot be explained. Whether it's the tale of soldiers creating a moment of peace and sharing a meal over Christmas, or the soldier who predicted not only his death, but the manner in which it takes place. Those stories do rise to the front. Others, however, whether due to their own mystery or the questions that yet rise, fall away. This is the tale of one such story, one that to this day has no good explanation, told through the eyes of one witness to those events in his own fearful and confused words. The incident has long been the stuff of legends. The story seemed better fit to a short horror story than a real experience. Yet it did happen. That much is certain. What exactly happened, though, remains a mystery to this day. One thing is quite certain, though. On the 21st day of August, 1915, while waging the bloody Battle of the Dardanelles, the 4th Royal Norfolk Battalion simply vanished from the face of the earth. These men were not cut down by the staccato of the machine gun, nor the drum bass sound of the bombardment. Rather, they were there one moment and gone the next. Robert William Cunningham, a private in the New Zealand regiment supporting them, and 2 others were witness to the events of that day, and the following is his recount of that tale. The day started much like any other, which is to say, we were awakened by the sound of our elephant blowing his whistle and screaming gas. My mask was presently at hand, as I kept it, yet it felt like ages before I could get the thing in place. Gas attacks were common then, with evil green and yellow clouds wafting down from the enemy positions above. It was a scramble to put one's mask in place, a fight made more difficult by the gagging, burning sensations when the cloud touched flesh. With the mask in place, the world became a hollow shell of itself. The eyeglasses beaded, fogging from your breath, and the burning still felt in the lungs. We lost 16 men in that attack. I remember one in particular. He was a young chap, no older than my little brother, 16 if he was a day. I still see his face. How he lay in the trench looking up with the most peaceful look upon his features. He had tried to cultivate a mustache, and failed, badly. Looking more like a child playing dress-up in his father's things than a true soldier. It would have been easy to assume he was simply asleep, dozing there in the dirt and mud, but no. He was dead. Quite dead. Before having ever fired a single shot in anger. I envied him. For bad as his death was, it meant the war was once and truly over for him. The dead, they were the lucky ones. The warning for gas came and went, with us huddled in our trenches and dugouts, guns aimed at the enemy. It was their custom and ours to some measure to proceed in assault with gas, and then to attack en masse. Today would be no different. Leveling my rifle over the side, I watched and waited. Through the haze and cloud, the pockmarked and alien landscape, I saw shapes. They could be men. They could just as easily have been specters. Ghosts of those who had gone before. now rising up to haunt the no-man land between our lines. In an instant, the fog seemed to lift, and they were upon us. I fired, and was rewarded with seeing the target before me fall. He had ceased to be a man in my eyes. It was simply a sack of meat wrapped in an enemy costume. Quickly as he fell, another replaced him, stepping over on his body. To my left, the devil's paintbrush, as we called the machine gun of the day, opened up. Men fell before it, as though God had reached down and simply blotted them from existence, yet they still came. Pressing forward while we held the line, I do not recall how many times I fired and how many of those men fell before me. The battle could have lasted a day, or it could have easily have lasted only a minute. For quickly as it started, it ended. The men stopped coming, and the guns fell silent. Around me, men lay, screaming in pain, others begging for their mothers. Most, however, simply lay where they fell. Struck down like so many others, it was not a victory. Not in the purest sense of the word, but it was a success. Though beset by the enemy we had held, it may have cost us 100 men or more, but it had cost the enemy more. That was all which really mattered to us, I suppose. In a way, that was all which mattered to the enemy as well. For not unlike them, when we attacked, if one fell, another always took his place. Such is the way of war. After the attack, an uneasy silence fell over the battlefield. The gas had long since passed, though many men yet wore their masks. The younger, greener recruits, those still afraid, those still alive. In time, though, they too returned to the regularity of trench life. An odd normal, if there ever was one. By midday, we had repulsed 2 more attacks and suffered great losses. In particular, the fire coming from a small hill known only on the maps as Position 60. It was proving to be most damaging. This hill was well protected on 2 sides, though a chink lay in its armor, a weakness of sorts. Along one of its sides, a low river bend ran dry in the heat of the desert, though still littered with puddles from the recent rain. This river bend neared the position well enough that it was figured that should a force of men use it for cover, then they could possibly reach within the range of the hill undetected. They would still need to make the final push to the position itself, but with proper supporting fire, they would probably survive to take the position. Around 1, after a hasty meal of moldy bread, half-rotten horse meat, and stale tea, the lieutenant approached us. It had been decided by the captain that today we would make a push on Position 60, with the intent of dealing the damnable Turks a stellar blow. 2 companies would take part in this attack, the first being the 4th Royal, and the company I was a part of. We were to make the best use of the river bend, and under the cover from our own guns, and attack as the men went over the top. We were to sweep around and catch the position unawares. Making our packs as quiet as possible, for fear of any sound giving away our position well before the attack was to commence, we waited, nervously, at the shore of that low waft of dirt that hung through the ground. In wetter days it might have been a river, but now all we saw was a road that led right to the enemy's doorstep. The 4th took the front of the movement, easing forward in a loose mass of men, followed in turn by the lieutenant in our company. We moved carefully, hunched over as best we could, hoping that no sharpshooter would see us, that no shot would come. We were lucky in that aspect, I suppose, as our path moved unhampered forward, ever nearer to the enemy, and yet, oh, so far. We had moved some distance when a shot rang out. We had been spotted. The men wanted to hide to seek cover, but our officers urged us forward. kicking, striking, threatening us with all manner of pain if we did not continue the attack. So under fire from the enemy, we pressed on. We had not gone 5 steps when it happened. A cloud, the oddest gray, started to roll over the battlefield. It moved like the gas we were so accustomed to, and yet not. Like the gas it held low to the ground, enveloping everything as it passed, and yet it seemed to move against the wind. Such is not possible for a cloud with no substance to move in a direction not directed by the winds which blew over the field, yet move it did. Slowly, inexorably, creeping our direction. Our lieutenant screamed the warning of gas, and as so many times before, we donned our masks. We expected the cloud to push over us, to envelop us in its darkness, yet at the last moment, the cloud seemed to turn, to move away from where we huddled, and instead settled down over the Forth. Through the din of the battle around us, we could not be certain what was going on. And yet I'm certain that I heard shouts of alarm from the men before us, shouts which strangely were cut off mid-sentence, as though a record were playing, only to have the needle lifted from it before the song could end. The cloud only lingered there a moment before rising into the sky and disappearing. What remained? Well, it's a picture that haunts my memory, haunts my nightmares to this day. Where the cloud had laid did not rest the men of the Forth, cut down by gas, scattered bodies torn by bullets. Instead, where the men once stood was nothing. It was as though 267 men had simply vanished into thin air. The attack dissolved at that point, with us returning to our trenches. Of those who took part in the attack, only myself and 2 others seemed to recall the events. The rest would look on blankly when asked for it, as though in their minds it never happened. Asking if they remembered men who they had served by would return the same blank stares, and a statement that they could not recall having ever seen the man. Even when a few photographs were produced, photos with those now missing men, those in the photos who yet remained could not ever remember having taken the photo. Or if not that, would remember taking it with others in the photo. Just none who had been part of the Forth. In some weird way, it was as though those men had simply never existed. Yet they did. They had to. One man going missing was not unheard of in that day. Even whole platoons would go on a patrol, never to be heard from again. However, that so many men could simply up and vanish, I can't explain it. I don't think anyone can. In time of war, when truth is so precious, it must be attended by a bodyguard of lies. Winston Churchill. War often brings mysteries at its conclusion, most of these being attributed to the so-called fog of war. When propaganda and truth clash over what happened, what might have happened, and what never did. Confusion reigns supreme on the battlefield, and once the last bullet fired, the last bomb dropped, there are always questions. Questions which very often have no answers. This is a story of one such question, and while it may have an answer, it's not the answer that anyone would like to admit. For doing so would point to something more, something greater, something darker, out there. Something that, if possible, was worse than anything the Nazis could have done to mankind. World War II was no stranger to mystery, with much left unknown at the end. Much of the questions being simply, why? Only to be answered with the hollow, I was only following orders. However, beyond those criminals, those men who faced the gallows for their crimes, there were other mysteries. This is the tale of one of those, written first by Herr Gunther Voss. Herr Voss was, by all accounts, a well-published author on the subject of the war, in particular, the secret weapon of the Nazis. Voss's novels, of which he produced no less than 6, covered every aspect of the war, from the rocket testing at Peenemünde, right down to the strange occult practices of Himmler. There wasn't a single subject that Voss avoided, not a single subject that he didn't chime in on. How Voss came to know what he did caused many to question his validity. Yet time and time again, with each novel that was produced, he provided information that, though it was far-fetched, would prove true. Voss refused to his dying day to give up his sources, citing that if he told where he had obtained the information, people would be hurt. His sources trusted him, and feared prosecution for what they were revealing. If not for the information itself, for escaping the hangman's noose that was due to them. In the early 1990s, Voss informed his publisher that he was intending on tackling another subject. This one, unlike his previous texts, would deal with a legend. A legend that dated back to the days of the war. A legend that, if all held true, pointed to something dark, foreboding, and evil that yet lurked. A vast bastion of the Nazis that, some 40 years plus after the war, still waited, still lurked. The legend was of Valkyrie, a supposed phantom train. The Valkyrie legend was, at best, a dodgy legend to begin with. There really was no hard evidence that the train existed. With all information being random sightings and blurry photographs, most of these sightings were easily dismissed as people mistaking a passing freight train or an old battered steam locomotive for the train. Yet, as with all such legends, there was some grain of truth, some small hint of reality. That reality came in 1962, with a mass sighting of the train as it traveled through Berlin. That over 100 people witnessed the train at exactly the same time, with each one recounting the same thing. Well, it was too much to argue simple coincidence. Based on this and a few other similar sightings, Voss began his search. His diary, released to the public in 1993 after his suicide, lends some light on the search, though in totality, it makes the story even more obscure, more mysterious. When his diary was published, more reviewers chalked it up to the ravings of a madman. Others, however, believed that while Voss may have gone insane, it was not because of some medical condition, but rather something he had witnessed, some truth, some forbidden knowledge he had come in contact with. For your consideration, excerpts from Voss's diary leading up to the final entry written hours before his suicide in 1992. Diary of Voss Gunther. Translated from German. 12th of October, 1992. I do believe the legend of the Valkyrie is true. Looking back through the accounts, as well as the few photographs taken on that fateful day in 1962, I've come to the conclusion that those rituals undertaken in the castle in the final days may have succeeded. If such is the case, and I am proven right, then my future will be laid out for me, to prove, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that what was done there worked. Well, it will change the way that people think about the occult. It'll make me a wealthy man, no doubt, though if it is true, then I fear what may have been unleashed. The dead cannot hurt the living, though. That much I am sure of. 13th of October, 1992. Travel is easier now that East and West are joined. And with a map in hand, I was able to find some of the old places. I remember during the war coming here and seeing the city, and then how it looked after the Soviets had destroyed it. I see ghosts, not in the real sense, but in my memories, of people I knew. Soldiers I passed daily, places I frequented. How could my city, my glorious fatherland, have come to this? Yet they are but ghosts of the past, and hold no bearing on me. I'm not certain, but I believe that the old station's underground platform survived. If that is the case, then it stands to reason that the Fuhrer's old platform yet stands. I do not expect to find Valkyrie there, for to do so would be unimaginable, but I feel that perhaps a clue lies there. My source tells me that in the final days of the siege, Himmler disappeared from the bunker for a time, before returning shortly before Hitler's suicide. Given his tie to the train, I can only surmise that he was making sure it had left, or if not left, was ready for his own departure. I will be speaking with a group of urban explorers, such that they call themselves, later today to see what they know. 15th of October, 1992. Unbelievable. I spoke with the teens yesterday and found that not only do the platforms still stand, but that access should be relatively easy, long as we're not caught by the police. Getting into the old platform is possible. One of the teens has agreed to be my guide for a small sum, and we will leave 1 week from today. We would go sooner, but my guide claims that there's work planned on the underground then, so slipping in will be easier. I don't know who I can trust, and the old fears rise again. Is he one who would seek to steal from me my prize? No. No, he does not know why I wish to go there. He could not know. 18th of October, 1992. I decided to head out and do some more research on the train itself. I wanted to know whether the Valkyrie was sighted by any of the soldiers around Berlin at the end of the war. This should give me details of when it left, and if I'm lucky, their general direction. Speaking with one of the guides at the museum, I was pointed to a gentleman who was a commissar of the Soviets during that era. He now serves as a political officer of sorts, though no doubt, with the end of the wall, his job is in less demand than he might admit. I will speak to him at dinner, and then write my findings. 18th of October, 1992. Transcript of recorded conversation. You do not mind if I record this for my notes. I'm forgetful, and well, not in the least. No. Why are you interested in a fairy tale is beyond me. Something to scare the children with. Something like that. I believe there's some truth to the tale, though. Oh. Yes. In any case, shall we begin? In 1944, you were a commissar for the Soviet Red Army, correct? Yes. I was in KGB, in case you were curious. I was, but tell me more. How did you come to that position? The usual way. I had been a political officer in my hometown, and when the war started, I joined. Because of my loyalty, I was selected and trained to be the political officer for the troops. So, you were a man of power. In a manner of speaking, yes. Less than others, but more than most. About a week before the final push into Berlin to take the Reichstag, where were you stationed? I'm not sure of the exact location, but I was working with a penal detail to clear some railroad tracks. High Command wished to use this to bring more men into the city, as well as tanks. However, the booming and fighting had damaged much of the track, so the prisoners are being tasked with cleaning the rubble and rebuilding the station. And during the cleanup, did you see anything, well, strange? Yes. And what was it that you saw? Well, I can't really explain. Can you try? It was late in the evening, just after the sun had set. The prisoners were being lined up to be sent back to their cells. Not cell. It was an old boxcar we were using. In any case, as they were being counted, I heard something. A whistle. Yes and no. It was a train whistle, but unlike any I had heard before. It sounded, well, it sounded like a scream. And what happened next? I thought one of the cars was coming early, so I ordered the prisoners to line up there. We saw this reddish light in the distance, and... Do you really want to hear this story? Yes. I wouldn't have asked. In no time, the train was passing us. It was black and angular. It looked like one of those armored trains the Germans had, though not quite. It wasn't long, maybe 5 cars, if that. But there was something wrong about it. Very wrong. Was it just that the train was there? What made it wrong? I only saw it for an instant, so I can't be certain. But it seemed to me that every last man on the train was a corpse. Rotted. Skeletal. Hell, the train itself looked like it had been to hell and back. I only saw it for an instant, mind you, but as it passed, I could have sworn that it shouldn't be moving. There was rust hanging from it, what looked like... It sounds so stupid now, but... what looked like bullet holes down its length. Did you report what you saw? I didn't have to. My commanding officer was there with me when it passed. He was white as a sheet. He turned to me and said that didn't happen. And you didn't see anything. I never argued. "19th of October, 1992. I spoke with the man at length, and I've included a transcript of our conversation in this diary. Though his story is fanciful, I have to believe that he did sight the Valkyrie. He didn't recall seeing it leave the city, though given the nature of the war, that is entirely possible. The sight of the dead crewing it worries me. It also makes me wonder if what I have always believed is true. Is it possible that in his dealings, Hammer finally touched something? That he managed to find a train crewed by the dead to do his bidding? I shuddered to think about it, and yet so much seems to say it's true. The state of the train itself begs another question. Was it a tacked-on route? It's a strong possibility, though it doesn't explain the rust. Perhaps he's mistaken in that. I've checked military records from the period, and while there is mention of a similar train being destroyed, this story does not match up with this. Likely one of the other trains that the SS had transporting munitions to the front. 26th of October, 1992. I cannot write, yet I feel that I must. To put to paper what I saw, what I found. I've hesitated to do so and find it hard to believe days have passed since the expedition. I cannot sleep. I'm afraid that if I close my eyes, I'll see it again. I feel this odd draw, this animalistic fear. It's out there, waiting for me, hungering for me. Entering the underground was easy, as my guide had suggested, and the little walk through the deserted old tunnels was difficult. It was not a great hardship. Our worst fear then was simply the great rats that infested the lower reaches. Oh, but that were the only thing we would have to fear. As suggested by my guide, I brought several chemical lights, a torch, and some tools to deal with any rusted doors we expected to find. We walked through the old tunnel for what seemed like ages, though it may have only been an hour or so. Coming around a bend, the area before us opened up to reveal the old platforms. Graffiti on the walls suggested that we were not the first to get here, and no doubt the last. This worried me, as I feared that any artifacts in the Führer's section of the tunnel would have been taken. By my guess, there were 8 tracks in the platform area, with great wrought iron stairs that led to street level. Well, that is to say, they would have led to street level had the station above not long since been demolished in favor of a new car park and flats. Walking across the old tracks, we had to be careful of our step. There was a great deal of standing water, likely from a burst pipe or simple seepage over the years. Just for a moment I thought I heard a station announcement, though as before, that likely was nothing more than a memory. One of my own personal ghosts, rearing its ugly head once more. Moving around the back of the station, we found evidence that the homeless population of Berlin had taken up residence here at some point, though it seemed they were long since gone. Where they might have gone was not a concern of mine, though it did seem to interest my guide. Perhaps he knew of them. Whatever the case, I suggested we press on. The Führer's station would have been located some place off of this, with a track to loop back around, so the train need not turn. My guide suggested that we head further into the tunnels themselves, as the junction to that tunnel would not likely be in the station itself. The tracks at this point were well rusted over, littered to some degree with the detritus of human decay. Bottle here, can there, the corpse of something. I suspect was a dog, or a very large rat. Bits of paper and masonry, all evidence of age and decay. The first tunnel we tried ended in rubble, where the tunnel itself had long since caved in. I suspect that this was due to bomb damage, but my guide noted that we were too far underground. To him, it looked like something had been blown up in the tunnel itself, blocking any further passage. The second tunnel was blocked like the first, but I noticed that the rubble had given way some at the top, and wagered that it would be possible for a man to squeeze through the gap. At this point, my guide refused to go further, and upon pressing him on the issue, he stated that he felt as though he were being watched. I blew this off as simple cowardice, or wanting more money, so I offered to double his pay. He refused. I would have to go further on my own. I wish. Oh God, how I wish I hadn't done so. My assessment was correct, and with a touch of wiggling and some pressure, I was able to push my body through the small hole. Tumbling down to the other side, I found myself in a side tunnel, and from the looks of it, one that was far older than the typical construction. Shining my torch into the darkness, I found that not far from where I stood, another spill arched into view, blocking that end of the tunnel as well. Curiously, my flashlight glinted on something metallic. At first I thought this was just part of the tunnel itself, though. As I leaned down, I realized that it was a braided wire. The shiny part being where the outer covering had rotted away long ago. This wire traced back up into the tunnel, cross over from where I stood, past the previous cave-in, and into a side tunnel that I had previously not noticed. Following the wire, I came to one of those old-style detonation blocks. This pulled me up short. Whatever had blown the tunnel had not done so from the outside. Not to keep people out, as I figured, but rather had done so from the inside. Almost as though to keep something in. This is a fanciful thought, I told myself, for in all their fanaticism, the SS were never known to go this far, yet something still bothered me about this. The hairs on my neck stood on end. I felt a chill run up my spine at what I saw next. There before me lay the remains of a soldier, still dressed in the uniform of Hitler's personal guards. I couldn't see how he died, though I suspected he had been too close to the blast. The soldiers in here, no doubt, had done this to themselves. Though the question remained why. I nervously moved forward, gingerly placing each foot before the other. I had not gone 5 steps when my foot brushed something and I stumbled. Feeling around for the torch, I laid my hand on a skull. This gave me a serious fright, and I recoiled in the darkness, stumbling over another macabre pile. As my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I realized that my previous assumption had proven true. There before me lay the rest of the demolition team, no less than 6 corpses, all in a near-perfect skeletal state. They were arranged in the tunnel. The men seemed to each have died running away from something. As if in their final moments they were desperately trying to escape, only to find that the way was blocked. Some unforeseen force had cut the men down where they stood. My previous assumption about the blast was torn asunder when I laid eyes on this. While the one man might have died in his own blast, these men were huddled together, clutching each other in what could only be called fear. I've heard stories of the dead being found such, from the ruins of Pompeii to those poor souls in Hiroshima. These men had died in sheer terror, killed by something I had yet to lay eyes on. My mind turned in circles, trying to guess the answer. Gas, perhaps. That was the only thing that made sense. The bombs above had broken a stored chemical bomb, and rather than it escaping, the men had detonated the entrance to the tunnel. The last noble act, which had cost them their lives. That had to be the answer. Yet if it was gas, could it still harm me? No. My mind told me it had been over 40 years since then. No gas would last that long. Would it? My heart was a lump in my throat, and though it told me to leave this place, my mind told me, move further. They were but corpses. It could not hurt me. They were dead, and I was alive. I came to the platform and a few more minutes of walking, during which I found 3 more corpses, all of them in a similar state. They each looked as though they were trying to escape something on the platform, leading me to believe that the gas had cut them down as they ran. Perhaps Himmler himself, in a last act of destruction, had slain those who were evidence of his crimes. Gone was the idea of a bomb strike causing the damage, replaced with a dark picture of that specter of death himself, sweeping in and killing those who trusted him, those who knew the secret he had been hiding for so long. I believe that Americans call it no loose ends. Chuckling darkly to myself, I even forced a smile. Or perhaps the Valkyrie itself ate their souls. I don't know where I came up with that idea, and even now as I write it, fear grips me. How right I was, and yet how wrong. How very wrong. As I stepped up onto the platform, my eyes took in a sight to behold. There, waiting in the pitch gloom at the station, was the train. My torch barely illuminated the angular form, and though no light shone down from above, it seemed the platform itself was still lit from some unknown source. I approached carefully, reaching out to touch the cold metal. For a moment, just a moment, I thought I felt a heartbeat there. Yet, that couldn't be, as trains are not alive. It's my mind playing tricks on me. The platform itself was as if I had stepped back in time. Posters about the Fuhrer and war dotted the walls, and the paint, though faded, still shone through. Tucked into one far wall, a small alcove rested, and beyond that, a series of stairs. They did not go far before being blocked, leading me to believe that these led straight to the Fuhrer's bunker. As the Soviet soldier had said, the train itself was not overly long, being only about 5 or 6 cars, and true to his word, painted black as night. I nervously peered into the cab, not knowing what I expected to find, and was rewarded with a mummified man sitting ramrod straight at the controls. I fell from the cab then, my feet barely touching the ground, before I found myself standing next to a battered old boxcar. I did not recall moving there, nor did I recall opening the door, though my memory now is yet foggy on the subject. I must have opened the door at some point, for it was not open when I first sighted the beast, waiting in the platform. Shining my torch inside, I found more corpses, mummified like the man in the cab and stacked against where the door now lay open. Corpses unlike any I have witnessed before. These were pitiful souls dressed in the striped uniforms of prisoners. The Star of David on each told the tale and reminded me, once more, of the crimes we committed in those days. Jews, every last one of them, herded into this car for some reason only to be forgotten and left to starve when the war ended. They each had names and families, and now, entombed down here, none would know of them. There were 3 such cars in the train, and I need not open each to know that their cargo were all the same. Human cargo, civilians, people who had done nothing wrong, people that the Rake had deemed expendable. That each of these cars carried the prisoners was a mystery for me, when I suspected the answer to lay in the passenger car itself. At the time, I recalled thinking that these prisoners must have been of some importance, perhaps hostages, who, when the Soviet army closed in on Berlin, were deemed obsolete, tossed away like so much trash, and it was found that they would no longer be needed, when they would provide nothing for Himmler to barter with. For all I knew, they had died in that isolation long before the train arrived, and it was their discovery that prompted him to kill the crew with gas. The last car was a long passenger car, and though I knew I had completed my task and found the train, it was still the mystery of why the Phantom had been sighted. I don't know why I expected to find an answer there, but some part of me said that the madness that had created this, the madness that would explain how, even after the tunnels were destroyed, this train would be seen again. The madness that gave this thing some form of supernatural life. Like the station itself, the car was well preserved, and like the station, it too held bodies. A young woman and daughter, as best I could tell, lay in one of the staterooms. From the looks, they had died in terror, though they couldn't say at the time such was for certain. The rear of the car was a large, spacious office with a desk facing the rear. Sitting in the chair was an officer of some sort, a pistol gripped in one hand, and the dark stain of his brain plastered on one wall. he had taken his own life. But that still did not answer my question. There were a number of papers spread out before him, and I quickly placed these in my pack. As I rummaged through the car seeking the answer I needed, I heard the soft sounds of footsteps. My guide had finally come to investigate, no doubt. Turning quickly, I recoiled in horror when my light shone not on my young guide, but on one of the corpses from the car I had previously opened. Lifeless eyes stared out at me, hands reaching for me. I stumbled back, only to find my way blocked by another. I felt their hands upon me, the cold breath from their cracked lips. Turning round in circles, I realized that these dead had surrounded me. There was no way out. I finally knew the dark truth of what those men had died fleeing. They died fleeing their crimes. Our crimes. It was no gas that had killed those men, nor the whims of Himmler himself. No, it was those dead reaching from beyond the grave, those men and women killed for some personal gain or for no reason whatsoever. I understood it now. Why the train had been seen in 1962, why it had been witnessed so many times before, and why on the day Adolf Hitler killed himself, it had found its way to Berlin. The dead sought vengeance, and they would have it. I don't recall how I managed to get out of the old station, nor my flight from that place. I even don't know how I managed to get back to my flat in one piece. By the clock, only an hour had passed since I left, yet I know for certain we were down there all night. It was, and this sounds crazy, as though time stood still, as though I existed outside of time. I can't bring myself to sleep. I see the dead looking back at me. They know the truth, they know what I did, and they'll have their justice for it. The train is no train. I know that now. It's vengeance on wheels, seeking out those of us that escaped the hangman's noose, dragging us down to pay a fee. It's finally come due. It's only a matter of time that the train comes for me. I suspect I best go out and meet it. End of diary. After the final entry of October 1992, Gunther Voss packed his bags and told his wife he was going on a trip. He kissed her on the cheek and left. 1 hour later, the police arrived at her home to inform her that Gunther had apparently purchased a ticket, and then, while waiting for the train to arrive, had thrown himself in front of it as it pulled into the platform. Witnesses would later claim, though none would believe them, that shortly after he did this, a strange black steam train with 5 cars was seen barreling through the station, with the now deceased Voss sitting in the last carriage. After his death, his diary found its way through the post to a local reporter, who, after reading it and looking over the papers sent with it, saw fit to publish what he had. Most of the papers were illegible, though one does stick out as being unique. The paper, apparently written by Himmler himself, laid out plans to use a number of innocent souls as the catalyst for a great magical spell, which by his wagering would help Germany win the war. The spell apparently backfired, as those innocent souls did not help Germany win the war, but instead sought vengeance for the crimes done against them. The mystery was further deepened in 1995, when the last known Nazi who escaped prosecution passed away. Within a week of the man's passing, while exploring the German wilderness, a young teen came across a long-forgotten train tunnel. Inside of it, he discovered the badly burned and destroyed remains of a train. Researchers and historians who have descended into the location identified it as the lost train Valkyrie. From the damage done to it, they surmised that before the end of the war, the train had been damaged in an air raid and sought shelter in the tunnel. The fire had broken out, likely from the damage of the raid, and destroyed the train. U.S. military reports from the area placed the final nail in the coffin of the legend of the Valkyrie. A minor report by a pilot recorded that on the 6th of June, 1943, after having escorted bombers to their raid, while returning, he had happened upon a target of opportunity in the form of the train. He remembered strafing the train and seeing a gout of steam coming from the engine before it ran into a tunnel but did not exit. He lingered in the area for a few minutes and reported seeing smoke and fire coming from the tunnel, recording the train as having been destroyed. It was revealed shortly after the diary was published that Gunther Voss had served as a clerk for the Death's Head SS during World War II. He had been stationed primarily at Auschwitz, where it was his task to record the seized personal belongings from the executed prisoners. From there, he was sent to Peenemünde and Dachau, explaining to some degree his personal knowledge of the secret weapons of World War II. He was also one of the named defendants in one of the war crime trials, though he was never captured. Or was he? Howdy. You can call me Jack. It's not my real name. That's what I'll go by for now. I reckon the time to tell my story's come. Believe it or don't. I suggest you take away the lesson it teaches, even if you dismiss it all as a load of bull like 98% of other stories on the internet. But there's more truth in this story than any one that you could know. Now, I've been out of high school for 3 years, but that's when this particular event takes place, so I'm going to have to wind my clock back a little here and tell the story. Originally, for my first 2.5 years of high school, I attended a place in the deep southern part of America, close to the Gulf. We had all kinds of ghost stories growing up, and there was one lesson our super conservative parents taught us. It was this: don't go fooling around with things you don't understand. Now, I was really unpopular at my high school in the South. My first 2 years were a real pain because I was a big dork and everyone made fun of me. I was a loner, and all I really did in class was play my Game Boy all day before rushing home to play an MMO I was addicted to. All that changed during my junior year, when my mother's job moved us out west. I started to attend a little Catholic high school with no more than around 250 students. It was at this time that I finally started to fit in and make friends. No one out here knew how much of a dork I was, so I opted to hide my power level, as they tend to say, and try to make friends for once in my life. Who knows? Maybe I could even get a cute girlfriend if I was careful. I started to meet people at the school. At a school that small, you ended up knowing everyone in your class. My first day, I made a new friend named Sam, and at lunch, I opted to sit with him and his friends. He told me all about the other kids at the school, who was most popular, who the jocks were, so on and so forth. He introduced me to his friends, too. Jim, a big jovial fellow who tipped the scales at 300 pounds. Vogelman, our table's resident computer nerd and hacker. And Thomas, a musician who played electric guitar. I also met Stephanie, the school's resident spunky Asian girl. Some of the guys said that she could be a bitch, but she seemed cool enough. She was into gaming and never messed with any of us. She even seemed to think I was funny, so maybe that was why she started to call me at home after school on some days. Sam told me all kinds of stories about her, like how she used to make snacks for guys at school, but then sprinkle Viagra all over them, or pour laxatives into them so that anyone who ate it would suffer the brunt of her painful and arguably cruel joke. I just chuckled to myself and politely refused whenever she offered me anything. Then there was Rottenbacher. His real name was Jason, but everyone called him Rottenbacher, or the Kraut, because he was a hardcore Nazi. He was an outcast and a loner. No one wanted to be associated with him. Every day he'd wear this red swastika armband to school, just beneath his jacket where the teachers couldn't see. But whenever he'd get hot and slip it off, or whenever he was changing in the locker room, he'd be wearing that Nazi armband. Furthermore, on Halloween and school costume event days, when he knew that he could get away with it, Rottenbacher always wore an entire replica of this SS uniform, like the Gestapo, with a black hat and long boots and everything. He was a mean and angsty son of a bitch. Whenever anyone told the teacher about him or asked him about the Nazi stuff, he'd shout racial or ethnic slurs at them, cuss him out, and yell Heil Hitler. Furthermore, one peculiar thing that caught my eye was that I couldn't help but notice Rottenbacher always walked with a slight limp, like he was in pain. Sam told me somebody once saw him tightening a barbed silas in the locker room, like the ones the Catholic priests wear to punish themselves for their sins. It was a Catholic school, so I, like most people, just assumed at the time that maybe he just wore the silas because he was a devout Christian. It was kind of strange for a hardcore Hitler lover like Rottenbacher, but it was high school. None of us preferred to think too much about stuff like that. After he got done introducing me to everyone, Sam told me some of the school's old stories, including an urban legend that circulated about Kaylee, a girl that died mysteriously after playing some sort of cellphone game. Sure enough, he could point out the girl in the yearbook to me. Everyone recalled that the police had declared her missing under mysterious circumstances. She was presumed dead almost immediately thereafter. If you asked anyone exactly what happened, no one could tell you a damn thing. They always just said it was because she played the cellphone game. Sam, Stephanie, the cute, mischievous Asian, Rottenbacher, the self-torturing Nazi. The cellphone game. The police's investigation of a teen's disappearance. All of these people and events were about to come together to drag me into something in which I wanted no part. It wouldn't even be until over 2 years later that I finally understood how and why everything went down the way it did. Anyway, the last half of junior year came and went, and the long summer passed us all by in what seemed like a heartbeat. It was finally time to begin our last year of high school. Everyone was back for the new school year, pumped to start the laziest and most fun year of our high school lives. Even Rottenbacher, still limping around the school with that barbed sills, still spouting his Nazi garbage every time someone decided to mess with him. The year started out eerily quiet. Word was that 2 more cellphone game-related disappearances had happened over the summer to one boy and one girl from another high school, and the police were investigating a possible serial killer. According to the paper, the only common link the police had found was that every person who disappeared had received a text message that read, "Welcome to the game." None of the text messages had been sent from the same cell phone, so the evidence had been dismissed as circumstantial. For me, things weren't half bad. It was this year that I finally started to open up as a person. I had made a good circle of friends who I trusted, and I felt more calm about being myself at this point. Gradually, I started to fit in more and more, and pretty soon, I was fairly popular in certain circles. Stephanie liked to hang around with me more and more because of how funny she thought my jokes were. Before long, one day, which I still remember as one of the happiest of my life, she came to me in the middle of the campus after school. She looked up at me with those beautiful Asian eyes, that long black hair, and a smile to die for. She asked me right then, "Jack, will you go out with me?" I laughed, ran, jumped for joy. "Of course I will," I said, and danced around with her there in front of everyone. I finally had a girlfriend. I still remember that as one of the happiest days of my entire life, if not the happiest. We went on dates, we hung out after school, and she even started to eat lunch with Sam, Jim, Vogelman, and I every day. Maybe I wouldn't have been so happy if I had known what was going to happen next. It was one day at lunch as she was sitting with us when she mentioned that while sleeping over with her friends one night, they had stayed up late with some girls from another high school, talking about the Cellphone Game. She said that these girls knew all the rules of the game, and that they had explained it all to her in great detail. Supposedly, you could join the game at any time by sending a text message at midnight to the right phone number. The message was supposed to say, "I wish for the power to curse." And if you did it right, you'd get a message in return that said, "Welcome to the game." Apparently, this was the reason that they had given for why the police found that message on the phone of everyone that had disappeared. Stephanie went on to talk about the game. We all listened attentively to what she was saying. She told us that once someone was in the game, they were in danger. Within 2 weeks, they had to complete one of a number of different tasks, or else they'd be dragged away in the night. And I stopped her right there. Dragged away? Like what? To where? She got silent for a moment. "I don't know," she whispered, before continuing her story. She said that in order to protect oneself from being dragged away, you could do one of two things. The first was to find a special protective item. Could be anything. You never knew what it was going to be, but it seemed that whatever the item was, it would make the bearer suffer in some way. This was considered a small price to pay in return for protection for as long as you wore the item. The second way was to bring someone else into the game. This could be done by sending the text message to someone else's phone. If someone received the text message from someone else who was in the game, then that meant that this person was now in the game too, and subject to all the same rules and consequences of it. If the person didn't find a protective item themselves, or bring another person into the game, then they too would be dragged away. The catch about the second way was this. While the protective item, if found, could protect you indefinitely, so long as you kept it with you, bringing someone else into the game could only buy you a temporary grace period. The first time you did it, you get 2 weeks, then only 1 week. The grace period would get shorter and shorter until you barely bought yourself any time at all by bringing someone else into the game. By that time, you needed to find your protective item. Even though I've always been something of an X-File, I didn't like hearing her talk about this stuff, so I told her it was just a bunch of nonsense. "You really think so?" she asked. "If it's true, it would explain what the police found. And imagine how cool that would be to be able to curse anyone who messed with you by bringing them into the game. You could get rid of anyone and no one would ever know." There was an edge in her voice, one that I had never heard before from Stephanie. She almost sounded intoxicated at the thought of it. And truth be told, it scared me a little. "Don't go talking like that," I told her. "That stuff's beyond people like you and me. We shouldn't go messing with it. What if you get involved and it all turned out to be true? What would I do if something happened to you? Promise me, you won't go messing around with that stuff." She gave me a funny look. "I never thought you'd be the kind of person to be scared of silly things like this, Jack." "Well, I don't think it's right to mess around with stuff that you don't understand, you know?" I gave her a concerned look. "Now promise me, Steph. Promise me you won't go try it." She sighed in annoyance. Fine. I won't play the scary cell phone game. You happy now?" I told her I was. Truth be told, I was scared. I didn't believe her. And all the time I'd known her, I'd never seen her betray anyone or sleep around or anything, but she had always been a trickster and a liar, and would lie to anyone about anything if it got her ahead without hurting anyone else. To be honest, I always thought that it was kind of cute. Just accepted it as one of her quirks. But this time, it was serious. So a few days later, when she came back and told us she had joined the Cellphone Game, I was pissed. What are you thinking, Stephanie? You promised me you wouldn't do that. Yeah, I know, but it's not any big deal. I've already got it all planned out. Besides, if it's true and it works, it's too good of an opportunity to pass up. She held up her cell phone. Look, she said giddily. A text message was open on the screen which read, "Welcome to the game." Kind of freaky, huh? I got it just after I sent that text at midnight, just like the girl said. My jaw dropped. I was speechless and scared stiff. This game couldn't be for real, could it? Stephanie, if this is real, then you're in danger now. You've only got 2 weeks to find a protective item. I know. That's why I sent the text to Rebecca. I'm gonna find out if it's true or not. I hit the roof. You did what? But Stephanie, if this is real, then that makes you as good as a murderer. You cursed Rebecca, and now she could die because of you. Relax, Jack. I don't actually believe in any of this stuff, but even if I did, Rebecca's always been a big-time bitch. Not like she doesn't have it coming anyway. She giggled. That same mischievous giggle of hers that I'd always loved, but this time, I wasn't loving any part of it. A couple of weeks passed and nothing happened. But then, one day, Rebecca didn't show up at school. At lunchtime, Stephanie was sitting around with us as usual when the assistant principal came to talk to us all with a megaphone. May I have your attention, please? Everyone went silent. The police have reported that one of your fellow students, Rebecca, has gone missing. Stephanie's golden skin turned white. She froze. Her parents are very worried about her. If any of you know anything about this, please come talk to me after school. That's all. Stephanie, I whispered. I was very afraid for her. I was very afraid for what she might do. She looked at me and said, "Don't say anything. Just don't." She got up and bolted from the lunchroom. I chased after her. Stephanie, what are you doing? She kept jogging away from me, her cell phone out. Don't try and stop me, Jack. If I'm going to survive, I'm going to need more time. I can get another week. If I curse someone else, and that'll give me 3 weeks to find it. Stephanie, listen to yourself. Who are you going to curse? You'd kill someone else for a little extra time? Look what's happened to you. She started to cry. I know, damn it, but I know who I'm going to curse. No one's going to miss him, I promise. Stephanie, that's not right. You can't do it. No one deserves this. Let me help you. We can find a protective object for you together. She turned and showed me her cell phone. Her text outbox had a message which read, "Welcome to the game." She had sent it to Rottenbacher. I started to weep and grabbed onto her as tightly as I could. Stephanie, I love you. I'm so sorry. This isn't right. None of this is right. She held on to me and began to cry deeply as well. We held each other there for nearly an hour like that. I still remember it like it was yesterday. And then, that night, before we went home, we both resolved that we would start looking for a protective item the next day. The next day, I was walking with Stephanie along the track after school when Rottenbacher approached us with his cell phone. He held it up to her face, furious. Is this your idea of a joke, you stupid bitch? Truth be told, I felt Rottenbacher had the right to be a little angry, sure. I mean, he was a Nazi pervert freak. But with all of the whispers of murder going around, I could imagine anyone being angry about getting a text like that. But even so, I wasn't about to let anyone talk to my girlfriend that way. Hey, man, watch your mouth. That's no way to talk to a lady. Lady? Rodenbacher shouted. This fucking slut's not a lady. She's just a bitch. She tried to get me killed. I bet you killed the other girl too, didn't you? Rebecca? She's missing because of you, isn't she? Stephanie began to cry again. I pulled my arm back and punched as hard as I could at Rodenbacher's face. He stumbled backward a few steps and grabbed at his lip, from which trickled a small stream of blood. But he kept his composure. I halfway expected him to swing back at me, but he just stood there. After a moment, he spoke. You don't get it, do you, Stephanie? I'm already in the game. Always have been. I know the fucking score, but unlike you, I never cursed anyone else. Bullshit, I said. If all that's true, then how are you still... Suddenly, I remembered the sills Rodenbacher wore around his leg that caused him to limp in agony, in what Stephanie had told me at lunch. Whenever a new protective item was discovered, whatever it was, it would cause its wearer to suffer. Your protective item. You have one. Stephanie's eyes lit up. It was clear that she had realized the same thing I had. Rodenbacher smirked. That's right. So, I just figured your girlfriend better know that she didn't get any additional time for trying to curse me. I've already been there and done that. Stephanie looked up at him with fear in her eyes. Days passed, and try as we might, Stephanie and I couldn't find anything that could qualify as a protective item. We were approaching the 2-week deadline, and she was looking more and more scared by the day. Her hair was a mess, and her usually bubbly personality was glum and distraught. She stared off into space during classes, and prayed constantly. After the 2-week deadline passed, we were both terrified. She came to me at school and said, Jack, I want you to sleep with me tonight. Stay with me all night. Don't let it get me. I couldn't refuse. I showed up at her house late that night and came in through her window. We slept together. It was bittersweet. She fell asleep holding me, but I lay awake most of the night watching and waiting till I finally passed out around 4:30 in the morning from sheer exhaustion. The next day when I woke up, all I could think was, Stephanie! I looked around frantically. She wasn't in the bed with me. Stephanie? I said louder as I climbed out of the bed and began searching for her. I walked into her kitchen. Be so loud, a voice said. It was Stephanie's. I turned around to see her sitting at a round table in the kitchen. She was smiling and seemed as giddy as ever. I breathed a sigh of relief. My parents have already gone to work, but I don't want the neighbors to get suspicious and say something. I wept with relief. It was over. She was safe. Nothing had come for her. I ran across the kitchen floor, hugged her, kissed her all over. Everything was perfect. For 2 weeks. Then I came to school one day and 9 of our classmates had disappeared, including Sam. Everyone was in an uproar. No one knew what had happened to them or where they had gone. No one except for me and the person who had done it, Stephanie. If the amount of time extended was halved each time you brought someone into the game, then 9 people would have brought her just over 2 weeks, which meant that her time would be running out again tonight. I confronted her about it after school. Stephanie, the police are getting suspicious. You can't do this anymore. Yeah, I can't watch you do this anymore. It's wrong. It's evil. She looked at me silently. I still remember the look in her eyes that day. At this point, it had become clear to me that the girl I had known and loved was long gone, and all that remained was a soulless, wicked shell which clung to life and feared death more than anything. But even so, I still loved her more than anything. She was my first and only girlfriend. I I couldn't let her go. I couldn't let anything happen to her. It's okay, she said. I won't do it anymore. I've accepted what I need to do, and I'm going to do it. No one else is going to die because of me. Stephanie, are you sure? Maybe we can find a protective item for you if we look now. She looked down sadly. There's no use in running from it now. I just want to spend the night with you tonight, okay? One more night together. That's all I want. I was heartbroken. Everything was too melancholic, melodramatic. I was so sad at hearing her words, at the thought of her being taken away. I threw up. I vomited and retched over and over again to a nearby garbage can, trying to fight back an endless stream of tears. That night, she slept with me again, sick, weak, and tired. I passed out from pure exhaustion at 3 a.m. Less than an hour later, though, I woke up with a start. Stephanie was gone. I sat up and looked around in terror, and then found the note. I read it. Jack, I'm sorry for lying to you again, but I'm not ready to die yet. A chill went down my spine. I continued to read. I figured out what I need to do. Don't worry, as I promised, no one else is going to die because of me. What could she be thinking? I looked around my room. Suddenly I noticed that the .45 caliber pistol my father had bought me for my 18th birthday was missing from my room. And suddenly, everything made perfect sense. That's why she wanted to spend the night with me tonight. She wanted my gun. She was planning to go after Rottenbacher and take his protective item. As fast as I could, I threw on some clothes and bolted for my truck. I sped off towards Rottenbacher's apartment. When I got there, the lock had already been shot off and there were more voices inside. I pushed the door open. "What's going on?" I demanded. I looked around. Stephanie was holding Rottenbacher at gunpoint. The apartment walls were covered in pictures of Hitler and swastika banners. There were whips and chains scattered around the bedroom floor. Rottenbacher was stomping around in long-sleeve pajamas and cursing at her in his typical neo-Nazi form, screaming at her about home invasion and calling the police and this and that and what have you. He was even wearing that stupid Nazi armband. It was obvious this guy was some kind of lunatic fanatic. Stephanie screamed at him, "Shut the fuck up!" She fired around at the wall behind him and winced. I remember my head ringing from the loudness of the gunshot and a sharp pain in my inner ear, but I was too tense to worry about it at that moment. "Now give me the barbed torture thing that you always wear or I'll kill you right now." Her voice was all malice. Rottenbacher stood in place for a moment and slowly began to remove his pajama leggings. "You're making a big mistake," he said. "You just accept the way things are and die with dignity. You're not going to get away with this." He removed the sills from his leg, from which trickled a small amount of blood, and handed it to her. Immediately, she slipped it onto her own leg with one hand, fumbling with my pistol as she tightened it until it hurt. Her own leg began to bleed a little. "Let's go, Jack," she whispered, and turned to leave. I started to walk out with her. From the apartment, I heard Rottenbacher shouting, "You won't get away with this! He's gonna come for you and he's gonna drag you off to hell for what you've done! You're gonna pay for all those kids!" I could see that she was sobbing a little as we walked away. I was sick and disgusted with everything. I was disgusted with Stephanie for being so cruel and selfish. I was disgusted for myself for seeing all of this, seeing the signs and not doing anything to stop it. But at least now, it would be over. As we walked back to my truck, I said a small prayer for Rottenbacher in the hopes that he could find a new protective item within 2 weeks. He may have been a racist bastard, but in a way, he was still better than Stephanie if what he said about never cursing anyone else was true. And he didn't deserve to die just for that. I drove Stephanie home. She was exhausted. I would have given her a kiss on the cheek, but I was too sick and just wanted the whole ordeal to be over. "Good night," I whispered to her. "Good night, Jack. I love you," she whispered back, and climbed out of my truck and went back to her house. I started to drive home, exhausted from the day's events. Suddenly, my cell phone began to vibrate. I picked it up. It was a call from Stephanie. "Hello?" The first thing I heard was a shriek, followed by what sounded like the noise of pounding at her door. "Jack, help! He's here! He's here and he's coming for me!" What? Hold on, Steph!" I pulled a U-turn in my truck and sped off back towards her home. She was becoming more frantic. Suddenly, on the other end of the line, I heard the sound of her door being bashed in, followed by another shriek. I could hear her screaming at the top of her lungs, a hideous, blood-curdling scream. I still remember every moment of it perfectly. And I remember her screams word for word. "No, I don't want to die." Adrenaline surged through my heart, and I floored the accelerator. "No, no, no, stop," she screamed again. I heard what sounded like the phone hitting the floor and Stephanie's screams getting further and further away. And then dead air. "Stephanie? Stephanie? Answer me, damn it!" Getting no response, I hung up and called the police. When I arrived at Stephanie's house, the front door had been smashed in. I parked my car on her lawn and jumped out, carrying my .45 caliber pistol with me. I ran inside, searching the halls. Everything was in slow motion. Then I came to Stephanie's bedroom. Turned on the light, checked all the corners with my pistol leading the way. At arm's length, I lowered the gun as something caught my eye in the center of the room. Stephanie's cell phone lay on the floor next to her bed. In the middle of the room, on the carpet, was a very small patch of blood. It wasn't more than a few drops. But the most chilling sight of all was that from the edge of her bed to the door of her room, which led out into the hall, was a trail of claw marks that she had left, as if something or someone had dragged her to her doom. I couldn't take it anymore. I turned and I left her room. On the way out, I couldn't help but notice that she had torn out most of her fingernails clawing at the carpet, and they lay scattered near the trails her fingers had left. I went out into the street and threw up again. I could hear the sirens coming in the distance. Days passed. Then weeks. Then months. The police did investigations. They questioned me time and time again, and every time my stories were the same. I told them the truth as I knew it, as unbelievable as it was. I don't think they believed me, but all the evidence supported my story, and there was nothing to implicate me in any of the crimes, so at length they finally let me go. Things gradually went back to normal. Our class eventually recovered from the losses of so many of our classmates. And over time, my mind kind of accepted what happened until it seemed like a distant dream. I graduated and I moved on to college. But there was one thing that bothered me through all of it. And that was Rottenbacher. And he had been exactly right. Even though Stephanie had taken that Sils, he never vanished in the way the others did. But there's one thing I do know, and that is to this very day, if you ever see Rottenbacher, he's still always wearing that red swastika armband. If power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely, then wouldn't you agree that any existing god would be the most corrupt being imaginable? The man stood up in the middle of our local pastor's sermon and spoke these words in a voice so loud I'm sure you could hear him outside. He framed the idea as a question, but his tone implied it was a matter of fact. No one had ever seen him in town before. It was a small town, and he was not exactly the kind of man you would forget. He was dressed in a black suit and tie, a long coat, and a wide-brimmed hat, which he wore even in church. Something I'd always been told was very disrespectful, though it was quickly clear this man had little to no respect for God or religion. A crop of blonde hair hung down over the back of his neck, and even from my seat 4 rows away, I could see the brilliance of his blue eyes when he turned to look at those behind him. "Son, may I please finish my sermon?" The pastor stepped down off the pulpit, his Bible still clutched in his liver-spotted fist. "No, you may not. I've asked a question, an important question to a man of God, and I expect an answer." His voice was soft as silk, with a distinct drawl that I couldn't quite place. All I could tell was that he wasn't local. He walked from his place along the crowd and over to where the pastor was standing, his smooth features a juxtaposition to the aging man of God. "You're applying a human flaw to the Lord. Corruption is a trait of mankind, not of God." The pastor seemed satisfied with his answer and crossed his arms. You could hear the congregation whisper as the stranger in black thought of a reply. "Indeed, corruption does appear to be distinctly human, does it not?" He turned and gestured over us as if we were the humans of which he spoke. "Yet aren't we made in his image, Pastor?" "Yes, we're also given free will. We make our own decisions about how we..." "Free will!" the stranger interrupted, and began to walk down the aisle towards the pulpit. "Yes, we do have free will. Free will to act as saint and sinner alike, though I'd be reluctant to say there are more of the latter than the former. That's what we do with free will and our meager power." He stepped onto the pulpit and looked over the crowd of confused churchgoers. "Son, I'm going to have to ask you to step down from there." The pastor looked like he'd aged another 5 years since the stranger began his diatribe. His face flushed red, and he was beginning to lose patience with the interloper in his church. "Oh, I will, just as soon as you prove to me that you have more right to be up here than me." The stranger flashed a toothy grin and tipped his hat to Mrs. Margot in the first row. He blew her a quick kiss before returning his attention to the crowd. Her husband gripped her arm and stood to leave, clearly made uncomfortable by the gesture. "I'm sorry, I can't sit here and listen to this anymore," Mr. Margot said to the pastor as he drug his wife along. "Mr. Margot, Mrs. Margot, I'm going to have to ask you to return to your seats till we've finished here." The stranger lowered his head and pointed one long finger in their direction. His frame seemed to extend just slightly as he did, making his arm look stretched and body look more lanky. Mr. Margot, Tim, to his friends, who I never really got to count myself, suddenly stopped in place and turned to face the stranger. Everyone sat in silence as the two simply looked at each other for what felt like forever. The stranger's sly smile still curled on his thin lips. Mr. Margot began to sweat and his body stiffened and convulsed. His eyes bugged out of his head, and Mrs. Margot, Janet to her friends, whom I also couldn't count myself, started asking if he was okay in worried tones. People started to rise from their seats to help him, as it had become clear something was seriously wrong. "Tim?" The first voice came. "He's having some kind of episode." Another arose from their seat and tried to push past others to get him. "A heart attack? Somebody help him! Sit the fuck down!" The last voice cut through the others like a freshly sharpened knife through the morning bread. It was the voice of the stranger. He jumped down from the pulpit and was walking towards the Margaux slowly. He walked by the pastor, he snatched the Bible from his hand, and kissed it before tossing it over his shoulder like trash. "This is you, isn't it? What are you doing to him?" Mrs. Margot screamed as the stranger got closer to them. Mr. Margot continued to convulse, but remained on his feet. The veins were popping from his neck and forehead, and his hands were clenched so tightly his knuckles had turned to ghostly white. Those who had previously gotten to their feet to help all seemed to shrink as the stranger passed them. He gave off an air of menace that worsened with each passing step. "God's infallible and omnipotent, my dear Janet." The stranger reached his hand out towards Mrs. Margot, and she recoiled in disgust. "I could do nothing he doesn't allow." With one motion, the stranger swung his arm around Mr. Margot and placed a hand over his face. "Don't you touch him!" someone screamed. I turned to look, but no one had taken to their feet to support their voice. We all just watched, even the pastor. The stranger looked up towards the ceiling and closed his eyes. He did a quick little two-step with his feet and raised the hand that wasn't covering Mr. Margot's face towards the sky. He imitated the over-exaggerations of a faith healer in a revival tent, the scene of slack-jawed onlookers making it seem even more accurate. "In the name of Jesus Christ the Savior and the God Almighty, you are healed." Nobody knew what to expect. But we most certainly didn't expect what happened. The back of Mr. Margot's head exploded outward as if someone had shot him between the eyes with a hunting rifle. The pews behind him were covered in blood, brains, and bits of skull. It took everyone a moment to realize what had happened before the screams again. I can remember being caught in a sudden maelstrom of panic as the churchgoers began screaming and scrambling for the door. The stranger let go of Mr. Margot's face and his body crumpled to the ground as people raced past the scene to get away. "Praise the Lord, for he is just and fair," the stranger shouted with a laugh as people piled against the heavy wooden doors of the church. "They won't open!" someone screamed. His sentiment was echoed by others, and the panic got worse. You could hear people crying and smashing their fists against the door. I was stuck in the back near Mr. Margot's body. I saw his wife kneel next to him, crying her eyes out, spattered with his blood. She held him, his neck hanging limply over her arm, his eyes still bugged out of his skull and face still frozen in tension. Suddenly a high-pitched whistle filled the church, and even in the madness, everyone turned to look. The stranger had taken his place on the pulpit. The pastor was standing just below him, looking where his Bible had fallen. "I ask you all take your seats till we finish the debate." He paused and looked down at the pastor, who in a feeble confusion was still hunting for his Bible. He jumped off the pulpit and snatched the book up off the floor where it landed after he threw it. "You're gonna need this," I saw him whisper to the pastor as he handed it over with a patronizing pat on the head. He returned to the pulpit to finish his address to the crowd. "Take a breath, my lovely sheep. A new shepherd has arrived." He removed his hat and hung it from the cross that was sat up behind him. His slick-back blonde hair looked as plastic as his smile. Everything about him was starting to look off. Even the sound of his voice was becoming less than human. "You may as well take your seats, children. Seems like you aren't going anywhere. Anyway." He straightened his tie. and dust off the sleeves of his jacket. Now, where was I before I was so rudely interrupted? Humanity is corrupt, wouldn't you agree? Lying, cheating, stealing, murdering. I'd call the human race a bunch of apes, but that would be an insult to the apes. The stranger picked his point back up from the last place he left off. He acted as if he were addressing the preacher, who currently looked confused and terrified, but he was actually addressing the whole room. So I postulate that if man is made in the image of his God, and man is a corrupt entity, wouldn't it stand to reason that God is a corrupt entity? The pastor, who had suddenly been called to be the defender of both humanity and the God he professed his love to and understand for so many years of his life, stood dumbfounded. The room was quiet, except for the occasional sob from Mrs. Margot. Everyone had retaken their seats as if falling directly into their role as the sheep the stranger claimed them to be. I was equally guilty, sitting quietly in the middle of the pack, watching the whole thing play out. The stranger was hypnotizing in a way that made you feel uncomfortable. His presence made the whole thing feel like a dream. Pastor Jerry? The stranger took a few steps across the pulpit and smacked the pastor in the back of the head. The pastor suddenly woke from the shock that he'd been in and looked fearfully into the eyes of the man who had just murdered one of his congregation and was holding the rest of us hostage somehow. Care for a rebuttal? Your argument? The pastor's voice shook, and he looked like he was going to cry. Put some fucking feeling into it, man. Bring the Old Testament down on my head, for fuck's sake. Fire, brimstone, all that jazz. The stranger picked up a candlestick and tossed it between his hands as he paced the front of the room. The pastor pressed his Bible to his chest and turned to the stranger with a bit more conviction. Your argument places the sins of man in the hands of God. But I say, again, we have free will. We choose to love. We choose to hate. And choose to accept the Lord. Even if you could apply the faults of man to God, I'd argue that more men are just than not. You would? The stranger threw his head back and laughed. Yes, I would. Look at my flock. The members of this community, all righteous folk, all good folk, kind folk. Oh, Jerry. Jerry, you little man, if only you knew the truth. The stranger was smiling and looked out over the crowd. Shall we drop some knowledge on the benevolent pastor here? There was a spell over us all. The only sounds that came from the crowd were uncomfortable shifts in seats and the occasional sob from Mrs. Margot. I felt frozen, transfixed on what was happening before my eyes. I, just like everyone else in that room, knew what the stranger was going to do next. We knew he was capable, even though we didn't know how. Why, we don't even have to go back that far to find little sin, do we? The stranger once again hopped down off the stage and walked the rows. His jacket was now flung over his shoulder in a casual manner, and he moved with a swagger of confidence. He stopped directly in front of Tim Dandridge, the man who ran the pharmacy. His bald head was sweating as he adjusted his glasses and wrapped his arms around his wife. The stranger leaned in close to look him in the eyes. In fact, just this morning there was some sin right out in Mr. Dandridge's truck. I have no idea what you're talking about. His voice was shaky. Oh, give me a break, Dandridge. Half the town already knows about this one. Might as well just come clean. The stranger stood and looked over at Annie, a senior in high school who was working at Mr. Dandridge's pharmacy. The stranger was right. Half the town did already know about what was happening. But small towns keep secrets in circles. Mrs. Dandridge started sobbing and pulling away from her husband. She'd already known too, but it was easy to ignore when you don't bring it up. You could see the smile spread back across the stranger's face. It moved like a spreading sickness over his cheeks, his porcelain white teeth making it even more plastic looking. He reached down and grabbed Mr. Dandridge by the collar, lifting him to his feet and holding an up-facing palm toward him as if he were showing him off to the crowd. Exhibit A, adultery. The stranger let go of his collar, and Mr. Dandridge dropped back to his seat next to his still sobbing wife. And with a girl just barely turned 18. Timmy, you nasty son of a biscuit. You could hear talk rise amongst the crowd. The talk of who knew already and those who just learned. Even in the midst of this surreal nightmare, everyone seemed to still love a good gossip. It's fine, Tim. The stranger snagged a Bible out of the cubby on the side of the pews and held it up in the air. As far as I know, no punishment too bad for you wandering dick in these pages. His eyes dropped to Annie, and his arms slowly followed, so he pointed the holy book right at her terrified face. Not too sure we're allowed to suffer the whore, though. The words had just barely left the stranger's mouth when Annie suddenly collapsed. You could hear the thwack sound as her head struck the pew in front of her when she was tumbling to the ground. Everyone was suddenly on their feet. Mr. Dandridge attempted to rush to Annie, but the stranger grabbed his collar and pulled him in close, as if he were trying to hug him. Drag her out to the center aisle, if you could. The stranger addressed those around her, and while they seemed uncomfortable doing so, they still followed his commands. I understood. The pull that came from his voice was strong, like nothing I'd ever heard. The men who were at first attempting to help her now drug Annie's convulsing body into everyone's view, which was exactly what the stranger wanted. She was lying nearly feet to feet with Mr. Margot's corpse when the men let go of her, and I heard the stranger command them back to their seats, an order they carried out with equally morose expressions. Please, let me go. Let me help her. Tim was struggling against the stranger's grip, flailing his arms and legs and trying his best to wiggle free. Behind him, his wife was crying into her hands. We all stared down at Annie as her tiny frame banged against the floor in seizures. No one came to her aid. We all just watched. Sometimes I wonder how much of that was the influence of the stranger, and how much was just our own disturbing curiosity and what was happening next. It burns! Annie screamed out, the white froth coming from the corners of her mouth. You could see her skin had gone flush red, and she clawed at her Sunday dress with both hands. Help me, please! The words came between shouts of pure agony. The stranger tossed Mr. Dandridge back in his seat. Behind the cries for help, I could hear him order Tim to stay put, like he was a dog. But I didn't dare take my eyes off Annie. I wanted to help her, but even if I'd gotten up, there was nothing I could do. The stranger got next to her and set his jacket on the floor next to him. He placed one hand on her forehead and rested the other on top of the Bible, which he placed on her chest. Oh my, dearie, dearie Lord, the stranger suddenly shouted out in his best Southern revival preacher voice. This girl is possessed. She's possessed by the forces of the devil himself. We're gonna need to drive these serpents out, good people. Can I get an amen? The crowd stayed quiet, watching as blood started to pour from the corners of Annie's mouth. She chewed through her own tongue. I said, can I get a motherfucking amen? The stranger's voice grew so loud, it nearly shook the walls. Half the crowd spoke a half-hearted amen in response. The stranger cocked his head and raised an eyebrow as if to say, really? And he shrugged and continued his act. Be gone, demons, be gone, foul corruption from the pits of Hades. As he pressed his hands to her, she convulsed more and more wildly. One of her dress shoes flew off, and her stockinged foot banged wildly against the pew next to her. Be gone, spawn of Satan, serpent-tongued creatures most cruel. She sprayed blood between her lips like a person trying to hold back vomit. Those sat closest to her recoiled as the mist sprayed them, but none rose to help. I cast thee out in the name of Jesus Christ. The stranger made a forceful press down on the Bible, and even from where I was sitting a few rows away, I could hear her ribs break. Tim was still just behind them. I saw him place his hands over his ears and lower his head, not wanting to see what happened next. She continued to shake, her hands and feet slapping wildly against the floor as her mouth opened, and something began to wriggle its way out. Snakes. One after the other. They were drenched in blood, and you could see her throat rise and fall as they conjured themselves from God knows where and slithered up her esophagus. There were 6 total, and people shrieked and raised their feet up to the bench as they crawled around below us, forked tongues lapping at the air. Annie's body stopped shaking, and the stranger, his pale complexion now dotted with blood, rose to his feet. He slid his jacket back on as everyone either watched for snakes at their feet or stared down at the now lifeless body of the young pharmacy clerk who lay dead in the aisle. I guess that one was nothing but sin. Not left to stand when it was exorcised, the stranger said with a sly look creeping over his face. Our pastor fainted, and the stranger retook his place in the pulpit. That's just one small example of the sin that rests among you. The stranger had returned to his sermon, now uncontested by anyone. The sickness in mankind is not your fault, though. It's passed down, inherited from a vain, obsessive, disgusting God who seeks your admiration but gives you so little in return. I noticed the snakes had all set themselves below the stage. They reached upwards towards the stranger's voice. All around me, people were crying. Some had vomited, some grumbled under their breath. None stood to challenge him, though. None stood to leave. In fact, none stood at all. It was the feeling of being pinned to your seat by restraints you couldn't see. "Are you the devil?" I heard one small voice say from the row in front of me. His parents quickly grabbed him and shushed him. I hoped the stranger hadn't heard, and not just for the boy's sake, but because I don't think I wanted to know the answer. The stranger turned his crimson-stained face, though, and smiled that plastic smile as he jumped down off the stage once more. There was a new jump in his step. Who said that? He scanned the room, stopping his eyes on all the children. Anyone? Anyone at all? I'll tell you the answer just as soon as you tell me who you are. He stopped in the row in front of me. The boy now had his face buried in his father's sleeve. His mother's hand rested upon his back. "Please, sir, we don't need an answer," the father pleaded. "Was it you, son?" The stranger reached out, and the father went to smack his hand away, but thought better. The stranger's stained fingertips slid to the boy's hair and pulled his head out of the crook of the father's arm gently. "Can you repeat the question? I don't think everyone heard." Are you the devil?" the little boy asked again, this time with new tears streaming from his eyes. "Did you learn about the devil in Sunday school, little one?" The stranger let go of the boy and returned to walking up and down the aisle. The boy went back to crying into his stunned father's sleeve without offering an answer. "Are you?" I heard someone else yell, broken free of the spell just long enough to act of their own will. Another shout followed with the same question on its lips, then another, and another. I suddenly felt the question rising up from me, not in my mind, but seemingly bubbling up from my stomach. With each time the question was barked out, I felt more of an urge to ask it myself. "You the devil? The lying one? Are you the morning star?" These questions weren't being asked by choice. Somehow he was making us ask them over and over, like a chorus. I shouted my own version of the question over and over again. Everyone yelled and shouted, suddenly looking for answers. The stranger raised his hand high over his head, as if this was an old Western stick-up. Then he slowly lowered them with flat palms facing down. A low and intense shush came from between his lips. A sound that nobody would have been able to hear over the yelling, but everyone could. The room slowly tapered off in noise as his hands dropped, till all the questions were silenced. When the stranger spoke next, his voice was less human than it had been previously, as if some sort of dark mask was starting to slip away. Lucifer! Poncy little bitch. A whining cunt who couldn't handle that daddy loved a bunch of apes more than him. He laughed and stepped back towards the pulpit. He stepped over the pastor, who was still passed out on the floor with the snakes circling around him, and up onto the stage. Never, throughout the whole time of God and man, has there been a creature more worthless, petty than angels. Never has there been an angel more worthless and petty than Lucifer. The stranger spit on the stage, and there was an animosity in his formerly plastic eyes. His blood-stained hands gripped the pulpit so tight, I thought he was going to snap the wood from its frame. Lucifer is the ultimate expression of my point. He is just another failure of a corrupt god who cares only about taking from those who worship him, like disgusting fallacy of a creator who sits back and watches his people damned to hell for their mistakes, for the sin he heaps upon them at birth. The stranger lowered his head for a moment, as if he was deep in thought. After a few seconds, his arms raised and he pointed a finger at the father of the boy who originally asked the question. To quote the great Johnny Cash, John said to Abraham, "Kill me a son." He raised his head. The fake plastic smile returned to his lips. Another gasp rose from the crowd as the father wrapped his hands around his son's throat and began to squeeze. You could see the father's eyes were filled with protest, but his hands moved independently of his mind. His wife next to him started screaming and trying to push him off, but the man's grip was so tight. I could hear him pleading with his wife to stop him. She was suddenly raised out of her seat and thrown across the church by some unseen force. You heard the sound of snapping bones as she struck the back wall hard enough to leave a crack in the plaster. God says Abraham's bitch should stay the fuck out of it. The father kept going, even when his son's face had turned nearly blue. Even as tears poured from both their eyes. Even when the boy's body went limp in his hands. Right there in front of the whole town. He killed his son. And we all did nothing but sit and watch. All of us. Except a stranger who stood at the pulpit and laughed. Well, I think I'm done here. The stranger took his coat from the cross and slipped it back on. He twirled his wide-brimmed hat in his blood palms for a second before placing it back on his head and jumping from the stage. He landed right in front of the pastor, who was finally waking from his time on the floor. As the stranger once again stepped over him, the snakes began to strike at the pastor's flesh. Over and over they struck, the pastor's screams of pain mixing with the wailing of those who'd suffered loss on that Sunday morning. The woman who'd lost her husband, the man who lost his mistress, and worst of all, the wailing, horrible cries of the father who killed his own son. If the stranger's aim was to test the group's faith in God, or break it, he had likely succeeded with most. You've all been great fun to debate with. He paused and looked down as he reached the door. No, actually, not really. He looked up towards the crowd again and smiled. None of you made a single good point. I could feel the weight that had been placed on the room starting to lift. It was as if the stranger was releasing his hold on the room. He no longer needed a captive audience. he'd made his point. Or had his fun. In my head, questions swirled, and as the heavy wooden door creaked open and the light of Sunday morning crept into the darkened atmosphere of the church, I found myself unable to hold back from saying something. "What are you?" I shouted towards the stranger, as before he stepped through the door and out into the steps. "What are you, and why did you do this?" The stranger stopped and looked over his shoulder in my direction. His eyes looked like voids when he was backlit by the sun. There was a genuine madness on his face. I huffed out of breath, as if standing and shouting was the greatest workout I'd ever been through, the feeling of the oppressive weight still lingering on my body. Meeting his gaze made me feel cold, down through my bones. I did this because I could. He turned halfway towards me, and I felt as if the whole world vanished and the two of us were left standing in a void as dark and empty as what was set in his eye sockets. He straightened his jacket again and spun on his heel. At first it seemed as if he would ignore the other part of my question. The meat of the knowledge that I wanted so badly and feared so terribly. Before the doors closed on him, though, and he vanished, to leave the stench of death and weight of guilt over our heads for the rest of our lives. He gave me an answer so unsatisfying it made me wish he'd killed me along with the others. As for your other question, his voice had started to fade as he walked down the steps. I'm whatever you think I am. As a kid, I was raised in a small fishing community in the eastern part of Canada, surrounded by the Gulf of St. Lawrence and the boreal forest. The entirety of the land was close to a 4,000-foot square, with an even smaller number of residents sprawled out over Main Street. The main road running through our little town and farming houses spread widely between areas of trees that were changed to domestic residential homes when agriculture stopped being profitable. In total, our community is surrounded by a vast expanse of ocean and a seemingly endless barrage of trees that spread over 55% of Canada's entire country. I spent most of my life hunting in those woods, so you can imagine my joy when my parents got me a hunting dog. Sandy was a Shetland sheepdog, and while they were more fit to be herding and tracking sheep over grassy plains rather than rabbits and deer through dense forests, it didn't stop me from taking him with me on every excursion I possibly could. Sandy had been by my side for enough hunting trips that he'd grown accustomed to waking up just before breaking daylight, and on a few occasions helped track down small game like squirrels and rabbits through considerably large areas of forest. Sandy wasn't my property. It wasn't treated like he belonged to me. Sandy was a member of the family, my best companion, and my truest friend. I think fondly back on all the times he'd sit in the front seat of my truck without being told, ready to go for a walk in whatever part of the forest I told him to. I can honestly say that there'll never be a dog that will fill the void Sandy left in my life. I find that dog lovers relate to that sentiment more than others. It was October 30th, the first day of deer hunting season. I've been talking with my family about taking Sandy, my hunting gear, and some essentials to one of the cabins my grandfather owned in his heyday, off an unmarked road a few hundred miles into the wilderness for a few days. This was met with a lot of protesting, but nothing could stop me from getting in some time looking for wild game in an area that wasn't already picked clean by illegal hunters earlier in the month. Everything was packed into the old blue Ford, Sandy included, and a few hours of driving later, we were setting up camp in one of my grandfather's secluded old cabins. Now, here's where things get fucked up. Sandy, I'm so sorry. I had spent most of the time of my life being in the wilderness. There were only a handful of times that things had gotten weird for me, but usually everything could be explained with scientific reason. That's why I brushed off Sandy's weirdness on the first few nights, chalking it up to the nervousness of a dog that's capable of hearing the far-off noises of various coyotes, wolves, bears, and moose. This was untouched territory, of course. There'd been plenty of time for wildlife to set up camp here, too. The first night was fairly normal. I'd set up Sandy's bed in the corner of the living room next to the TV that looked like it came out of the early 90s. I figured I'd give Sandy the option to have someplace to lay down for a while, despite the fact that he slept curled up with me 9 times out of 10. But close to 10 at night, Sandy looked straight at the wooden door and whined. I figured he needed to piss and open the door to let him out, not worried about having my best friend stray too far from me. Instead, he just sat inside the door, looking out at the forest edge beyond the path. I too stood and looked for a few minutes before deciding I just heard an errant critter close to the cabin. The rest of the night was fairly normal, and Sandy slept with me fine. The second night, I chalked the weirdness up to Sandy's stress. Earlier in the day, we'd been walking a few miles through the woods beyond the house, and I thought I heard the sound of twigs cracking under something heavy. I hoped it wasn't a moose, because my shotgun wouldn't have stood a chance against something like that, but something changed in Sandy that I didn't pay close attention to at the time. He hunched himself on his hind legs, his front pressed close to the ground, his mouth pulled up over his teeth, and he growled towards nothingness. I figured we'd try hunting again later, if whatever it was had left and should be feeling up to it. But once we were inside, he didn't want to move. Even when I tried to get him to go outside and do his business, he sat at the door and cried, wailing at me to let him know he didn't want to go out there. I didn't pressure him. If he pissed on the floor, so be it. Sandy never acted up before. I could excuse an accident or two if he really didn't want to go out there. Must have been a bear, I thought, before locking the door and calling it a night. The third night is where things went to hell, and I still don't fully understand what happened. Sandy didn't eat all day. I managed to shoot a rabbit in the early morning when Sandy decided that he didn't want to be outside any longer than he had to, and retired inside for the day. So I cooked it up, threw a little gravy on it, gave it to my dog. I didn't do this all the time, but I figured now was a special occasion. Maybe a treat would put him in a better mood for another walk the next day. Sandy didn't touch it. Didn't so much as sniff it. Instead, he just sat at my side on the couch, watching the doorway intently. I tucked him under one of my arms. He laid his head on my lap, eyes still locked on that door. Close to 3 hours of watching grainy VHS tapes on an outdated television set, Sandy started crying, hugging himself close to my body. Now, this is where my judgment took me down the wrong path, for the first time in many. Now, it must sound silly being my dog's protector rather than my dog being mine, but this was my family. I figured if there was something out there that was scaring Sandy so bad that it was my job to do something about it. So I loaded my 410, opened the door, stood in the doorway, and I waited. Must have waited at least a half hour, staring into nothing. There was barely any sound, save for the faint buzz of insects and leaves rustling in the cold autumn wind. Moose aren't elegant creatures, and if it were a moose, I would have heard it coming. Around the 40-minute mark, Sandy took off like a shot into the darkness of the trees beyond the path, barking wildly. I started to get worried, despite my knowledge that my dog isn't entirely helpless in the wild. There was still bigger animals that could have liked to take a bite out of him if there wasn't a lot of food for the winter. Sandy's barks faded away in the distance. And then they stopped altogether. I waited hours, standing in the doorway with my shotgun cocked, ready to put down whatever it was that was waiting in the woods. I waited hours for Sandy to come back to the house. I waited until the sun was cracking through the trees, and then I waited until the night, sitting on my porch step, feigning off sleep deprivation to see my dog come back. Sandy did come back. But not for another 3 days. Fog had rolled in at that point, and it was getting darker. The night painting the sky a navy blue. Tracking over the last few days proved futile. Started to get worried that I need to leave, find more provisions to last me the next few nights. I couldn't leave Sandy up there, lost in the woods, cold, probably hungry. The thought that he might be waiting out there for me to find him and bring him back home was distressing enough. I was packing the bag that hung on the coat rack next to the door with what I need for the next day's trip. I figured tomorrow would be the last day before I go into town and see if my father would help me find Sandy. He was a retired, graying man, but I was sure if I brought up Sandy's name, he'd be more than willing to help me search for him. Thankfully, Sandy came back before I'd even finished that train of thought. I saw him from the window on the path that led down the main road, a few dozen feet away from the house. Normally I'd hear him scamper to the door and paw at the door a few times, eager to come in, but this was different. I could see the reflection of his eyes, his green pearls in the murky fog that had swamped the house. For a moment I thought it might be an animal, but the outline of the body and the wisps of thick, low-lying clouds was unmistakable. Still, despite myself, I hesitated. There was something different about his body language. I stared out the window for a few more moments before reason overcame my gut instinct. I mean, Sandy could be hurt, I thought, or worse. I flung the door open, but he didn't come right away. Instead, he stood there, watching me intently, and when he didn't move, I whistled to him. "Here, Sandy!" I coaxed him towards the house. "Here, boy!" The way he moved was different. It was as though his hips had been dislocated and the angle of his paws changed direction with every step, as though he'd forgotten how to walk properly. His head was bowed to the ground, but his teeth weren't bared. He didn't seem aggressive. The only way I could describe the look he gave me was sheepish. Like he'd just gotten into something he wasn't supposed to, and I yelled at him for it. I thought he might hurt himself hopping up onto the elevated step if he dislocated his hip, but he did just fine. His back half swung a little, oddly enough, and his paws almost folded underneath him, but he didn't go sprawling. He sat on the step and didn't take his look off of me. It wasn't until I had moved from the doorway completely, opened the door wide, and waited for him to walk in that he moved. Straight to his bed. He didn't stop in my hand to sniff at me. He didn't wait for pets or jump up on me like he used to. It was straight to his bed, where he sat, and he watched me for quite some time afterward. I returned to the movie at hand. I called to him a few times, but he didn't respond. His ears didn't so much as raise to the sound of his voice, or with a pat of my hand on the worn-out couch beside me. I had missed my buddy, but I wasn't about to move him physically toward me. There was something about him that said I shouldn't have let him in. I chalked it up to silliness. A few hours later, I went to bed. The more I think back on it, I don't recall him blinking once. He sat there like a statue. When I turned off the light, I could see the reflection of jade green following me as I went into my room and shut the door. I could have sworn I heard him walk in the night. The sound of nails clicking against the wooden floor, coming up to the door of my room, but they were slow, deliberate, They weren't like the quickness of Sandy, realizing I'd gone to bed and coming to curl up. I heard the noises stop outside my bedroom, but I didn't hear his whine. I thought nothing of it. I just fell into a deep sleep. When I woke up in the morning, I figured it must have been a dream. Sandy was still sitting in the upright position I left him in when I went to bed. It was as though he didn't move a muscle the entire night. And when I said good morning, he didn't so much as wag his tail. He did follow me into the kitchen, but he paused at the doorway when I put his bowl down on the floor and filled it up with supermarket dog food. Once again, his back half moved weirdly as he slowly made his way towards me. There was a nagging feeling that something was off-putting about the way that he looked that day. It was like he got a little longer overnight. Sandy hunched down again, like when he was walking to the door the night before. He didn't come into the kitchen. I figured he must have been hungry being out in the wild for so long, but he eyed me like he was waiting for me to come a little closer rather than to touch the food. It goes without saying, but after a few moments of staring contest between me and my unblinking dog, I called off that foolishness and called his name out loudly. Not even a flinch. I didn't want to move closer to my dog to leave the kitchen door, but this was my Sandy. The most damage he'd ever done was to eat flies. Sure enough, as I passed him, he turned and his body swayed unnaturally, but he didn't move toward me. When I left that day, I couldn't find anything. The deer tracks in the mud were made a few days prior and went cold off naturally made trails through the woods. You couldn't hear bugs or birds or even the howl of the coyote nearby. The only sounds for miles away from the campsite were my own breathing and the sound of crunching leaves underneath my feet. When the sun started to set, I started making my way back, but I should have just packed my shit and left. Just behind a cluster of trees, with the house just visible beyond the rise, I figured I'd found out the reason why the animals had abandoned this place. Generally, when there are mass animal deaths, that usually means that something is wrong in the area of the slaughter, and wildlife are usually smart enough to get the hell out of Dodge. Even cats are bred instinctively not to like drinking from water that's close to where their food is, because if they saw a dead animal close to a stream, you'd figure the stream was tainted and find another source of water. Well, hundreds of squirrels were disemboweled and strewn across the grass in an almost perfect circle. Most of them were skinned alive, but when I turned to heave up all the contents of my stomach, there were a few dozen that were inside out. I couldn't help but vomit repeatedly as I tried my best to walk around the circle of tiny organs and mashed up bodies. Not just over the sight, but because the smell was ungodly. I don't know how long they'd been there, but if I stumbled across this sooner, I'd have left with Sandy in tow immediately after. Gradually, the body stopped and delved off into a random dead squirrel here and there. The biggest thing I managed to find, just a few feet off the unholy feeding ground, was a deer. It looked as though someone had decided to skin it alive from hind to neck and drape some of the skin over a branch like someone was tanning the hide. I don't know how long it had been there, but it smelled like it had been dead for quite some time, despite the fact that there wasn't a single fucking fly. The head had been cut clean off just above the shoulders. When I realized the organs had been removed, I moved from a walking pace through the forest to a jog. Thankfully, the cabin wasn't too far off. I heaved one final time, wiping my mouth off on the back of my sleeve, and looked up to the house to see Sandy watching me from the window. I tried to reason with myself and tell myself Sandy's odd behavior could have been trauma. I know it's stupid to think of it now, but at the time it was the only reasonable explanation I had to keep myself from going insane. The elongating body could have been the loneliness getting to me. Sandy had realized there was something up with this place, and the second he noticed it, I should have taken this warning and taken off into town. Once the door was shut behind me, I started packing the food and essentials back into the boxes, moving quickly to try and get my things into the truck before night came. It'd be dangerous to try and maneuver my way through the trails at night, as the hills of Kelly Mountain were steep. And in pitch darkness, with my only companion being my headlights, it would have been easy to slide off a ravine and never be heard from again. I didn't want to stay one more night, but I had no choice. I had gotten back to the house just moments before the sun finally receded past the horizon, and we were bathed in a navy blue sky once again. I didn't pay attention to Sandy. He just sat at his bed and watched me pack. I figured no harm, no foul. That there was stuff in the truck in the morning, and we'd be back in town before night the next day. Glancing at him for just a moment, it was a passing thought that he was looking a little longer today. And when I went to bed, it was a hard time getting to sleep for the next few hours. Must have been close to 4 or 5 in the morning when I heard it. The sound of whistling. The same whistle I used to call my dog. I broke out into a cold sweat when I realized that whoever slaughtered those squirrels, hung the skin up, left what he didn't need. It could have very well broken into my house. The door to my room didn't make a sound as I opened it slowly. Thankfully, I waited a moment, listening to someone call my dog for a few more seconds before I dared poke my head out from the doorframe to get a good look at whoever it was that could have hurt Sandy. The outside door was open. All I saw was the back half of Sandy, too long and lanky, almost coiled around the back of the door. His front half was outside. Whatever it was that had impersonated my dog, it was whistling slowly, calling for Sandy. I could have sworn that it had hunched down to the ground again and said, "Sandy," in the most ungodly voice I'd ever fucking heard. I closed the door just as softly as I'd opened it. I don't know how long I waited with my back pressed against the door. I knew I left my gun in the bag on the coat rack. I know I didn't sleep. I waited until I saw the sun break over the horizon, and I waited for some more. Until it must have been midday, and I finally got the balls to open the door again and make a break for the truck. I wouldn't die in this place. Sandy was gone. And the door was open, his food was untouched, but the fridge was open, and all of the meat was gone. I didn't bother packing his stuff. I just threw my bag over my shoulder, made my way to the fort as fast as I could, and turned on the ignition. I couldn't describe the feeling that overcame me as I realized I'd have to leave Sandy in this place. The thought that he could be dead was never a thought in my mind. I don't think I could cope with the knowledge that whatever I allowed in my house, whatever disemboweled those animals, what I could have done with him. I made my way down the winding paths and roads as fast as I possibly could without veering off the cliffs. It felt like I was turning in circles down this labyrinth that would take me back to that house, but when I reached the pavement on the stretch of road back to town, I felt relief wash over me, thinking I was safe. Just as I was pulling off into the cement, I felt something hard hit the back windshield, sending broken glass into the passenger seat. I only got a glimpse of the deer's decapitated head, catching an unbroken glass and tumbling into the back seat. I cried for most of the way home, hands clenching the steering wheel so hard my knuckles were white. I wish I could leave this off at a positive note. I wish I could tell you that I found Sandy at home, waiting for me. I wish I could tell you that this was the end of it. Traumatizing experience in the woods that I'll get over with time. Last night I found it hard to sleep. I kept playing the entirety of my trip to Kelly's Mountain in my head. I figured I wouldn't be sleeping for a while, and I just laid there, listening to the wind through my open window. I could have sworn I heard the whistle I used to call my dog with, coming from the forest's edge. If you go on trips with your dog, I advise you don't let him out of your sight for too long. Because what comes back might not be your dog. During the summer of 2003, events in the northeastern United States involving a strange, human-like creature sparked brief local media interest before an apparent blackout was enacted. Little to no information was left intact, as most online and written accounts of the creature were mysteriously destroyed. Primarily focused on rural New York State and once found in Idaho, self-proclaimed witnesses told stories of their encounters with a creature of unknown origin. Emotions ranged from extremely traumatic levels of fright and discomfort to an almost childlike sense of playfulness and curiosity. While their published versions are no longer on record, the memories remain powerful. Several of the involved parties began looking for answers that year. In early 2006, the collaboration had accumulated nearly 24 documents dating between the 12th century and present day, spanning 4 continents. In almost all cases, the stories were identical. I've been in contact with a member of this group and was able to get some excerpts from their upcoming book. A suicide note, 1964. As I prepare to take my life, I feel it necessary to assuage my guilt or pain. I feel it necessary to assuage my guilt or pain I have introduced through this act. It is not the fault of anyone other than him. For once, I awoke and felt his presence. And once, I awoke and saw his form. Once again, I awoke and heard his voice and looked into his eyes. I cannot sleep without fear of what I might next awake to experience. I cannot ever wake. Goodbye. Found in the same wooden box were 2 empty envelopes addressed to William and Rose, and 1 loose personal letter with no envelope. Dearest Lynn, I have prayed for you. He spoke your name. A journal entry translated from Spanish, 1880. I've experienced the greatest terror. I've experienced the greatest terror. I've experienced the greatest terror. I see his eyes when I close mine. They're hollow, black. They saw me and pierced me. His wet hand. I'll not sleep. His voice. A mariner's log, 1691. He came to me in my sleep. From the foot of my bed, I felt a sensation. He took everything. We must return to England. We shall not come here again at the request of the Rake. From a witness in 2006. 3 years ago, I had just returned from a trip to Niagara Falls with my family for the 4th of July. We were all very exhausted after a long day of driving, so my husband and I put the kids straight to bed and called it a night. At about 4 a.m., I woke up thinking my husband had gotten up to use the restroom. I used the moment to steal back the sheets, only to wake him in the process. I apologized and told him I thought that he was out of bed. When he turned to face me, he gasped, pulled his feet up from the end of the bed so quickly his knee almost knocked me out of the bed. He then grabbed me and said nothing. After adjusting to the dark for a half second, I was able to see what caused the strange reaction. At the foot of the bed, sitting and facing away from us, was what appeared to be a naked man, or a large, hairless dog of some sort. Its body position was disturbing and unnatural, as if it had been hit by a car or something. For some reason, I was not instantly frightened by it, but more concerned as to its condition. At this point, I was somewhat under the assumption that we were supposed to help him. My husband was peering over his arm and knee, tucked into the fetal position, occasionally glancing at me before returning to the creature. In a flurry of motion, it scrambled around the side of the bed and then crawled quickly in a flailing sort of way right along the covers until it was less than a foot from my husband's face. It was completely silent for about 30 seconds, probably closer to 5, but it seemed like a while, and just looked at my husband. It then placed its hand on his knee and ran into the hallway leading to the kids' room. I screamed. I ran for the light switch, planning to stop this thing before I hurt my children. When I got to the hallway, the light from the bedroom was enough to see it crouched and hunched over about 20 feet away. It turned around and looked directly at me, covered in blood. I flipped the switch on the wall and saw my daughter, Clara. The creature ran down the stairs as my husband and I rushed to help our daughter. She was badly injured, spoke only once more in her short life. She said, "He is the Rake." My husband drove his car into a lake that night while rushing our daughter to the hospital. They didn't survive. Being a small town, news got around pretty quick. The police were helpful at first, and the local newspaper took a lot of interest as well. However, the story was never published, and the local television news never followed up either. For several months, my son Justin and I stayed in a hotel near my parents' house. After we decided to return home, I began looking for answers myself. I eventually located a man in the next town over who had a similar story. We got in contact, talked about our experiences. He knew of 2 other people in New York who had seen the creature that we now refer to as the Rake. It took the 4 of us 2 solid years of hunting on the internet and writing letters to come up with a small collection of what we believed to be accounts of the Rake. None of them gave any details, history, or follow-up. One journal held an entry involving the creature in its first 3 pages, then never mentioned it again. The ship's log explained nothing of the encounter, saying only that they were told to leave by the Rake. That was the last entry on the log. There were, however, many instances where the creature's visits was one of a series of visits with the same person. Multiple people also mentioned being spoken to, my daughter included. This led to wonder if the Rake had visited any of us before our last encounter. I set up a digital recorder next to my bed, left it running all night, every night for 2 weeks. I would tediously scan through the sounds of me rolling around in my bed each day when I woke up. By the end of the 2nd week, I was quite used to the occasional sound of sleep while blurring through the recordings 8 times the normal speed. It still took almost an hour. On the first day of the 3rd week, I thought I heard something different. What I found was a shrill voice. It was the Rake. You can't listen to it long enough to even begin to transcribe it. I haven't let anyone listen to it yet. All I know is that I've heard it before, and I now believe that it spoke when it was sitting in front of my husband. I don't remember hearing anything at the time, but for some reason, the voice on the recorder immediately brings me back to that moment. The thoughts that might have gone through my daughter's head made me very upset. I haven't seen the Rake since he ruined my life, but I know that he's been in my room while I slept. I know, and I fear that one night, I'll wake up to see him staring at me. I'm not a paranormal investigator. I'm an author. While looking for inspiration for a book, I came across a series of stories surrounding a home in the American Pacific Northwest. It's an extremely ordinary-looking house in an extremely ordinary-looking residential neighborhood, but the stories that have emanated from its former residents and the people who live in the town that it's located in are quite extraordinary. Through my research of the house on Wendell Lane, I've come across accounts that range from the supernatural to just plain bizarre. In order to protect the privacy of the people in the town and the current inhabitants of the house on Wendell Lane, I have not only changed the name of everyone in these stories, but the name of the street as well. Wendell Lane is just an alias for the true location of these accounts. Daniel Huff is a drifter who's been described as dangerous and unbalanced. He is currently wanted for the murder of his wife, Margaret. 7 years ago, she was allegedly thrown from the top of their apartment complex. Daniel, who was the only witness, claimed that she jumped, but disappeared shortly after an investigation was launched. He's been said to turn up at the funerals of suicide victims making strange claims and asking family members about the circumstances surrounding their loved ones' deaths. In March of this year, an anonymous tip led police to a hotel room he had rented in Portsmouth, Rhode Island. He was not present, but many of his belongings were recovered. The following is an excerpt from his audio journal. It involves a former resident of the house on Wendell Lane. The case he references is very public, so the important names have been edited out in order to prevent people from digging into the house and learning its true location. Margaret, it's been 7 years, and every morning when I wake up, I still roll over expecting to see you there, lying next to me. I swear you used to glow in the morning. It isn't fair what happened. It isn't right with it. That thing did to you. I'm gonna make it pay, though. I promise you, I'm gonna make it pay. Things have been quiet for about 6 months. Thought the trail had run cold, but 5 weeks ago, a story started getting picked up by media circles, and I thought it sounded like our friend was back. A woman in recently headlines for the murder of her 8-year-old daughter. Her defense attorney was lobbying hard for an insanity plea since she claims to be suffering from a total loss of memory in the hours surrounding her daughter's death. This situation-specific amnesia might sound all too convenient, but her story did share some common elements with the other cases I've looked into, so I've decided to dig a little deeper. I was glad I did, because what I found was exactly the kind of break I've been waiting for. A clinical psychologist was assigned to the case in order to assess her mental faculties. He performed many tests during his examination and did eventually concluded that her insanity plea did carry merit. During his testimony, he cited the hypnotherapy sessions he performed on her as one of the things that swayed his decision. I was able to obtain a copy of one of these sessions after breaking into his office, and after listening to it, my suspicions were confirmed. Damn thing's reared its ugly head again and ruined yet another person's life. Still, it's curious this happened on the other side of the country. Did my thinking that it only seemed to lurk around the Northeast, since every single incident that's ever been reported has come out of New England. Here it is, turning up in... Strange. There could be another factor at play here. I've looked into the place, and though this is the only incident regarding the creature I've been hunting, the house itself, I don't know, it seems to have a history of paranormal activity. Maybe some places are just magnets for these types of things, I don't know. I don't really care. All that matters is that I find this thing and I put it down. Play the recording I've obtained. Margaret, if you can hear it, I know you'd be pleased. It's back, and I feel like I'm closer to it than ever. So you hadn't heard the stories? No, I hadn't heard any of the stories about the house until after Lily and I moved in. I actually first heard about it through her. She came crying home from school one day because the kids found out where she lived and were teasing her about it. What do they say? The kids say it was haunted. Do you believe that? Is that why you're here? No, I don't think it's haunted. I mean, I don't know, but I think it's something else. You said you heard other stories. Yeah, a guy I work with lived in the town his whole life. He had at least a dozen different stories he's heard over the years. My neighbor's teenage daughter wouldn't babysit Lily unless she came over to her house. So, are you ready to begin the hypnotherapy session? Yeah, I'm ready, Doctor. I'm going to fast forward the audio here. The doctor spends about 20 minutes getting her in the right state of mind. It isn't important. The audio will pick back up at the good stuff. I always thought hypnosis was bullshit, but whatever he did seemed to work, because it doesn't really sound like herself anymore. It's like she's been sedated, like she's, I don't know, taking a bunch of morphine or something. Please tell me your name. My name's Jean. Very good. I want you to listen to me. Pay attention to my questions. Answer them the best of your ability. You're back in the house now, right before Lily died. Tell me what you see. It's late. I'm looking at the digital clock on the DVD player. It's 2:22 a.m. Can't sleep? No. I tried earlier, but something didn't feel right. I've never felt so uncomfortable in my own bed before. So what do? You watch TV? Yes. But nothing is on. Still, it feels better than lying in bed. Where's Lily? I put her to bed hours ago. She cried when I tucked her in. And why was she crying? She said that she saw a monster in her room last night. She was scared. I told her that if she gets scared, she can hide under her blanket, and that no monster can get her there. So you're watching TV. You look at the clock, it says 2:22. Then what? I hear a noise coming from Lily's room. A noise? What kind of noise? Like a thud? No, like an animal. Or a man. I don't know, it sounds like a person growling, like if a person was doing an impression of what an angry dog might sound like. Could it be Lily? I don't think Lily can make this noise. She's only 8, and this voice has too much bass in it for a little girl. I'm scared. What happens next? As I approach the door, the noise gets louder. I open the door. And what do you see? It's Lily. She's standing in the middle of her room with her lavender floral print blanket draped over her head. It's oversized, and she's just a little girl, so it covers her whole body and drapes across the floor. I think she's facing the closet. The noise is coming from her. Has Lily ever done anything like this before? No. What happens next? I call her name. I'm so nervous that my voice barely escapes as a whisper. She stops making that snarling noise and turns in my direction. Lily, I say a little louder. What are you doing? Then I hear Lily's voice. It's barely audible. Mommy. It sends shivers down my spine because it's not coming from the blanket." Lily's voice isn't coming from the blanket. Where's it coming from then? "From her closet. I tiptoe around the mound in the middle of the room. I keep my eyes on it the whole time. It doesn't move, but it begins growling again. It's louder this time. My heart is racing 1,000,000 miles an hour. I feel like it's going to jump out of my chest. I get to the closet and open the door. Lily is sitting behind it. She's been crying. I pick her up in my arms. She buries her head on my shoulder." "Something else is in the room with you and Lily, and it's under the blanket." "Yes. I'm not fully grasping it until just now. I'm praying in my head that whatever is under Lily's blanket doesn't come out. It's still growling. The noise is getting louder, and now I know I have to go back around it to get to the door." "What is Lily doing?" "She is crying, holding me tight." "And what happens next?" "I start to move slowly for the door, but it begins to shift under the blanket. I feel like my legs are frozen." "Frozen how? Too scared to move?" "I'm scared, but I don't know. I just can't move. Then it shows itself to me. It comes out from under the blanket, and it's terrible. It's a monster. There's no other way to describe it. It has big black eyes and long, sharp fingers. Its skin is yellow. Its mouth, it's awful. It's the most awful thing I've ever seen." "You still can't move?" "My whole body feels like a statue. Lily's begging me to run, but I can't. It moves like an animal, stalking us on all fours, but in my heart I know it's not me that it wants, it's her." "It wants Lily?" Yes, it sneaks its way right up to us, but it's completely ignoring me now, and I'm not sure if it ever really cared I was there. I realize now I can't talk. God, why can't I talk? I'm paralyzed. Lily's scared. It's staring right into her eyes. It extends a finger and scratches her on the cheek. I want to scream, but I can't. I'm helpless. This thing just made my baby bleed. I think I want to watch as it tortures her, but after that, it leaves. It leaves. Where does it go? Out the window. I can move again after that. I carry Lily into the kitchen. I put her on the counter so I can dial the police. Is she still crying? No, she's catatonic. I'm terrified, so I can't imagine how she must be feeling. When I finally get the operator, I tell her what happened, but she doesn't believe me. She asks if I'm on any medication. And what happens next? I remember the window's unlocked in Lily's bedroom, so I head back in there to make sure the thing hasn't returned. And it isn't back. I lock the window, and as I'm doing this, I'm trying to convince the damn dispatcher to send the police over to my house, and then I go back into the kitchen. Lily is standing there with a carving knife. She has it pointed towards her stomach. She looks at me, except she's not looking at me. She's looking through me. And her eyes are glassy and glazed over, and again I'm frozen. Even though I locked the window, I can feel that thing's presence in the room. I can't move. I want to go to her, but I can't. Something's not letting me. She drives the knife into her stomach. She does it again and again and again, and it's terrible. And when she's done, she falls to the floor, and her face is white. So much blood all over the floor. I'm in shock. All I could do is stare at her right before she shuts her eyes, and she whispers something to me. It's barely audible, but I'm able to hear it. What does she say? She says, he is the Rake. Go to bed and wait for the Sandman. Even as it came out of James's mouth, it seemed to him a strange thing to say, and he wasn't sure why he had. But for some reason it worked. Daniel went to bed. The next morning, though, he asked, "What does the Sandman look like?" James was making breakfast. Daniel sat at the table, short legs swinging under his chair. Nothing really, James said. It's just an expression. What does that mean? Just something people say. He put a plate of eggs in front of Daniel and kissed him on the top of his head. He thought that would be the end of it. Until he saw the Sandman for himself. He was getting ready for bed and stopped by Daniel's room to check on him while he slept, as he often did. It was such a routine precaution that when he saw a pale, naked man sitting on the edge of Daniel's bed, rocking back and forth, it took a moment for him to process what he was seeing. He reacted the way any father would, of course. He ran into the room screaming, and for a moment, he thought about attacking the intruder. But then the man on the bed turned, and that's when James saw that it wasn't really a man. It was a pale, slithery thing, hairless and warped. Its joints turned the wrong way, its body out of shape with itself. When it moved, it was like an insane marionette dancing on a stage. James froze. The skittering thing watched him. He felt spreading warmth, and he realized he'd pissed his pants. Only when he remembered that Daniel was still in the bed, staring at the broken-shaped thing sitting a foot away, did he regain the courage to move. He grabbed Daniel and ran. In the hall, he turned to see if the thing would follow him, but it didn't. For a moment, it watched, and then, moving like a stop-motion nightmare, it crawled to the window and jumped out, leaving only the billowing curtains to mark its passing. James had trouble talking to the police. He reported a break-in, but when asked to describe the intruder, he didn't know what to say. How could he make the ordinary man in the blue uniform, sitting at his kitchen table while two of his colleagues searched the house, understand a thing like he'd seen? He couldn't even understand it himself. To make it worse, Daniel's memory did not correspond to James's. He described an ordinary-looking burglar, a man in a mask, he said. James thought about it. Had it been a mask? No, it would had to have been a full costume, an elaborate one, something like they would use for a movie, and that wouldn't explain the way it moved. But in the end, he simply echoed his son's testimony. A man in a mask, he said. A burglar. The lie unsettled him almost as much as what had happened. The doctor said Daniel wasn't hurt. It showed no signs of molestation. James was relieved. They stayed at a motel for a couple of nights until they felt ready to come home, and then James had a new security system installed, along with bars on the windows. He didn't like the sight of them in Daniel's room, but it seemed like the only thing to do. James was frightened that first night back in the house, but Daniel, strangely, was not. When asked if he felt okay sleeping alone, he just said yes. In the end, it was James who found himself wishing that he were not sleeping alone. He was up all night listening for the sound of anything moving in the house, although he had convinced himself that his memory was faulty and that it had been a normal, albeit probably deeply disturbed, man in his son's room. When he closed his eyes, even for a moment, he pictured bloodless skin, a twisted, inhuman face. He found himself wondering, why my house? Why my family? He knew, of course, that there didn't have to be a reason. But still, he wondered. 2 weeks later, Daniel stopped talking. James didn't notice at first. Kids went through quiet phases sometimes, but eventually he tried to get Daniel to talk, and he wouldn't. Eventually, it became clear that he couldn't. Back to the doctor they went. Nothing wrong with him that we can see, was the diagnosis. Was it the trauma? James asked. Could be, they said. Sometimes these things come on late. Children can be a mystery, even to those who know them best. They recommended a child psychiatrist whom James couldn't afford. He could not, for that matter, even afford the bill they were giving him now. Nothing seemed to help. Daniel would write out answers to questions sometimes, but never more than a yes or no. When James would ask him what was wrong, or if he'd seen or heard anything that frightened him, Daniel would only stare. He seemed furtive and bemused. James found himself missing the sound of his son's voice. Sometimes he wanted to hear it so bad that he ached, but it seemed that Daniel would not talk again until he was ready. James had other things to worry about, too. He was convinced, beyond reason, that the intruder was not really gone. Though the alarm never went off, and the locks and bars remained undisturbed, he was sure that he heard movement in the night. Not normal movement. It was a sound like a huge snake slithering through the house. When he heard it, he imagined horrible things. Nothing was ever there when he went to investigate, though he often thought he glimpsed something just out the corner of his eye. A pale foot, or a misshapen shadow that would slink away as soon as he turned. He rarely slept. And when he did, he had haunted dreams. Soon he realized he had not left the house in weeks, except to go to the bank and to buy groceries. He felt hemmed in. With Daniel acting mute, he hadn't had an actual conversation with anyone in weeks. So he called his mother. The connection was bad, and her voice sounded faint, on the verge of being not there at all. "I guess I'm okay, Ma," he said, pausing to wipe the sweat from his palms, and then make sure that he could hear Daniel playing in the next room. "But things have been a little rough. We had a break-in." "Oh, how awful," Mom said. "Did they take anything?" "Nah, just ran off. It was weird, though. I haven't really felt comfortable since then." "Are you still working at the hospital?" "No, Ma, I left last year. You know that." "Oh, well, have you been getting out? What about that nice woman you were seeing last year, the one who played the piano?" James scowled. She was always asking that kind of thing. Didn't she know how hard it was being a single father? He didn't have the time. He was about to say so, and something made him pause. "Ma, is anyone else on the line?" "I don't think so." James was sure he heard it, though. The short, gasping sound of someone trying to hold their breath and failing. A cold feeling crept across the back of his neck. "You're sure nobody's listening on your other phone?" "Dear, there is no other phone. I'm on the cell. That's why the service is so bad." "Then what is..." James stopped. If the sound wasn't coming from her end, then... He dropped the phone and raced to the hall. The extension hung on its hook, undisturbed. Heart pounding, he hurtled into the garage. The spare phone sat on the workbench. No one was in sight. Could someone have been here all along, listening to his phone call, and then slithered away? Might they be here even now? The next day, he took out the extra phone extensions. He even filled in the jacks with rubber cement. Daniel watched him work, eyes curious, but James offered no explanation. He began giving Daniel a light physical exam every week. His CNA training was a little rusty after a year in disability, but you never really forget. It was an absurd thing to do, of course. Even if there was a physical cause for Daniel's behavior, it'd be nothing he could discover this way. And he was aware, on some level, that it was compulsive behavior. Nevertheless, it made him feel better. One morning, James set the diaphragm of the stethoscope against Daniel's chest. But he could not locate a heartbeat. He moved his hand in search of the right spot, to no avail. Then, to test it, he listened to his own heartbeat. Came through, steady and clear. But when he checked Daniel again, he didn't hear anything. A thought came unbidden to him of the Tin Man in The Wizard of Oz, whose chest was empty as a kettle. A sick feeling roiled in his stomach. He threw the stethoscope down and grabbed Daniel by the shoulders, looking into his face. Daniel stared back with bright eyes. He even smiled a little with the corners of his mouth. James felt the tingle of tears. He swept his son up in his arms and hugged him, and Daniel hugged back. Then James put his shirt back on him and sent him to play. The stethoscope, he decided, was broken. He threw it in the trash. Things got worse. James's terrors were no longer relegated to the long hours of the night. Now it seemed that some creeping, some skittering and scuttling, some unknowable noise in some dark corner or another filled every second of his day. The thought of how big the house really was started to weigh on him. There were so many rooms he wasn't in at any given time, so many places someone or something else could be. He imagined strange figures occupying the rest of his home when he wasn't around, melting into the walls or merging with the shadows whenever he turned on a light or opened a door. How would he know if they were there? How would he ever know? Soon he didn't even have to be outside of a room to imagine it. When he walked up the stairs, he pictured pale figures lurking beneath them. When he went down the hall, he pictured a crawling thing slithering behind the walls, shadowing his every step. If he sat too long in the same chair, he imagined that it was right behind him. And he was never comfortable when he turned around and found nothing there. As he could only guess, that meant that it had moved, swiftly and silently, behind him once again. Wherever he was not looking right now, that was where he imagined it to be. He was losing his mind, he knew. The only thing that helped him cling to sanity was that Daniel seemed undisturbed. Other than his muteness, his behavior was perfectly normal. And whenever he seemed to sense that his father was troubled, he would hug him or squeeze his hand or even smile. Sometimes when he left the room, James cried. One night he found himself creeping around the house with no lights on at 2 o'clock in the morning. If the intruding thing had taken to violating his daytime activities, then he would get revenge by confronting it on its own terms. The night. And really, night was no more frightening to him now than day. They were almost interchangeable. He padded barefoot down the halls, up the stairs, in and out of disused rooms. Sometimes he stopped to listen, hoping to locate it by sound. It was a stealthy, creeping thing, he knew, but it was awkward at times, and he couldn't always keep its strangely shaped limbs from making their distinct, irregular footsteps. The smallest noise would give it away. There was one room he suspected it spent most of its time in. The spare room. Not a bedroom at all, really, more like a closet, just large enough to accommodate a bed if one was so inclined. It was unpainted and uncarpeted, drafty. He'd always meant to fix it up. He didn't come in here very often because he disliked the bare, unused look of it. It made him think of a partially dissected corpse. He came in now, though. If the thing made its nest any one place in the house, this would be it. Of course. There was nothing there now. But that didn't mean there was nothing there. He cursed, running a hand through his sweat-damp hair. What was he missing? How did it hide from him? What was its secret? He peered into the room's empty corners one by one, getting his face a few inches from the plaster and floorboards so that he could be certain that there was no space for it to conceal itself. The light bulb flickered. He froze. My God, he thought. It's on the ceiling. He pictured it crawling above him like a huge pale lizard. That's how it gets around, he thought. That's how it escapes any time I should have cornered it. Just scuttles up the wall and hides right over my head. He imagined it dangling down behind him like a spider. If I turn around, he thought, it'll be there, hanging with its face right next to mine. He held his breath. He did not want to turn around, but he had no choice. It was between him and the door. With a quiet sob, he rounded on his heels. Of course, he was alone. There was no man on the ceiling. He checked twice. Maybe it crawled out and was waiting for him in the hall. But when he checked there, the coast was once again clear. It should have been a relief. But it was not. After all, it had to be in here somewhere. If the ceiling wasn't its trick, that just meant it was something else, something even more strange, even more clever. He went to Daniel's room. He hadn't stopped checking on him at night like he always had. This time, though, rather than open the door, he listened at first, pressing his ear against the grain of the cheap wood and holding his breath, terrified that he would hear a skittering sound on the other side of the barrier. What he heard instead shocked him more. Daniel was talking to someone. James recoiled for a second, and then, when he caught his breath, he all but kicked the door in. Daniel was already awake, indeed, sitting up in bed, but he wasn't saying anything now. The light flashed on, and James stalked halfway into the room before stopping, suddenly torn. What did he want more? To confirm that his son could speak again, or to find whomever he was speaking to? The creak of a door hinge settled the matter for him. He ran to the closet and threw it open. There was nothing inside. Or at least, nothing that shouldn't be there. He swept aside clothes on their hangers, but nothing was hiding behind them. Then he dragged the toy box out and emptied it under the floor. Nothing. He combed along the bare walls and floor and, yes, the ceiling, pushing aside every last bit of rubbish and stray knickknacks so that he could be sure, absolutely sure, that nothing was hiding. All the while, Daniel watched him. After a few minutes, James was panting and covered in sweat, and the closet was bare, and there was neither intruder nor answer inside. It struck him as funny, somehow, and he started to laugh very quietly. He kicked his son's toys out of the way as he went to sit down on the bed, dazed. He became aware all at once of several things, first being that he had not slept in days. It was nowhere near his right mind. The second was how close he'd come to really losing it. For good. Tomorrow, he decided they would both sleep until the afternoon. And when they did wake up, he and Daniel would get out of this creaky old house. No more staying cooped up like prisoners, no more checkups, and no more dreams about monsters. He'd even take the bars off the windows. It was time to get back to living like real people again. James saw it when he brushed a hand through Daniel's hair. He pulled Daniel a little too roughly closer. His son acquiesced to the examination without fidgeting or complaint, as James pawed the side of his head, hoping that what he was seeing would somehow stop being apparent. He stared and stared until he ached from not blinking, but there was no denying what was right in front of his eyes. Daniel was missing an ear. No, he realized with mounting nausea, both ears. There was no injury, no incision, no mark where they should have been, simply smooth, blank flesh. As blank as Daniel's quiet, unperturbed demeanor. James swept him up in his arms and ran into the hall. He wasn't sure where he was going or what he meant to do when he got there. He just knew that there was now nothing more important than getting his son out of that house, but their path was cut off. A naked man sat in the hallway with his back to them. No, not a man. James recognized its stretched limbs and stooped shoulders. The pale thing squatted on its haunches, rocking back and forth like it was palsied. It almost seemed to be in pain. James hugged his son closer and backed away, then he heard Daniel's voice. "Daddy?" James turned to Daniel and he heard the voice again. "Daddy?" But Daniel's lips hadn't moved. James looked back at the hunched figure. Its head jerked when it talked like a tick. "Hello, Daddy?" James's mouth went dry. It took several tries before he could speak. "Don't call me that. It is this voice's name for you. Go away. Leave my family alone." "But I am your family." The longer it talked, the more the voice became distorted and blurred. An icy feeling nestled in James's stomach. "Who are you?" "Someone who came to visit." "Why here?" "You invited me." James's heart thudded against the inside of his chest. "Why?" "I had something you wanted." James licked his dry lips. "You're lying. You don't have anything I want. I want you to leave. Leave and never come back." "Who is Daniel's mother?" James blinked. "What?" "Who is Daniel's mother?" "The hell kind of question is that?" "How old is Daniel?" James blinked again, the thing's voice causing a pinching pain in the center of his forehead. Stop asking me these things." "When is Daniel's birthday? I don't know. What is his middle name? Shut up! What was his first word? I said, shut up! James wanted to tear this thing apart with his bare hands. Only the heaviness of Daniel in his arms kept him where he was. You were alone. You wanted a son, so I made one for you. James's hands began to shake. That doesn't make sense. Made out of what? Out of myself. James's stomach turned over. But now I need those parts back. Daniel picked at James's shoulder to get his attention. Something was strange about Daniel's face. Danny, open your eyes. Daniel scrunched his eyes shut tighter. Open your eyes. Danny, open your eyes. Daniel shook his head, trying to refuse, but he couldn't hold it forever. Eventually, his eyelids flicked up and James saw the truth. Daniel's eyes were gone. James almost dropped him. For a second, he wanted to throw his son down so that he could stop looking into those empty holes in his face. Daniel opened his mouth as if to speak, but of course, he had no voice. He is coming back to be a part of me again. No, give him back. Give him back. I cannot. It's been too long. I warned you this would happen. You're lying. You're lying. You're a fucking liar. Give me my son back. Give him back. I do not lie. I warned you. He could not exist forever. But you do not remember. You can only remember what I want you to. You forget all the times we've talked. Daniel felt like a doll, or an empty bag. His hair was falling out, disappearing before it touched the ground. His hands vanished into his sleeves, his feet rolled up inside of his pant cuffs. James cradled the tiny, shapeless thing. Tears streamed down his face. Soon he held a pile of empty clothes. And then those two were gone. He looked around the house. Toys disappeared, photos vanished from their frames. Daniel's little shoes were no longer by the door. James turned towards Daniel's room and confronted a wall where the door should have been. He groped the blank surface, fingertips scrambling. He hit his head against the wall. The pain didn't feel real. Why did you do this? It was what you wanted, and I learned so much. This is impossible. People will ask, people will wonder, the police, the hospitals, the people in neighborhoods. They have already forgotten him. They only remembered what I wanted them to, like you. James pressed his hands to his aching skull. Will I at least remember him after this? You can try, but your mind will fail you. Now that everything he was is part of me again. James sat on the floor, looking at the blank wall. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the thing creep towards him and even felt its wet hand on his shoulder. But he didn't look at it. If I remember any of this, he said, then why tell me? Because a father should know. And then James was alone. Abigail worried about James sometimes. When they met a year ago, he said that he'd never married, he'd never had kids. but there was a certain pained expression he assumed when he said that last part. Abigail knew that look. She had met parents who'd lost children before. He'd learned to recognize it. And there were other things about him that worried her too. Sometimes she would find him staring at a particular spot on the wall, brow furrowed in concentration. He didn't seem to realize he was doing it. And of course, there was the insomnia and the sleepwalking to consider. Yes, there was lots to worry about, but she loved him all the same. James still said he'd never had kids, and neither had she. She'd long wanted one, but it was impossible. She worried that James wouldn't stay with a woman who couldn't be a mother, though he constantly assured her that was not so. There were times, and more often of late, they were the nights when James took to sleepwalking. And even Abigail imagined that she heard strange scuttling sounds in the house and saw impossible shapes in dark corners. When she thought she would do anything, absolutely anything, if it meant having a little daughter for she and James to raise. And at those moments, she became truly afraid. But she never knew why. It is said that time and tide wait for no man. But the painter, well, the painter waits for both. Mikey Doyle steered a boat into the swell of a brooding ocean, leaving the safety of Harbour walls. This is too early, he thought with a yawn. Perhaps he was right. Even for commercial fishermen, this was early. But despite the storm warnings, Mikey had a haul to secure. It was not fishing, though, nor crab or lobster, but a haul nevertheless. 3 miles down the coast from the tourist-rich sea harbor of Port Maven would be a lonely marker buoy that, while only being a yellow ball of beaten plastic, held the answer to Mikey's hopes and dreams. Because attached to that buoy was a line to a waterproof parcel the size of a beer crate, the contents of which would have a street value of 1.5 million once it was cut, divided, and subdivided again. Mikey, of course, wouldn't be getting all that, but he was still getting a good payday for his part, enough to clear his debts, and then some. His car payments had slipped, and he had been ducking his landlord for the last 2 months. Then there was the new one, child support. He knew he had a daughter called Rose. He'd only seen her once, and that had been by accident at a country pub 6 years ago. She had just turned 3. He had ghosted the mother from the start, choosing not to get involved. Mikey had never worked a day in his life, not that the tax man knew of, not until getting a job doing event security last summer. Then, with his second paycheck, he got a weighty demand from the government welfare. He'd claimed the kid wasn't his, right up until the DNA test results came back. She was. Now he stared absently at the sea, where miniature white horses broke on rolling wave tops, barely illuminated in the darkness. The stars were nowhere to be seen tonight, hidden behind a veil of cloud that only allowed for glimpses of moonlight. Sea spray would occasionally burst from the prow, soaking his face and stinging his eyes if he dared step out of the cabin. There was only one debt he couldn't pay, and that was to do with the boat he stood on. The boat wasn't actually his. It belonged to Jim Lunkin, Mikey's best friend, or rather, he had been. No matter how much you want to make things right, it's so much harder when that person is dead. The locals had noticed Jim's sudden absence, guessing he'd gone visiting family in the north, and that they'd see him again in a few weeks. Mikey knew that wasn't the case. He knew that Jim wouldn't be showing up with a smile and a six-pack. He knew Jim wouldn't be making a surprise appearance on karaoke down at the Lighthouse Inn. Mikey knew the list of things Jim wouldn't be doing was endless because Jim had been hacked into several pieces and dumped in the ocean 5 miles offshore. Mikey wished he'd never brought Jim into his dealings, but he needed a boat quickly, and drug runners were not known for patience. Mikey had been out of time, but on that fatal night, Mikey had been accompanied by men higher up the food chain, and the delivery had been more than a well-wrapped parcel. Clinging to the buoy were 2 Vietnamese girls. He guessed they were Vietnamese. When did he know? They were wearing life jackets which barely held their heads out of the water. They couldn't have been any older than 18. When Mikey got back to the harbor, Jim had been there. Jim was already getting cold feet about the parcel, so when he saw 2 girls being pulled from his boat and manhandled into the back of a van, he pretty much lost his shit. It was morally the correct reason, Mikey thought, but it didn't make it a clever one. Mikey had said nothing. He kept his mouth shut when the girls went in the van. He kept his mouth shut when Jim spoke out on the harbor. He kept his mouth shut when they shot Jim in the head. He even kept his mouth shut when they dragged Jim, his best friend of 9 years, back on the boat and began cutting him up. Mikey always looked out for number 1 before anything else. The world just made more sense to him that way. What really pissed Mikey off was that the thing with Jim had gotten the dealers so riled up, they didn't pay him. They told him he was lucky he hadn't been shot in the head himself for bringing in a fuck-up like Jim, who could have ruined the whole setup. Mikey said nothing. He throttled down as he approached the marker, leaving the engine to idle. Grabbing a boat hook, he began dragging the buoy to him. Easy money, he thought. It took another 10 minutes to secure the package, hoisting it up from the seabed, using the winch mounted at the rear of the boat. He scanned around frequently, looking for the telltale lights piercing the darkness. Meanwhile, the wind had continued to pick up, starting to howl as the swell of the waves grew. He was now struggling to stand, but the pickup was done. Nothing to do but head home and get paid. The first mile back was rough, riding a growing swell, feeling the prow rise and fall. But the next mile was about to get much worse. The hull almost left the water at times, slamming down again and again after each wave. What wasn't lashed down got tossed about like dice in a gambler's cup. Mikey braced himself in the small cabin, both hands gripping at the wheel. He was sure he'd encountered worse conditions, but nothing sprang to mind. He glanced over his shoulder to check the parcel, lashed down at the stern. That, at least, wasn't going anywhere. It was only a mile out from the harbor that it happened. Mikey was out of breath, not being an experienced or qualified seaman. As the conditions worsened, he remembered something about letting your boat lie ahull, which is to let it take its own position in the sea whilst trying to keep the bow in the wind. He had remembered that because it reminded him of his own life. Just keep going with the flow. What Mikey didn't know was that while it's an okay tactic in moderate to severe gales, there became a point when it wasn't. And if you stick with it, you risk getting capsized. The boat twisted atop of what was surely the largest wave yet. Mikey could see the flash of the lighthouse, but that wasn't going to help him any. As he landed broadside into the next tower of water, the whole boat tilted beyond 90 degrees, throwing him off the wheel and against the wall, bouncing his skull on the metal doorway. Suddenly, everything snapped to black. He awoke in a confused haze. The light of day was now filtered through a gray, miserable fog. The only sound from the chugging of the inboard engine, barely ticking over. He lay on the deck, his face resting in the damp, tasting blood in his mouth and salt on his lips, reveled at no longer being battered by the ocean. It was still. Calm. Quiet. Getting to his feet, the first thing he did was check the parcel. It was still there, the sealed plastic block secure in its place. He breathed a sigh of relief before looking around to get his bearings. Mikey couldn't believe his luck. Only yards ahead of him, made out of the harbor wall and the lighthouse, together they stood out in the mist, two distinct and familiar silhouettes, silent guardians thrust into a graying sky. He didn't know how long he'd been out for. Figured he must have gotten all turned around, but letting the boat do its own thing had worked out for him in the long run. It almost seemed as if someone up there had been watching out for him. He banged his fist on the rail with excitement. "Fucking yes, Mikey!" he shouted. Man, he was happy to be alive. Fucking yes! Swinging the wheel, he headed into the harbor with a grinning face. That was when he noticed it. The paint. For hundreds of feet, the harbor's stone walls had been covered in it. So had the lighthouse, even the glass where the light shone. It was thick and crudely applied. A million drips ran through it, making it seem alive and breathing. Black paint. Not a black you would choose from a color chart, or paint a chalkboard with, but black stolen from the primordial void. Black imbued with dark patience that promised to outweigh the light. He looked around, thinking to himself how pissed the harbor master was going to be as he stared through the fog at the other boats moored up. Everyone, it seemed, had been painted. Every single one. From the skiffs to the giant trawlers, even the glass-bottom boats for tourists, every inch was covered. But it didn't stop there. The mooring ropes, too. They glistened in the black ooze, as did the anchor chains running down into the river. The marker buoys and the flagpoles, including the flag itself, was painted beyond recognition, and they all dripped with the same heavy black. As he drifted slowly through the outer harbor, the fog cleared away. He expected to see a lot of seriously pissed off people. Especially the harbor master's name was eluded him for the moment. He was a stickler for the rules, or a real prick, as Mikey often liked to say. He expected to see a hive of outrage and indignation any moment now. Any moment. Nobody. No one. He should have been seeing vans coming and going, forklifts hoisting crates, tourists drinking coffee, and fishermen exchanging banter. That's when the silence hit him. Other than the soft lapping of the ocean, there was nothing else. Where are the damn gulls? He thought. There were always gulls crying at the harbor. Their persistent screeching was almost part of the landscape. Where are the gulls? The inner harbor didn't hold any answers, though, only more questions, as every building on the harbor front was coated in darkness. He stared in disbelief at the ice cream shop, the visitors' museum, his favorite restaurant. Not an inch had been spared, the windows and doors, the gutters and lights. All he could make out was little more than a memory of form and thick black paint. In every direction he looked, the paint had spread out. a dark cancer growing in the heart of the village. His first thought was that he was the victim of some practical joke, but he discounted the idea almost immediately. This was too much work. Too much trouble. Maybe then it was a set for a movie or a TV crew. Sometimes the Harbour was used as a filming location, but the more he thought about it, the less likely it seemed. Where were the film crew? The catering? Security? Why hadn't he heard about it? Everything had looked picture perfect when he had set aboard earlier. He shook his head and moored up, tying off an anchor point covered in the same black paint. It didn't smell like paint. It didn't really smell of anything. Perhaps a little musty. It made him think of decay. He made a point of not touching it and headed into the back streets. That's when he first heard it. Laughter. An innocent ripple of a child's joy. Just for a second. He looked for the source of the laughter, but couldn't figure a direction. Increasingly concerned, he turned up a narrow street where even the cobblestones under his feet were painted black. He didn't like the way it felt when he walked on them, instantly regretting taking the shortcut towards the Lighthouse Inn. But someone would be there for sure, he thought. There's always someone there. Then he saw two things that stopped him dead in his tracks. Two things he knew instantly were connected. Two things that couldn't be. The first was a figure, tall and hooded, covered in folds of black cloth, soaking wet with dripping black paint. It carried an ancient-looking bucket in a long-fingered translucent hand, and a wide, oversized brush in its other. It was silently painting a building in single strokes, its arm extended impossibly ever longer to reach the rooftop as it did, where its face should have been. There was nothing. The second thing Mikey saw was a man. Just a normal man cowering in the shadow of a doorway behind the dark painter. The painter hadn't appeared to notice him yet. It was this normal man who terrified Mikey more than the supernatural painter. It was his best friend, Jim. Jim Lunkin. Jim, who was chopped into several different pieces on the ocean floor. I'm sorry, Mikey said softly, hardly aware he'd spoken. Jim cringed, his body hunkering down as he put a finger to his lips, begging for silence. But the words had been spoken. Slowly, as if in a rotating pedestal, the painter turned to face Jim, who now abandoned his hiding place with a shout of, "Run!" He sprinted towards Mikey. Jim was always fast. He was almost beside him before Mikey knew it. Mikey was beginning to turn when the painter's arms extended impossibly fast. The painter hadn't moved, only its arms had impossibly lengthened. The entire distance that Jim had covered, the painter's long fingers grasped Jim's entire head, gripping it like a spider seizing its prey. As the painter glided closer with a dripping brush, Mikey staggered in shock. He tried to yell, but his voice choked on the fear that was stuck in his throat. The painter held Jim in place, despite his kicking and screaming. Jim grabbed the long, bony finger, twisting in their grip, but to no avail. The painter began to paint a long stroke up Jim's right leg and torso. More screaming as Jim struggled, his eyes bulged, straining wide with exertion. Each brushstroke began turning Jim Lunkin's flesh into paint itself. It dripped down to the floor as, drop by drop, Jim was painted out of existence. It saved his head for last, And when that was all that was left of him, when there were no lungs to scream from, the painter held it up and slowly painted out Jim's face, pressing the brush deep into eye sockets and working the brush into Jim's still chomping mouth with a cold indifference. When there was nothing but the tattered rags of Jim's clothes, it worked on them too, wringing them out until they turned to wet globs of paint, slipping through the inhuman hands, dripping to the ground. Mikey was frozen, condemned to watch the horror of Jim's death for a second time. His paralysis only ended when the painter turned his attention towards him. He fled, praying the long arm wouldn't reach him next. Mikey ran faster than he thought possible. His heart pounded furiously, fueled by the adrenaline of fear. His muscles screamed as he raced up the hill on Main Street, passing the black shops and houses to arrive at the Lighthouse Inn. This was the only building yet to retain some of its original character, the paint having stopped mid-stroke before the yawning entrance. The colors were a welcome relief as he stepped inside. Mikey found himself appreciating the well-worn crimson upholstery and the shabby red, beer-stained carpet in the way he wouldn't have believed possible until now. It stood out in stark relief to the world outside. The place was always well attended, though, and he felt he'd be sure to find someone here to explain what the hell was happening. Inside, though, it seemed abandoned. He tried to recall who he should be seeing, but sweating and panting still from his exertions, he couldn't bring any names to mind. Only old Bill, who could always be found seated on the table stool around the corner of the bar by the pool table. He was there so often, he was almost part of the furniture. Sure enough, Bill was sat in his usual spot, back to the wall, but no one else. "Bill!" Mikey shouted. Bill didn't seem at all concerned, but then Mikey remembered Bill never did. Bill had taught at some fancy university for years. Mikey reasoned such people developed a certain approach to life. "Jesus, Bill, what the hell's going on?" "Nothing anymore," Bill replied, lifting a pint in acknowledgement. "Nothing since the painters." "What do you mean?" Mikey said, looking around the empty bar. "What's happened? I don't understand." "Don't you?" Bill replied. "No, I fucking well don't." "You want answers?" Bill dangled the question out, infuriatingly. Mike had talked to Bill more than a few times, normally towards the end of the night. Though he'd never said it out loud, Bill was the smartest person Mikey had ever talked to. He seemed to know a little about everything and a lot about the stuff of which most people knew nothing. "Painters? Are you telling me there's more of them?" Mikey asked, finding his breath had returned. "I just escaped from one of those things near the harbor. It was so black, and its arm..." Mikey choked, trying not to recall the encounter. "What the hell are they?" he asked, desperate for some kind of answer that would explain the madness away. "I can spare you a couple minutes, I suppose," Bill continued. "I don't know about anything with certainty, but I can talk about the possibilities of what they could be. First thing you might want to consider is, are we awake? Is this real? Perhaps this is just a terrible nightmare you're just about to wake up from." "Look, I'm not dreaming any of this bullshit," Mikey answered. "All right, so we can discount that if you're sure," Bill replied. "Secondly, perhaps when you banged your head, you've been injured. All this is your dying brain running out of oxygen. Painters are some manifestation of guilt you were feeling, conjured up by your cerebral cortex. Maybe not quite a dream." Mike put his hand up to the lump on his head from where he had hit it in the doorway. It stung. He could feel the swelling, dried blood. "No, that's not it, Bill. I'm here. This is real. Please, not another one of your how do you know what's real lectures. I'm far too fucking sober for that shit right now." "Well, this is the third thing," said Bill. "I promise you won't like it." "Try me," Mikey replied, leaning over the bar and helping himself to a bottle of whiskey, swigging straight from the bottle. "You're out of time," answered Bill. "What do you mean? We just started talking." "No, you're out of time. Time's moved on. You've been left behind or pulled from it. And where we are now, this space left in its wake. It's all the shadow of a moment past, Mikey, and the painters are obliterating it. And when their work is done here, there'll be nothing. No memory of you, no me, no nothing." "Bullshit." "Well, it's just a hypothesis," Bill replied with an easy smile. "This is typical of you, Bill. Every time we talk, you always do this. It's messing my head." Mikey cried, burying his head into his hands. "Every time we talk, this is what I do, right?" "Every time, man," Mikey answered. "Well, that's the problem here, Mikey. You remember this place well, you spend a lot of time here, you always see me in the corner." "Yeah, so what?" Mikey answered. But a chill had begun to form down his spine, as some part of him already knew what Bill was going to say next. "And you think I'm smart? Smartest man you ever met." "Well, I never said." Mikey's voice began to fade. "If I'm so smart, then why can't I remember what I had for breakfast this morning, or where I live, where I grew up?" "Stop it, Bill." "You already know the answer," Bill replied. "I know I drank craft ale. I know I'm smart, but I don't know any details of my life. I don't know what the inside of my house looks like, or where I got married, or if I have children. I have no knowledge of my life at all. And you know why?" "Stop it, Bill," Mikey whined. "You know. Stop." Bill took a long swig of his drink before he put the glass back down. "I'm just a memory, Mikey. I'm just your memory of Bill." "No!" Mikey shouted, backing away and shaking his head. "You know it's true," Bill said. "They're coming for you. They paint everything that ever was. People go fast. Buildings take longer. The more permanent something has, the longer it takes. But everything gets painted. Sooner or later, Mikey, everything gets painted black." Mikey didn't say anything. "You're out of time," said Bill. "So am I." He got off his stool and made towards the door. As he did, a monstrous black figure rose silently from behind the bar, its arm dripping with paint already extending. Mikey saw the brush smear across Bill's back. And again, Mikey ran. All he could think of was getting back to the safety of the boat. Running downhill was harder. More than once he almost lost his balance. He could see other painters now. Some watched on from the rooftops, others he glimpsed through the streets, gliding effortlessly. They matched his frantic pace as he made his approach to the harbor. He was so close now. It was only the laughter that stopped him. A child's laughter. A young girl ran into his path, almost colliding. She was tiny, no more than 3 years old, wearing a yellow hooded jacket. "You can't be here, honey. Where are your folks?" Mikey said, speaking as quickly as he could. "I know my dad," said the girl, pulling back her hood. Mikey stared straight into the face of the daughter he had only seen once. But Rose must be almost 10 by now. This couldn't be her. "I don't know my dad." She said it again. The words hit him in the gut, just as he realized the yellow coat was what she was wearing the only time he'd ever seen her 6 years ago. He saw movement from the corner of his eye. The painters were looming within grabbing distance. Several of them now converged on him and Rose, their cowls dripping paint as they advanced. He grabbed the girl's hand to pull her with him, but his hand just passed through hers as if she wasn't quite there. He tried again frantically, and again. I don't know my dad, she said. She was saying it repeatedly now, staring through him as Mikey's face became a mask of dread and despair. The painters approached the last memory of his daughter like grotesque shadows, their brushes raised. She looked so small. She didn't have time to scream. Then there was only paint and darkness, and Mikey could remember her no longer. Mikey didn't remember making it back to the boat. Tears were falling from his eyes, but he didn't know why. He gunned the engine, heading for the mouth of the harbor and the promise of open sea. But with every yard, he sailed closer to escape. Another dark figure appeared, until hundreds of painters stood in silence, lining the harbor walls, watching and waiting. Mikey forced himself to look away, his eyes feral. His mind fought a losing battle to recollect anything at all, other than the bile of his own fear. The painter's work was almost done. They never rushed. They were always out of time. Standing shoulder to shoulder, they raised their buckets, and with perfect synchronization, began pouring the content into the ocean. The paint spewed forth without stopping. Endless millions of black gallons flowed until the water changed from hues of blue to an endless black. It spread out, pushing forward to make an entire sea of paint, where time and memory no longer existed. What had once been a man on a boat staring at the black waves. He looked down to see his translucent, skeletal fingers now held a dark, dripping brush. He would say nothing. He would paint. I stood on the prow of the ship, pulling my long coat tight about me. Overhead, circling seagulls dived and swooped, avoiding the steamer's large funnels that blew acrid black smoke into the cloud-covered sky. The journey from Southampton to Cornwall had been a short one. Only 3 days with a couple of stops along the coastline to pick up passengers and supplies. We were nearing our first destination, Carnow Bay, the very southern tip of Cornwall. There I was to relieve the old lighthouse keeper, take up my new post. Looking across the cold, dark waters, I winced, shifted slightly, favoring my left leg. The war left its mark on me, both mentally and physically. Still, I had wanted to stay and fight. They had medically discharged me while the rest of those poor boys stayed to be slaughtered in the trenches of France. Eventually, they had found a use for me. I'd been drafted into the Lighthouse service. Not as honorable as fighting for one's country, of course, but still an important role, especially in times of war. My new home was on a small island, nothing more than a rock jutting from the sea, with a small gravelly beach, so I'd been told by the captain of the ship, who didn't seem overly eager to talk about the place or Carnow Bay at all, for that matter. Apparently the seas around the area were treacherous, mainly because of a large jagged reef hidden just below the surface of the dark churning waters. Plus there were small islets dotted in and around the bay that made the waters even more dangerous. Before the King's Bourne Island had been built in 1856, many a sailor had found their doom at the bottom of these unforgiving waters. I could see it then, a blur starting to form on the horizon. Quickly, I grabbed the nearby sailor by the arm. "Tell me, friend," I said, "how far away are we from Kurnow Bay?" The sailor laughed a silver grin. "We've been sailing through Kurnow Bay all morning." "That," he said, pointing to the blur upon the horizon, "is Monkstown, named after the fish." He gave me a throaty chuckle. "You know the area well, then?" I asked eagerly. "Oh, aye," the shabby sailor replied. "Been making this run with the captain for nigh on 6 years now. And Monkstown's where you'll be getting resupplied from once you take over at the Lighthouse. Good place to have a few drinks, whining a lonely fisherman's wife." He winked salaciously. "Pretty much the opposite of Innsmouth." "Innsmouth? The piss hole," he scowled. "Bunch of inbreds. They don't like outsiders. Pretty much keep to themselves. It was once a prosperous little place until the big flood of 1896. After that, the people became closed off. We've been talking of visitors going missing around the area. But stay clear of that place." I nodded, not really understanding. "Anyways," the sailor brightened, "another hour or so, we'll be at Monkstown. You can disembark. Somebody will meet you there, no doubt. Captain has arranged for you to be rowed across the island. Can't say I envy you. It's a lonely life you're choosing. Unless you smuggle a couple of them fishermen's wives across the reach with you." He chuckled before stomping away. Sighing, I went back to my captain and began to pack my trunk. It didn't take long. I didn't have much. Not now. Not after the war. It was around mid-afternoon when we arrived, and I disembarked into a large, gravelly beach. A small trunk that contained all my worldly goods behind me. From what I could see of Monkstown, it was a typical Cornish sea village, not a little on the run-down side. The houses, for the most part, were made of good, honest stone, painted white, slate roofs. Others made from wooden planking, their thatched roofs sagging. Along the seafront, there were rows of nets, strung out to be dried and mended. Scattered about were barnacle-encrusted crab pots, some still baited with the rotten carcasses of fish. The air smelled of brine, the tangy smell of the ocean. On the beach lay an assortment of small vessels with various equipment to harvest the bounty of the ocean. "Hello there!" a voice called, almost carried away with the growing wind. "Conroy! James Conroy?" I turned at the sound of my own name. There was a man coming down the slick steps from the quayside that led down to the beachfront. He was tall and slender, with a large mustache, dressed head to toe in a dark blue suit with brass buttons and a small peaked cap. As he drew near, he reached out and I took the offered hand. "Jenkins," he smiled at me. "The name's William Jenkins, postmaster of this particular neck of the woods. I am also head of the parish council and, in this case, the ferryman for the day." He chuckled, nodding out to sea at the looming lighthouse. "Pleasure to meet you," I smiled, retrieving my hand. I was told I'd be met by a Mr. Bob Curry that I'd been coming here to replace. The postman's wide smile faltered somewhat. Well, I'm afraid Mr. Curry's dead 2 days ago. Myself and 2 other concerned members of the parish noticed the lighthouse was not illuminated in particularly foggy weather, nor was the horn sounding. Of course, this was some cause for alarm, with shipbreakers and all. "Shipbreakers?" I questioned. "Ah, yes," he replied, gazing out to sea. "That's what the locals call the reef. Of course, the denizens of Innsmouth have another name for it, but we here at Monkstown give little concern about those rabble." Sorry, what was I again? "The lighthouse," I reminded him gently. "Ah, yes," he continued. "The fog was terrible, creeping across the water, filling the whole bay, so I myself and a few other bravely launched a rowboat to see what old Rumpot was up to. Forgive me," he said, "for speaking ill of the dead. Bob Curly was, A wastrel, a heavy drinker to boot. He never even attended Mass, he whispered in conspiratory tones. Anyway, we found the lighthouse wide open and unattended, so we went to investigate the lighthouse keeper's cottage, and, well, that's where we found him. Hanging from the rafters. An empty bottle of whiskey beneath his dangling feet. Oh, never mind. He brightened. The whole mess has been cleaned up, nothing for you to worry about. Your references from the War Department were impeccable. I've even found you won a few medals overseas. I nodded at this, but said no more. How did I explain to the man that I had tossed those medals into the ocean on my own journey from my old life to this new one? Probably in some vain hope of leaving the old life behind me. Still, it seemed that my dreams were not quite ready to let go of me. Did you leave a note? Sorry, he said, seemingly confused. The lighthouse keeper. Did he leave a note? I got your meaning. He shuffled his feet. It wasn't so much as a note. Just drunken, mindless scribbling, barely legible. Come along. He took me gently by the shoulder, and I let him lead me a small way down the beach onto a rough wooden dock, where a wooden rowboat lay heavy in the water and laden with supplies. Hop in. He smiled. It's only a small ride, but the tide will be turning soon. Following his lead, I sat down, trying hard to keep my balance as he settled in and grabbed up the oars. There's water in the bottom of the boat, I said, with raised eyebrows. He laughed at that. There's always some water at the bottom of a boat, Mr. Conroy. One only needs to worry when the water's coming over the top of the boat. Chuckling to himself, he began to row in smooth, practiced strokes towards the waiting lighthouse. The journey took less than 10 minutes, and we landed on a small shingle-covered beach. The lighthouse itself stood atop a rearing cliff that, for where I stood, looked surprisingly flat, as if some dark giant had risen from the sea and lopped off the top of the jagged rock with a sharp axe. Sighing, knowing this would be damn hard work, we loaded ourselves with supplies and headed up the stone stairs that had been carved into the very cliff itself. Blessedly, there was a wooden handrail encrusted with sea salt. Still, I hugged the cliffside, not quite trusting the rotting wood to take my weight until at last, my heart pounding and my legs a little shaky, we finally reached the top. If the exertion bothered my companion at all, he didn't show it. And I had a feeling he may have made this trip many times before, probably to supply the now deceased lighthouse keeper. From what I had been told of the man, he didn't seem the kind that would frequent town very often. Well, here we are, the postmaster said, dumping my supplies on the ground before retrieving a large iron key from his pocket. This is the key to the cottage. Inside, you'll find most of the cupboards already stocked with tinned goods. Also, at the side of the lighthouse is the fuel shed. As you probably know, the lighthouse, while it's old, has recently been fitted with an oil-run generator, and the marvels of modern science. We're truly living in a remarkable age. No doubt you have already been trained, but you will find any instructions you may need to be in the desk drawer of your study, along with the survey maps and maps of the surrounding area on both sea and land. You'll be resupplied once a month. All you need to do is make a list of what you may need and take it down to Grossen's store. He'll give the receipts to me, and I'll claim back any monies from the parish. Now, do you have any questions? I thought for a moment before shaking my head. Nothing I could think of, not right now. Again, he held out his hand, which I shook, wasting no time. He hurried away without a backwards glance, as if eager to be on his way. Perhaps it was the changing tide. I had a feeling he didn't like this place. I was keen to be back in town, his obligation to me fulfilled. Sighing, I looked up at the cloud-covered sky. It'd be dark soon. And I was eager to be settled into my new home. After I'd unpacked my few belongings and restocked my cupboards, I stood outside upon the porch. The cottage was much larger than I expected, with 2 floors and a small back garden with soil that had obviously been transported from the mainlands. A few scant vegetables grew here and there, but mostly it consisted of weeds, a kind of sharp-looking seagrass. As for the house itself, it was a 2-story, 2-bedroom affair. Thankfully, it had indoor plumbing and a study with a good solid desk and multiple bookcases laden with books, survey maps that I had not yet had the time or the inclination to fully explore. The kitchen contained a large wood or coal-burning stove, a few cabinets, and a pantry. There was also a trap door in one dusty corner of this room with a large iron ring. I pulled it, and it opened easily enough, showing wooden steps that led into darkness. I had assumed this was some kind of cellar or storage area before slamming the door back in place. I was tired and not in the mood for any more adventure this day. As I watched the sunset beyond the horizon, buried in the fading shadow of the lighthouse, I lit up my cob pipe and sat on a nearby rock, enjoying the scent of fragrant tobacco, mixed with the salty brine of the good sea air. Could I be happy here? Would the war begin to fade, and my dreams become my own again? It was too early to say. Tapping my pipe clean, I stood and went back inside. I was bone-weary. After a quick meal, I stripped down, washed, climbed into bed. But sleep was a long time coming. It was still dark when I suddenly shut awake, bolting upright, taking in great gulps of air as a hot sweat ran down my rigid body. I'd been dreaming, but not about the war. Already it was beginning to fade. Something had been calling to me from the ocean, something in the deep. A malevolent watcher. I fought free of the sheets, threw open the window, letting in a cold wind, trying desperately to remember. Had I been drowning? Pulled into the cold, black abyss? It was no good. It was already gone in the way of dreams. I was about to turn away when a sudden movement caught my eye, something that seemed to slide over the rocks illuminated by the moon. My first thought was a seal, but how could a seal have traversed the wooden steps that led up to the flattened cliff top? Quickly, I threw on my trousers and boots, not bothering with a shirt, as I hastily ran down the wooden steps, grabbed up my long coat and rifle as I bolted outside. The cold hit me like a fist, and the aroma I had found so pleasant in the sane light of day now smelled somehow stronger, almost overpowering, and I spat into the dirt to clear my parched throat before stepping off the porch. My foot came down on something wet, and I cried out, desperate to maintain my balance. The cloud cleared the moon, and I cried out in horror as I saw the myriad of rotting creatures scattered all about. Dying fish twitched and convulsed amongst the crawling seaweed, where various kinds of octopi slithered and heaved. Mother of God, I whispered, backing up until my knees, unhinged, spilled me backwards onto my own porch. Suddenly there came a gurgling scream that pierced the night, shattering my nerves, and I leapt to my feet and ran back inside before locking the door and slamming various bolts into place. I backed away, rifle shaking, held out before me. Just then there came a loud booming, and the door began to shake and vibrate as brackish water poured and spilled in from under the door. With a cry of terror, I fired off a single shot, missing the door completely. Plaster dust exploded and the rifle jammed in my hand as I took the stairs 2 at a time before fleeing into my room and barricading the door with a nearby Welsh dresser. I hurried over to the still open window, freeing the jammed round before kneeling and taking up a sniper position, my heart hammering in my chest. Expecting to see a legion of demons parading through the darkness, there was nothing. Only the sullen crash of the ocean, mournful as if it had been cheated of some terrible prize. I don't know how long I had knelt there, but at some point my overstressed mind must have sucked me under, and I awoke with the bright autumn sunshine piercing my eyes. Groaning, I stood, just as there came a vicious knocking from downstairs, and a worried voice drifted up to me. "Conroy! James Conroy, are you up there?" I recognized the voice immediately. It was the voice of William Jenkins, the postmaster. Never in my life had I ever been so happy to hear another human being's voice. Quickly standing, I threw my rifle onto the bed and ran down both steps, and threw open the door. At the sight of my wide-eyed appearance, Jenkins took a step back. Gasping, I roughly pushed past him, not believing what I was actually seeing. The myriad of sea creatures were gone, all of them. Not a single sign remained, except for a few strands of fly-blown seaweed. Ignoring his questions, I turned and inspected the wooden floor, which was still very wet and now stained with whitish deposits of brackish sea salt. Jenkins put a hand on my shoulder, and I jumped, pushing his hand free. "What is it, James?" he said, his face a mask of concern. "What happened? What are you looking for?" Taking a deep breath, I got my racing emotions under control. I grabbed him by the arm. "Something happened last night. I don't know what happened, but something did." "Sure, James, sure. Let's talk," he said, gently pulling free as we stepped inside. Turning, I locked the door and led him into the kitchen. Less than an hour later, I felt like a bloody fool. We both sat at the kitchen table, the good clean light of day seeming to wash away last night's terror. "You see how it is, James," William said, taking a sip of his steaming coffee. "Here's a couple of those rogue waves is all. We get them in the bay this time of year. One washed those fish and crabs and other such things onto your cliffside, and another washed them away and flooded your porch." "But that scream," I shuddered. "That god-awful scream." The postman shrugged. "Seabird, more likely, picking over all those dead fish you mentioned. The islands out in the bay are nesting grounds. They're a safe haven for many kinds of seabirds. And the thing I saw, sliding over those rocks?" "James," he sighed, "you yourself said you had awoken from a terrible dream in what is still a strange place. You hadn't been sleeping much beforehand." "So that's it? You think it was, what, an attack of nerves?" I huffed. "Oh, you tell me what else it could be." "Mermaids, perhaps," he chuckled. I couldn't help but smile at that one. Perhaps he was right. And it was all an attack of nerves, or a kind of hallucination brought on by a lack of sleep and the last few months of strain that I had suffered abroad. I felt more settled now, and it all seemed so far away in the clean light of day. "Oh, come on now, then," he said, walking me to the steps. Nodding, I rose and fell in beside him as we stepped outside. "Ha!" he turned to me, digging into his jacket pocket. "Mustn't forget this. This is why I came to visit in the first place," he said, handing me a rough brown envelope. "I believe it's from the ministry, confirming your position as the new lighthouse keeper of the Kingsbourne Lighthouse. It should have come yesterday with your arrival, but yeah, you know how these things are, and times of war and all the young men away." I nodded, solemnly. and stuffed the envelope in my pocket, as yet unopened. Anyway, he brightened. Must be off. He offered his hand, which I took gladly. That boat of yours still leaking, I grinned at him, noting the small bobbing vessel tied to the rough wooden dock. He laughed then. Oh, I'd worry about your own boat, not mine. I have a boat? I said, taken by surprise. Of course, he chuckled. How do you expect to cross the reach? By swimming? Obviously, you haven't checked the lighthouse inventory I left for you yet. No, I said, embarrassed. Well, you'll find it there, he said, pointing to the far left side of the beach. There's a small cave just above the tide line. I believe your predecessor made the place into some kind of workshop. Not that he ever did much work. Couldn't say what kind of state you'll find the place in. Anyway, I must be off. Still plenty to do. Bye, James. We shook hands once again, and he descended the rickety stairs with the same sure-footedness that I had noted before. I didn't stay to watch him leave, but returned to my new home and cooked myself some breakfast before checking over the lighthouse and making sure the generator was full and the lamps and windows were thoroughly cleaned. All this took me to around midday. I only stopped for a brief bite to eat before descending the stairs down to the beach. The day was a clear one, and I could quite easily make out the roofs and spires of Monkstown. Turning, I headed down the beach, my boots gritting on the rough sand, the sea spray dampening my hair and rough woolen long coat. After only a couple of minutes, I reached the mouth of the cave, which was wide and high-ceilinged, but not very deep, only going 8 or maybe 10 feet into the rock face. There, I found my boat, wrapped in canvas and secured by a rough hemp rope. Nailed to the walls with the rusting spikes were an assortment of tools. As I ventured further in, I found an old pitted sea chest with a rusting padlock. I ignored this and quickly untied the boat, struggling somewhat with the sailor's knot that had been tied in place. At last I freed the knot and threw back the canvas. The boat beneath was actually in good condition, showing signs of recent repairs. 2 oars inside were firm and sturdy, showing no signs of wear or splintering. Satisfied for now, I covered the whole thing back in place, tying it down with much simpler knots I had learned in the army and back home on the farm, before taking my attention back to the sea chest. Kneeling down, I gave it an experimental shove, expecting it to be heavy, perhaps filled with more tools, maybe some nails and strong hemp rope, but it shifted easily. Still, I heard something slide inside. Curious now, I tugged on the lock, but rusted as it was, it stubbornly would not budge. Standing, I grabbed an old craftsman hammer from a peg and gave it an experimental swing before turning it on the lock. It took 3 blows before the lock gave way in a shower of rust-filled sparks, and I put the hammer back in place before opening the creaking lid. There was a package at the bottom. Something wrapped in more canvas and the same hemp rope. Reaching down, I picked it up and realized almost immediately by its weight and size, it was a slender book of some kind. Stuffing it in my coat, weary of the growing wind, I double-checked my boat was secure. I headed back up the steps and went back inside. Quickly, I took off my sodden coat and boots and lit a large fire in the study. Once the fire was burning to my satisfaction, I sat at my desk with a glass of sipping whiskey to help fight off the cold and began to unwrap the book. Cursing, I picked at the small knot until at last it popped free, revealing a leather-bound book within. The leather was faded and ancient-looking, and the binding was still intact. I turned the book over, looking for some kind of name or title, but there was nothing. Taking another drink, I opened the book. The first page was blank. The second read the diary of Lucas van Draven, 1836. Outside, the wind howled, and the seas crashed like a harbinger of doom. I grew up in a small town in Massachusetts during the 90s. It was a great time and place to be a kid. Our main street was chock full of kid-friendly activities. There was an enormous outside go-kart track with a huge arcade full of the best games from the 80s and 90s. I remember spending hours playing the alligator version of Whack-A-Mole. Then, just down the street, it was Toontown. It wasn't anything special, just a typical 90s music store. But they had a cute little dog with a bandana who was in all their TV commercials. Though I've long forgotten the little guy's name. He was really cute. Whenever I'd go in to buy a new cassette tape, he'd be there to greet me at the door. Out of all the places I went to as a kid, Funland was by far the greatest. It had its own go-kart track, a small one for little kids and a larger one for bigger kids. It wasn't as big or fancy as the one down the street, but it was still fun. There were batting cages too, lots of them. You had a small arcade mostly filled with pinball machines, Pac-Man, and the always popular Simpsons arcade game. But the best thing about Funland was the mini golf course. It was the only one in the area at the time, and in the eyes of a 10-year-old kid, the place was huge. The iconic spaceship with the Funland logo sat in the center of the park, and you could see it from the street, along with a giant giraffe statue which stared out into the parking lot, smiling down at you as you entered. There were other memorable statues, too, including a pink elephant and a large dollhouse that sat in the back corner. But the greatest part of the entire park was the 18th hole. On the outside, it just looked like an ordinary outhouse. If you got a hole in one, not only did you get a free game, but the outhouse door would swing open and you'd hear the sound of a toilet flushing, along with the hiss of the hydraulics that moved the animatronic inside. It was a funny-looking humanoid dog wearing overalls, one strap hanging down off his shoulder, as if he just pulled them up. His eyes would blink, his jaw would move, and his arm would rise as he pointed at you, scolding you for disturbing him. "Hey, what do you think you're doing? Get out of here!" he'd yell, in a goofy attempt at a southern accent. Then the door would close, and you and your friends would have a good laugh before you left. Every time I went there, I couldn't wait to see that dog. Like all things from childhood, the fun of Main Street slowly faded away. I think the go-kart track and arcade were the first to go, sitting abandoned for years before it being turned into a daycare center. They still kept the track, having only gutted and rebuilt the arcade to serve their needs, so it just sat there in the back with one or two remaining go-karts frozen in time. And then Toontown went out of business, unable to keep up with bigger music chains like Newberry Comics and FYE. I imagine that cute little dog has to be dead by now. Last to go, of course, was Funland. It was painful to see it start to rot and decay in its last few years of life. The paint on the animal statues faded, the eyes of the giraffe looking sadly out into the emptying parking lot as less and less visitors came to see it. Then the park officially closed. I was heartbroken. By that time, I was in high school, and it had been a long time since I visited the park. I used to drive by on my way to work, watching it slowly deteriorating away. The elephant eventually tipped over onto its side. The chain around its huge stump of a foot that had been keeping it latched to the ground was now visible and exposed. The doors and windows of the dollhouse were broken and shattered, as if they were real abandoned houses. And the outhouse door remained closed, the wood creaking with age. I can only imagine what that poor animatronic dog inside looked like. Eventually, nature reclaimed the once thriving park, and I could no longer see into it. All that remained visible was the head of the giraffe, peeking over the rusted fence. Curiosity got the better of me. So I gathered my two friends, Kevin and Zach, one night, and we decided to break in and check it out. As we walked up to the surrounding gate, I looked up at the giraffe. It was the first time I noticed just how creepy it looked. Its yellow coat of paint had almost completely faded, leaving only its brown spots and huge almond-shaped black eyes. Continuing on, we snuck into the back of the park near the batting cages. Zach brought a pair of garden shears and cut the fence open, just enough for us to squeeze through. As I entered the park for the first time in what must have been over a decade, I looked around in complete awe. Everything was just how I remembered it. The go-karts were still on the tracks. The batting cages still had balls in them, but the arcade was all boarded up. The mini-golf course was covered with trees, was damp with overflow from the nearby swamp. I sighed, saddened by the sight of what was once a happy and magical place from my childhood. The feeling the old abandoned park gave off at night sent a shiver down my spine. I never really noticed how creepy it was until then. We went through the course in order, starting at the first hole. There was nothing special, just the usual challenging mounds of fake grass, now moist with rain. The swamp hadn't reached that far yet. As we continued, we walked past the pink elephant, now a shade of ghostly white. He lay on his side, eyes staring vacantly out into the park, as if he had just expired. I ran my fingers over his massive head before moving on. The dollhouse was the next memorable thing we came across. It looked like a miniature haunted house. I half expected the broken doors and windows to be boarded up, like the arcade was, but you could still see inside. The little pieces of furniture were all toppled over and spilled out on the ground. This is the part of the park where the swamp had touched. The smell wasn't as bad as I thought it would be. The town was covered with swamps, as it was. We couldn't reach the entire back section unless we wanted to wade through the disgusting water. Our only choice was to head straight to the 18th hole. Finally, the part of the park I wanted to see the most. More than anything, I wanted to see that dog again. There was half nostalgia and half an excited sort of fear of what it would look like. Was it even still there? Was it in good condition, preserved by the outhouse? Or was it like everything else in the park, sad and neglected after all this time? I couldn't wait to find out. Did you bring it? I asked Kevin. He nodded and handed me one of his dad's golf balls. I held it in my hand, sighing deeply as I ran my thumb over the grooves. I had stepped up to the outhouse and peered underneath where I knew the hole would be, and there was a sudden flash of light temporarily blinding me. "What the fuck, Zach?" I complained, blinking away the white-yellow spots in my eyes. "I was just trying to help," he replied moodily. "Let's just hurry up and get out of here." "Yeah," added Kevin. "This place gives me the creeps. Until I see him," I snapped. I'm sure I must have sounded crazy. I was talking about the dog as if it were a person. Well, to me, he was more than just some sideshow attraction to be gawked at. He was a part of my childhood. It was like I was about to meet an old friend I hadn't seen in ages. My friends didn't reply. Zach simply kept his flashlight pointed beneath the outhouse, and Kevin sighed in annoyance, tapping his foot impatiently. But now we could all see it. The hole. The white tube in the ground that brought the golf balls back into the little hut at the entrance that once contained all the golf balls and clubs. It was barely visible over the mound created by the fake turf, but it was still there. And I had a clear shot. I placed the ball on the ground and, aiming carefully, rolled it towards the hole. We could hear the ball enter the pipe, the sound of it swirling down into the ground echoing in the silent park. Zach and I stepped back beside Kevin, the light now shining on the outhouse itself. I clenched my fist in anticipation, wishing with all of my heart that it would somehow still work, that the door would open and the dog would still be there. It was a stupid wish. We all jumped to the sudden sound of the once familiar flushing noise, now slightly distorted. Then the doors began to open and the loud hiss of the hydraulics resonated through the night. We stood there breathless and silent. It worked! We actually made it work! After all these years, I'd finally get to see him again. I was so happy that I could feel the sides of my mouth curl into a magnificent smile, as if I were a child opening a present. But the present wasn't what I had been expecting at all. There he stood. My once familiar friend, my reward for getting my hole-in-one, but I could hardly recognize him. The fur that covered his metal frame was matted and wet, and his overalls hung loose around him like it would if someone had lost a great deal of weight. My breath caught in my throat, which was now suddenly dry. I swallowed softly, eyes widening as they traveled up to the dog's face. It was a horrible, hideous sight. The fake fur on half of his head had torn away, exposing the wires and joint mechanisms in his mechanical jaw. I never remembered him having teeth. On the same side, his plastic eye had sprung from its socket and now remained dangling by his torn cheek. And then he blinked. The mechanism on the broken eye shuddered around the exposed wire, releasing small sparks. More sparks flew as his arm shot up with a clang, and the hinge of his jaw creaked as his mouth flopped open. He spoke. "What do you think you're doing here?" The funny southern drawl of his voice was completely gone, replaced by something raspy, angry. Although I could hear the chilling distortion in his voice box, he sounded more human than I'd ever remembered. Kevin ran. He didn't even look back. Zach dropped his phone and suddenly backed away, screaming as he stared into the dog's one good eye, which seemed to turn on him at the disturbance. Then, somehow, the dog moved forward. He wasn't programmed to walk. As far as I knew, the hydraulics attached to his back only sat him up. He wasn't supposed to walk, but by God, I saw that once funny animatronic dog from my childhood step out of that old, withered outhouse towards us. I stood there frozen in fear, staring at it. Fuck this, I heard Zach utter before he too left me. And now I was alone. With him. I'd spent so many years thinking about this very moment. I spent countless hours thinking about this dog and wanting to see him one last time, but I knew then I should never have stepped foot into this old park. My childhood was dead, as broken as the wires and metal rods that barely held the dog together. He seemed to watch Zach go, his good eye turning with a crackling sound as he watched him disappear into the darkness. And then he turned on me. "Get out," he commanded, his arms still pointing, now into the direction of the parking lot, where the headlights of Zach's car just turned on. I didn't move. I could only stare. Was this some kind of sick nightmare? Some bizarre fantasy my brain thought up to get my mind off of a time I could no longer return to? The thing stepped closer, its disfigured face near inches from my own. The smell of wet dog seemed to invade my nostrils. "Get out of here," it boomed, the voice box short-circuiting as if it had exploded before slowly fading out. It sounded like multiple voices had spoken, all deep and aggressive, almost demonic. This time, I listened and I ran as fast as I could through the park, which was dimly lit by the headlights of the car. My eyes darted around. The once familiar area now seemed foreign and strange. I couldn't tell where I was going. I heard the sound of children laughing, the trumpeting call of an elephant, and the clanging and grinding of metal gears. When I finally reached the fence, I tried sliding through the hole we came through, but I got stuck on something. I looked down to see if my jacket was caught, but it wasn't, and then I looked back. Staring right into my eyes was one plastic eyeball with a painted-on black pupil. My eyes widened, staring back into that black spot as if it were a hole ready to swallow me alive. And then I discovered the reason I was stuck. The hand of the animatronic dog was gripping the back of my shirt. I know that hand was supposed to be stuck in a pointing position. It didn't have any mechanical functions to actually open and close, but then again, the dog wasn't supposed to be walking. "You shouldn't have come back," I heard it whisper, sending a chill up my spine, and then it released me with a shove, and I fell through the opening in the fence. Scrambling to my feet, I ran to Zach's car, not once looking back as he sped off down Main Street. It's been 5 years since that night. I don't talk to Kevin and Zach much anymore, and we've never spoken of the incident, not even on the car ride home. I never drove down that stretch of Main Street either, until today. It was late, and the road I usually take had a detour, which led me right to it. What harm would driving by do? I should have known better. I tried not to look. I really did. But I just couldn't help sneaking a peek. I couldn't see much through all the rain, but I noticed the large "For Lease" sign that now hung on the fence. The giraffe was gone. Perhaps it had fallen over and was hidden under the thick brush. With a sigh, I continued on, trying to push the memories of that night out of my mind. My windshield began to fog up from the indecisive New England weather, so I put my defrosters on. And then I noticed something. Instead of clearing from the bottom up like it normally would, my windshield began to clear in patterns. It formed words. I stared at them, hoping with all hope that it was just a fluke or a figment of my imagination, but the message was clear. Don't come back. When the police asked what caused me to crash into the pole just outside of the abandoned park, all I could do was wrap the blanket they gave me tightly around myself as I stared back towards the bushes and trees that concealed the location of the 18th hole. Dog was all I could tell them. It was that dog. I used to live in a small town called Fenter. It was a quiet place to grow up, with one school, a doctor, a police station, a cinema, with films shown a month after the national release date, 2 restaurants, and a host of local shops on the west side. Over on the east side of Fenter was the residential area with about 40 houses, the town bar, and the local woods, which were about 20 square miles and across. Even though I'd grown up my whole life playing in those woods, it was still easy to get lost in them. So my father used to tell me and my friends to never go past the creek that ran through about a mile in. Still, this gave us plenty of space to play in, and we spent most summers building tree forts and playing hide-and-seek amongst the tall trees. One late summer evening, me and my friend Jess were out near the creek seeing how close we could sneak up on the rabbits that inhabited the woods before they'd notice and run away. I'd spent about 10 minutes searching for one, and in my eagerness, I'd left Jess behind. She'd stopped to examine some odd-shaped rocks, Being impatient, I told her to catch up when she was finished. I was just reaching the hill when the creek bent and curved round to travel off north for another 3 miles when I spied one chewing on some leaves near an oak tree. I held my breath, grabbed my jacket to stop it flapping in the breeze, and began slowly inching towards it. I was careful to avoid stepping on any twigs. If one snapped underfoot, it was a definite game over, and with the sun going down, this would probably be the last chance I got to play before I had to go home for dinner. The rabbit was blissfully unaware of my presence, its brown coat tinged orange by the setting sun, ears flopped down like a hunter's hat. The irony didn't escape me as I crept up on it, silent as the leaves floating in the breeze. I smirked. I was about 4 meters away from it now, and it still hadn't noticed me. Not my best, but not bad. I slowed my pace even more. I didn't want to make a rookie mistake in my excitement and ruin this opportunity. The rabbit finished on its leaf and casually began sniffing the next one before digging in. 2 meters away now. The closest I'd ever gotten. I felt my heart beat in my chest, and for a second I was scared the rabbit would hear it, thudding against my rib cage, and it would dart off. I shook my head and continued up behind it. It was almost within arm's reach. I couldn't believe it. I stretched out my arm, fingers extended. Wait till Jess heard about this. I'd be the first kid in town to have touched a forest rabbit. My hand was about a foot from brushing its soft pelt now. I could see each individual hair on its back. 30 centimeters. I'd done it. I'd done it! Suddenly, an ear-piercing scream pierced the air, shaking the silence of the woods into shock and causing the resting birds to panic and scatter from the trees. I gasped, and quick as a flash, the rabbit was under the brush and gone forever. I cursed aloud and spat, frustration clouding my head. It was a good few seconds before I even stopped to think where the scream had come from. Then, like a falling tree, it hit me. Jess. I sprinted back up the creek as fast as I could. She'd been about 200 yards back when I last seen her, near the old silver birch. It took me about 2 minutes to reach the spot next to the weird pile of rocks. My brow was covered in sweat and my hair was messed up where the wind had whipped through it. But all I could think of was finding Jess. Even though I knew the woods were perfectly safe, I cursed myself for having left her alone. I spun around in a circle, scanning for any sign of her, but there was none. "Jess!" I yelled out. My voice traveling through the woods and echoing off the trees. It was getting darker, and tall shadows were being cast all around me like a net. "Jess, where are you? Call out to me! Jess!" I stood, and I listened, but there was no reply. I was just about to run further up the creek where the trail began to see if she had started to make her way home when I saw it. On the other side of the creek, about 50 yards away, it stood tall as the lowest branches of the sycamore next to it, about 7 feet up. It was covered in black rags, ripped and torn across its thin, wiry body, with a hood pulled tightly around its head, obscuring its features. 2 white, pupilless eyes staring at me from shadowed recesses, and I spied a flash of teeth. Long, slender arms with hook-like fingers splaying off of stumped hands almost dragged against the floor by its sides. I suddenly noticed an overpowered smell and wondered how I'd missed it. I'd smelt it before, on the farms, when the cattle were harvested in slaughterhouses. It was the smell of death. Thick and despairing. I almost choked, but my mouth wouldn't make a sound. I just kept staring at it, petrified, blood running cold through my veins. Even the birds had stopped yelling in protest, and now there was nothing but silence. It and I. locked in a gaze that I would remember to the day I die. I don't know how long I was standing like that. It felt like minutes, but it was probably only a few seconds. Suddenly, it shifted its weight and hunched down. For a brief second, I thought it was going to start running at me, and I almost threw up, uncontrollable fear racking my body, but then I noticed it had stooped to collect something from the ground. I cried out silently. It was Jess. Her limp body looking like a doll compared to its freakishly proportioned frame. Despite being thin and stick-like, it picked her up in one bony hand with ease, fingers clasped around her waist, teeth bared in a crooked, humorless smile. It opened up part of its shoal and pulled her close against its blackened torso. I got glimpses of a rib cage and rotten flesh. I reached out my arm as if somehow I could pull her back to me, but it was too late. It had turned and started to stride off deeper into the forest. Even if I had known that area of the woods and had the strength to move my legs, I would have never been able to catch up to it. But before I even knew it, it had disappeared from sight. Like it had never been there at all. Only the heavy smell of decay was left lingering in the air. The only evidence that I hadn't just imagined the whole thing. I snapped my head around and began to run back towards town. It was a good mile distance, and I'd never run that far before. But that day I ran and didn't stop. Jumping over fallen logs and ducking branches. I dared not look back. The darkness was almost complete by the time I burst from the undergrowth and into the town's edge. I sprinted to the bar and threw myself in the door, practically collapsing on the floor. I don't really remember much after that, but from what I was told later on, it took them about 10 minutes to stop me from screaming about a demon that I'd seen in the woods, and that we had to find Jess. By the time they'd actually gotten the story out of me and organized a search party, 2 hours had passed. Jess's dad shook me and shouted at me. Asked me what happened to his baby girl. I could only stare, dumbfounded and mute, until my own father dragged him off and told him to get a grip. The sheriff organized the townsfolk into 2 groups. They each took a section of the woods. I tried to tell them that they all needed to bring their guns, that the thing had to be killed. The thought of going up against such a nightmare unarmed was too much. I begged my father to stay, but he told me to stay calm, that I was talking nonsense. I was probably just in shock. In my mind, making up stories to deal with what happened. He sent me home to rest under the watchful eye of my mother as he led one of the groups into the woods. 3 hours passed. I was laying in bed, still unable to sleep. Huddled in my blankets, paranoid of every shadow and creak, convinced that the nightmare, was going to come back for me. The only witness to its abomination. I heard the front door open and the heavy steps of men entering the living room downstairs. I listened as they sat down and began to talk. Damnedest thing I've ever seen in my life, Jerry. I don't know what's out there, but it sure riled up the dogs. That was the sheriff speaking. What was it? A bear, do you think, Sheriff? I don't know the speaker, but he sounded young. Maybe one of the farmhands? Maybe. All I know is 2 of my best tracker hounds caught a scent, started going mad. Tore off in the woods faster than I ever seen them run. And then didn't come back. Now we're 2 dogs and a little girl down. Jesus H. Then the voice of my dad. I eased up a little, knowing he was back in the house, and it made me feel safer. Chris said he found the poor girl's gloves down by the creek, right where my boys said they were playing. The unknown voice came again. Obviously Chris. It's true. They were covered in some kind of slime or something. Don't know what, but it smelled god-awful. One of the boys almost upped his liquor. Alright, well, at least we know she's there. I'm not hoping for much, but I'll pray. It's one big forest. Chances of finding her are mighty slim. The sheriff sighed. Suppose I better go tell the family. They should be prepared for the possibility they'll never see Jess again. Fuck. No man should have to outlive his kid. And not knowing like this. Didn't Travis say he saw something big moving through the forest? Another unknown voice. This one knew. Yeah, he radioed it in. Said he saw some kind of, I don't know, giant moving in the forest. The man was half pissed. It's dark as the bottom of a well out there. Probably just jumping in shadows. No, more likely a bear or a wolf or something. Jumped her from behind and dragged her off. Sheriff again. My father spoke, voice raised so everyone could hear. Okay, let's all go home. It's been a tough night. We'll search again for her in the morning. Even if it's only a body we find, it's better than the poor folks not knowing what happened. I want everyone to tell their kids not to go into the forest no more till we know for certain what occurred. Understood? There was a mumble of agreement, and then solemn goodbyes. The men left, and the front door locked shut behind them. My father moved about downstairs for a few minutes before climbing the stairs and going to bed. Before he turned in, he poked his head into my room to check I was okay. I just pretended to be asleep. I had nothing to say. I didn't even know what to tell myself. But one thing I knew for certain, I hadn't been hallucinating. I'd really seen it, and whatever it was, it had Jess. I waited for a half hour after I heard my dad climb to his bed before I sat up, switched my bedside light on. I crept out of my bed and got dressed as quietly as I could, then I descended the stairs. My father had taught me how to shoot and maintain a gun a few years back. Out here in the country, it was important to know. Hunting was a tradition amongst the men, and when I was old enough, my father would take me camping in the woods for a weekend of game shooting, like his father before him. I knew where my father kept his .44 Magnum and rounds in the garage, and after searching around for a few minutes, I found the keys for the lockbox. I opened it, loaded the pistol, and grabbed the flashlight before leaving the house and locking the door behind me. My breath misted in the air as the unseasonably cold chill hung around me. I looked at the forest. Once a place of fun and laughter, now dark and sinister in the moonlight. Branches stretching and contorting towards the sky like skeletal fingers. That thing had Jess, and I couldn't live with myself if I didn't do a damn thing to get her back. After all, it was my fault for leaving her alone out there. I swallowed back the lump in my throat, and then began tenaciously walking down the road towards the woods. Don't worry, Jess, I thought. I'm coming. As I entered the woods, I immediately began to question my actions. I knew that what I was doing was not smart by any stretch of the imagination, that my foolhardiness could very well get me killed. The thought of bumping into the creature out here alone in the dark was more terrifying than anything I could ever imagine, and knowing that Jess was in that very situation herself was the only thing that drove me on. I trudged on the familiar old trail for about 20 minutes or so until I eventually came to the creek. I'd never been here before in the dark, and although everything was where it should be, it looked different. It was as if these were my woods to play in during the day, but now in the dark, it was an alien place. This was its domain. I was a stranger here, unwelcome. This feeling was reinforced by the fact that I had no idea what lay beyond the creek except for what I'd seen in the immediate area from the other side. Carefully, I crossed the creek, the water soaking through my boots, dampening my trouser legs. As soon as I stepped out on the other side, I felt like I was lost. How would I find my way back? Which direction would I go in? I ignored the first question. I had bigger things to worry about at the moment, and decided to head off in the direction I'd last seen the creature going. I started walking, vigilant for any signs of movement or noise. I'd expected there to be animals out this late at night, but eerily, it was silent, which made me feel vulnerable. Every footstep sounded like an alarm, telling the creature where I was. I stopped for a moment and looked around with my flashlight. I felt like the darkness was swallowing me, that the thing sat just outside the border of light, laughing at my efforts to find it. I realized that if there was anything out there, the light would only serve to give away my position, effectively ending any kind of advantage I would have over it. After a pause, I switched off the flashlight and waited for my eyes to adjust. It was difficult at first, but after a few minutes I could make out enough of the forest to start slowly making my way through. It was about 10 minutes later when I heard it. A short, sharp yelp to my left in the distance. I paused and waited to see if another noise was made. A moment later, a snap echoed through the darkness, and a dull thump. I was not alone anymore. Swallowing fear, I sunk to my haunches and slowly made my way towards the noise. I had plenty of experience at being quiet from the rabbit game. Even in the dark, I didn't find it too hard to distribute weight so as to move almost silently. After a while, I reached a clearing where the trees parted to a grassy patch about half the size of a football field. In the center of the clearing was a rocky depression that sunk down into the earth. I was about to make my way over and investigate when I saw it. It was standing near the edge of the clearing to the south and was slowly limping its way over to the depression, dragging something behind it. In the dark, I couldn't make out what it was, but it was about the size of a child. Except if the child had been snapped in the middle. It flapped limply with every bounce like a paper fan. I swallowed a lump. Tears stung my eyes. I wasn't sure if I was more scared or sad. I prayed to God to not let it be Jess and continued to watch it as it reached the pit and then hurled the object over the rim. It hit the ground with the unmistakable sound of crunching bone. The creature bent down head first, as if to crawl down the rocks, and then stopped. Slowly, it stood back up and sniffed. I instinctively pressed my back to a tree, removing myself from view, and strained to listen. I heard it sniff again, softly, and walk around in what sounded like a small circle, and then nothing. I waited for what seemed like an eternity. I waited. I was unbearably tense, expecting to see its milky eyes slowly peer around the side of the tree, followed by that big crooked smile at any second, or a long hooked finger to slide out of the darkness and rest itself on my shoulder. Nothing happened, though. And nothing continued to happen for the next couple of minutes. Gathering my courage, I hesitantly glanced round the truck, only to see the clearing was empty. I double, triple, quadruple checked the area, making deadly sure it was gone, and then I stepped out back to the clearing edge, making sure to keep low to the ground, To step out into the clearing was out of the question. It was suicidal. What if it was only hiding at the clearing edge itself, or waiting in the rocky fissure at the center? It would defy all logic, rebel against every survival instinct. And yet, I had to know. I'd come here looking for Jess. If I turned back now without checking to see if it was her, crumpled and contorted at the bottom of those rocks, then I may never know. The sheriff was right. The not knowing was the worst part. Before I stepped out, I pulled the magnum from out of my waistband and cocked the hammer back, being careful to mute the click by smothering it between my legs. When it was loaded and ready to fire, I began to slowly inch my way out of the safety of the tree line and into the open. I took a few steps and stopped, waiting to see if anything came crashing towards me, and when nothing did, I continued my cautious journey to the depression. When I reached the lip, I aimed the gun ahead of me and looked over. It was a couple of feet deep, about 10 or so, and was a little larger than I had expected. One side of the hole was hollow and extended into the ground as a sort of cave, large enough to drive a car through. At the mouth of the cave was the body slumped over a jagged rock. I glanced around again, making sure I wasn't being snuck up on, and then started to lower myself down. I would just need a quick glance to make sure it wasn't, or that it was, Jess. And then I'd leave. Run back to Fenter. I'd wake up my dad and the others and lead them here, and we'd kill it. In this cave, that was surely its dwelling. It could be in there right now, watching me struggle down the smooth rock. But I reasoned that if it was in the cave, then there was nothing I could do about it. I must be crazy. Fear consumed my brain so completely I must not be able to feel anything anymore, I thought. This was proven wrong when I slipped and fell off the side of the rock, landing awkwardly and sending pain shooting through my ankle. I almost cursed aloud, but bit down on my lip and shouted silently in my head. Luckily, it wasn't twisted, just achy, and I was able to walk on it without a problem. The last thing I needed now was a broken foot. My thoughts were so preoccupied with the sudden pain that I'd forgotten I was now right next to the cadaver. My leg bumped against it, and I spun around, gun at the ready, almost firing it off into the rocks. I quickly berated myself for being so trigger itchy. And then I looked down. Relief and repulsion flooded through me. From this close, I could see it wasn't Jess. It wasn't even human. Instead, I realized it was a large dog. One of the sheriff's hounds that had gone missing earlier. Its back was snapped in two and folded upon itself. Its snout crumpled back into its face, turning it into a flat, tooth-filled gap. Blood, fur, bone, and brain were spattered over it. Its eye positioned in such a way that it appeared to be staring right at me. I looked away and felt bile rising in my throat. The smell of death and decay was overpowering this close to the cave, and I dreaded to think what other corpses were nestled away inside. I was about to begin scrambling back up the edge of the depression when I heard a sob. I spun around and stared in the darkness of the cave. It sounded faint, as if it had come from quite a ways away, echoing through narrow rock passages until eventually finding its way to the surface. It came again. This time it was unmistakable. The sound of a child crying. The first thoughts to rush through my head were of joy. She was alive. It must be Jess, hidden away deep in this creature's lair, and as soon as the thought had come, I realized, with a fear unlike any I had ever thought possible to feel, that I'd have to go into the cave and get her. I didn't have a choice. I just couldn't turn back now. I may as well kill myself with the gun I held in my shaking hand than live with the guilt. I pulled out the flashlight and readied the gun, switching it on. The beam stung my eyes for a few seconds as they adjusted to the sudden light, but I could see the cave went on for a few meters just before widening into a kind of large, rocky chamber that had passages of varying sizes, detouring off further underground. I entered the mouth of the cave and shone the beam over the walls and floor. The beam danced over bones scattered across the ground. It looked as if every type of animal in the forest had eventually wound up in here, torn apart and then stripped of flesh. I covered my mouth and nose with the sleeve of my gun hand and continued to walk. There were 4 passages. The sobbing appeared to be coming from the one furthest to the left. Thankfully, it was one of the wider ones, and I found I could comfortably walk down it, still have enough room to stand up straight. If the creature were to come now from the mouth of the cave, I'd be trapped. However, if it was already in the cave, then I was walking straight into its spindly, disproportionate arms. I swallowed hard and continued to walk. After a couple of meters, it turned right sharply and opened up to a small version of the chamber I had just come from. I was amazed to find it was full of items, watches, jewelry, passports, letters, glasses, clothes, books, wallets. It went on, as if a museum to sentimentality and trinkets. I picked one of the passports and opened it up. Paul Ashcroft, born 1972, Herronford, Ohio. Another read, Richard Blunt, born 1954, Westville, California. I shone the light over the letters, seeing the addresses were to places all over the country. Then it dawned on me. I finally understood. It all made sense. The reason I had never seen this thing in the woods before was because it only arrived a short time back. It must have traveled from place to place, from forest to national park to desert to mountain, picking people off, taking their effects, moving on to the next town. It was like a sick scavenger hunt. It was killing people and then keeping their items as souvenirs. Another sob brought me back to reality, and I dropped the passport to the ground. I hurriedly walked to the back of the chamber I now called the museum and found another short passage to a medium-sized cavern. Inside was Jess, sitting on the floor, crying. She looked up when my light shone over her and covered her eyes. Please let me go. She burst out into fresh sobs, tears streaming down her pale cheeks. I stood paralyzed for a second. I was so intent on finding her that now that I had, I didn't know quite what to do. I decided I had best let her know it was me before deciding on anything. I shone the light upwards, illuminating my face. Jess stopped sobbing and stared. Jess, I come to rescue you. We don't have much time. We need to go now before the thing comes back and finds me here, I whispered, kneeling beside her. She did nothing for a few moments, then threw her arms around me, her body shaking. I thought I was going to die down here. I thought it was going to eat me, like it did the rest. She trailed off, unable to get her words out through the tears. I squeezed her back for a moment, then went to lift her. The sound of metal clanging against rock reverberated through the cave. I shone the light down, and my heart sunk. She was chained to a heavy metal ring pin that had been nailed deep into the rocks beside her. I couldn't escape, she sniffled. I tried to pull it out, but it's no use. I stood for a second, defeat washing over me. Okay, I could go get help. Come back and... No, she squeaked. Please don't leave me here. Panic spread across her face, and it was all I could do to promise not to leave. I thought for a few moments, and then, realizing my only option, I took her chin and looked her in the eye. Okay, Jess. I have a gun. I'm gonna have to shoot the chain to set you free. It could be very loud. The noise will probably attract the thing here. She said nothing, just looked at me. As soon as it's broken, we're going to have to run for the cave entrance and back through the woods. She looked thoughtful for a moment, and then she took my chin, kissed me, and nodded. I blushed, sitting below ground in a monster cave, and I was blushing. I almost laughed. I forced the emotion down, just smiled, before taking the gun and aiming at the chain. Get ready to cover your ears. I'll do it on 3, okay? 1, 2... A guttural moan sounded from the mouth of the cave, and it carried its way to us. I saw the color drain from Jess's face, and I knew mine was doing the same. It was back. Without thinking, I pulled the trigger. The gun cracked, deafening in such a small space, and the chain shattered. I grabbed Jess before she could react and pulled her up, sprinting towards the museum. As we entered into it, I dived behind a table full of bric-a-brac, pulling her down with me. No sooner had we landed on the floor, I saw the creature enter into the room and scramble over to the passage we had just exited from. As soon as it was gone from sight, I pulled her back up and pushed her towards the passage that led to the cave mouth. She didn't need to be told twice. We ran as fast as our legs could carry us. As the cave mouth came into view, a scream full of horror and anger rang from behind us as it discovered its meal had been stolen. As we got to the cave mouth, I could hear wood splintering and the tinkle of all dozens of tiny objects hitting stone as it tore through the museum after us. I grabbed Jess's foot and hoisted her up till she grabbed the lip of the depression and pulled herself into the clearing. I spun around and saw it exit the passage into the main chamber. Its hood had fallen down and exposed what can only be described as a half-intact, half-human face. I fired a shot off in its direction, and it screeched in agony as the .44 bullet connected with its thigh, knocking it back for a second. I took the distraction and spun around, leaping for the edge of the depression and grabbing a hold. Jess seized me by the collar and helped pull me up, just as I felt hooked fingers brush the bottom of my shoe. We started to run across the clearing. The sun was coming up now. The sky was pinky red, casting a slight glow on everything. We ran and we ran and we ran, and the whole time I could hear it crashing through the trees after us. If I hadn't have hit it in the thigh, I don't think we would have stood a chance of outrunning it, but somewhere, some god was watching over us. It was about 45 minutes before we reached the creek, and by the time we saw the edge of the woods, an hour had passed. I still to this day do not know how we managed to run so fast so far without stopping, but I do remember the adrenaline coursing through me so violently that I shook for hours afterward. When we reached Fenter, I fired the gun off into the air, and within 2 minutes, dumbstruck townspeople surrounded us. Some asking what had happened, others grabbing and hugging Jess, and most just staring blankly. When Jess's father arrived, he broke down and cried, holding his girl to his chest and thanking God and me equally for his daughter's safe return. When my father arrived, he took the gun from me, put his hand on my shoulder, and gave me a look. It was a look that said he didn't care what happened, that he was just glad I was safe. Regardless, we had to explain to the sheriff what had happened, and after we both explained our stories, a group was organized and armed, and I was asked to lead my dad, the sheriff, and 20 or so other men to the cave. I was tired and reluctant to go back, but next to my dad I felt safe. After a couple of hours, we came across the clearing and found the cave system, just as we had described. The museum was empty. The shattered chain was found at the back untouched, and a brief examination of the other caves revealed them to contain skeletons of other people, later identified as other missing persons, from the towns that backed off of Fenter Woods. The medical check showed they had been dead for days. The woods were searched all day, but nothing was turned up. That night, as I looked out of my window before going to sleep, I saw it again, standing at the edge of the woods. It looked at me through my window for a while, and I stared back at it, like when we'd first encountered one another, and then it turned and walked back into the woods. I knew this would be the last time I saw it. It was moving on to another place, away from Fenter, away from this area. The woods were searched for another week, but nothing was found. The official report states people had been kidnapped and killed by a maniac who had escaped into the wilderness before he could be apprehended. Although the people of Fenter never questioned our version of the story. This is my account. This all happened 12 years ago now, and it is but a distant memory. Just finished university and is going on to become a lawyer for animal rights. I'm working on the family farm after dropping out of college. I tell you this story not to entertain you, but as a warning. Next time you decide to go hiking in the mountains, camping in the woods, it is still out there. And next time, it might be your town that it decides to visit. Be safe. I don't sleep with my window open anymore, no matter how hot outside it gets. That bastard stays closed. It's been this way for a long time, since I was very young. It's not a real hit with the ladies during summertime. People usually recommend air conditioners, and I usually go with the Prospect when I have company. But when it's in, I don't sleep well at all because I can only imagine how easy it would be for anyone to bypass them. There's a single perk to an AC, though, well, besides the relief from the hot stickiness of the summer's humidity, and that's the steady hum which stifles the silence. I don't like the silence, you see. There was a time when it brought me an almost zen-like level of peace and tranquility, but now I find it invasive, dangerous. Silence never comes alone. From time to time, I can still hear the chanting from my youth. I can hear them all, wordlessly and yet with prestigious synchronicity and harmony with one another. Their conjoined voices echo out from the woods like the gentle and yet threatening breeze that precedes a violent hailstorm. Rhythmic yet senseless. It never went away. And yet, I know they've all moved on or died. I know this all very well. When I was about 9 years old, my dad and I lived in this old rented 2-family apartment house in a town called Bridgewater in the state of Massachusetts. We lived on the bottom floor. The second floor wasn't used. It was recently vacated by its prior residents. It was a very quiet neighborhood, very suburban, and with plenty of woods. Behind our house, there was a backyard that proceeded into a very large forest that spanned for miles. I used to play in there. My dad and mother were recently divorced, so it were just the 3 of us living here. Me, him, and the dog, Cash, who was named after the late country singer Johnny Cash. He was an old Scottish terrier, you know the type, ankle biters, with the real ugly bearded faces. I got him as a pup when I was still in diapers, and he was my lifelong friend. He may have been something of an idiot, but at the time, he was all I had. I cried and cried when Mom tried to take him. In the end, he was left in my father's care, for my sake. Cash and I would spend a lot of time playing in the woods. When you're young, your imagination is a very powerful thing, and the woods had an almost magic quality in terms of supplementation for my imagination. I'd play army, build forts, climb trees. One time, me and Cash traveled in so far, I actually got lost. We were losing daylight as it was October and the light was fading at a much faster rate. I began to panic, afraid that we'd be trapped here in the pitch black. As we walked around frantic for landmarks, anything familiar, that's when I saw it. The clearing with a large rock in the center. It wasn't exactly uncommon to see graffiti and vandalism in the woods. A public forest is known quite well for trees with messages carved into them, names, swastikas, Brad and Jen forever, with a nice, cute little heart. Stuff like that. Not to mention the pseudo-gang names sprayed across on rocks. That was the impression I got of this place. A hangout for older kids. But something wasn't right. Me being only 9, my mind wasn't exactly capable of comprehending the connotations of symbols and other things, and yet there was something really off about these images. I've never seen anything like them before. The surrounding trees had crudely shaped images of what appeared to be a goat-man hybrid, like a stick figure, with an unnecessarily detailed goat's head, imposed over where you'd expect to see a very basic stick figure face. These images were drawn over and over and over again, all over the trees that surrounded the clearing, almost obsessively so. And not just at the basic human height level, but all up the trees, as if whoever carved them had to use a ladder. The rock itself had a red marking all over it, letters that I have never seen before. And underneath, though, was written in black spray paint a message I actually could read. It said, "Behold the wisdom of the horn." And below that were 5 painted lines. They were all the same height except for the 2 outer lines that were twice the height and spiraled outward at the top. What really scared me about this place, though, were the dolls. They were hanging from the branches around the clearing. They appeared to have been woven out of sticks, poorly so. Taking a closer look, I realized what was so scary about them. While the stick dolls were clearly constructed with the grace of shitty arts and crafts students, the heads of them were dry and clean animal skulls. I didn't know what of, but they were bleached white, dry, and clean, and their hollow sockets. I can't explain it effectively without sounding insane, but there was something sentient about them, watchful and pleading. I could feel their eyes on me, though they had none to watch with. I felt fear, not my own fear, mind you, but something, an aura of emotion that made absolutely no sense. Have you ever been at an underage drinking party that got crashed by the police? It's that kind of fear, the fear that comes synonymously with trouble. I can't explain why I did it, but I reached up and I touched one. Maybe it was a child's general inquisitive nature that compelled me. Maybe it was fascination or an intense desire to quell my fear and convince myself that they were just dolls, not the watchful spirits that I would eventually come to believe they were. When I touched it, the skull fell off. The doll unwound itself. Only a piece of it remained attached to the rawhide rope that it was suspended from. The skull cracked when it hit the ground. When it happened, there was a certainty that quelled inside me. As naive as a 9-year-old could be, there was also a certainty that remained with me to this day. I don't belong here. Cash immediately started barking when the doll fell, and it startled me so effectively that I let out a scream. I looked up. The sky was glowing red with a darkness not too far behind. The sun was going down, and I had to get out of here. Cash was staring at me, black eyes wide open and tail wagging violently. He was barking at me insistently. He began to growl at something. Maybe air, maybe ghosts. When I approached him, he turned and ran. Now, Cash was my only companion in this unnatural place, and I would have been damned if I was going to let him betray me to solitude here, so I gave chase. I ran for my life. The last thing I saw before I chased Cash was something that really messed with me. All the other dolls that were hanging when I first arrived, they were dangling, some even spinning lazily in the breeze, and yet, as I ran after Cash, I saw every single doll on that site were completely stationary, staring, facing me directly. I mean, I was dismissive of the detail, as I was more afraid of being alone. I never let Cash out of my sight. He led me straight home. I never loved my dog more than when I realized what he had done for me. I mean, dogs are never lost. They always know the way. Before I went to bed, I told my dad what I saw. He laughed it off. He told me it was just teenagers being punks, and that I should just let it go. I found it comforting. I was almost willing to let it go. I even fell asleep without any trouble. That night was when I heard it for the first time. The noise that haunt me to this very day. I woke up and heard noise coming through my window. I got up and looked out to listen closer. And that's when I realized it was chanting. Voices. Dozens, maybe. They were coming from the woods. I could hear them loudly and rhythmically. I didn't know what they were saying, but I could tell it was ceremonious. Like the hymn you hear people sing in churches, except it felt dark. Violent, even. I immediately thought about the clearing with the rock, the dolls, the fear. I knew in my bones that the chanting was coming from there. And what scared me the most was that it wasn't far. It wasn't far at all. The chanting went on for hours. I just laid there in bed, wide-eyed with fear, listening to it, praying that it'd stop. It wouldn't, though. It went on until 4 a.m. when the early birds began to wake up. I stopped playing in the woods. My dad noticed the behavior immediately and asked if I was all right. I told him about the chanting, and again, he shrugged his shoulders and said that it was probably teenagers drinking beers, having a party. I asked them why they drink beer and chant the same sound for 5 hours. He told me they weren't chanting, that I imagined it, that I should close the window from now on. And I probably should have listened to him. But I didn't. Curiosity got the better of me. The next night, the chanting began again at exactly 11 o'clock. It seemed louder than before. I couldn't sleep hearing it, but I couldn't bring myself to close the window. I don't know why I thought this way, probably because I was just a child. I dim-wittedly thought at the time that if I closed my window, I wouldn't be able to hear them coming if they decided to break into the house. Logic's flawed, I know. They'd still be chanting as they emerged from the woods and crossed my yard, and not be nice and quiet about it. I mean, that's how I thought back then. That's why I couldn't close the window, because I had to know if they were coming. Now, this went on for several days. Every night, from 11 to 4, exactly, on the dot. Sometimes I could see in the woods, way out there, a faint glow like the light of a fire. But it was so faint and far in between that I didn't know whether to acknowledge or dismiss it as a trick of my own eyes. Other times I'd successfully fall asleep due to exhaustion, only to wake up several hours later in a panic, still able to hear it. I asked my dad if Cash could sleep in my room on the third night, and he said it'd be fine. It felt better, knowing I had the dog to keep me company while I would hear the noises. And better yet, if I could hear them coming, he would too. Then he'd be a dog about it, start barking out the window at them. I anticipated a good night's sleep and even felt silly for not thinking about this solution earlier. I fell asleep at 8 with Cash sleeping at the foot of my bed. I woke up at 11:15 to Cash barking. He was on his 2 hind legs, tail wagging spastically, and he was barking out the window, ears pointed up. Barking, growling, howling out the window. I immediately got out of bed and looked out the window towards the woods. Nothing. Nothing at all. Cash was very agitated, growling and looking at me, then back out the windows and barking. The chanting was still going on, same as the last couple of days. I remember feeling uncomfortable that Cash was barking at the noise, but if he was in danger of getting their attention, I tried to calm him down. That's when my dad came in. He stumbled in groggily, picked up the dog, and turned to walk out the door with him, mumbling about him shutting the hell up. I called his name, but he was so asleep, he was practically dead on his feet. I screamed at him, "Dad, the woods!" That got his attention. He turned around and walked up to me, looked out the window, then back again. "This again," he mumbled. "Look, boy, it's just your imagination." "No, listen! That's what Cash was going crazy about. There are people singing in the woods. Just listen!" He looked carefully out the window. Cash was growling in his arms. His head turned to the window. I listened too, but there was nothing. No sound. Total silence. I couldn't believe it. Could this have been a coincidence? My dad told me to go to sleep and left the room, mumbling insults at Cash. The silence chilled me far more than the chanting ever did. At least when they were singing their malicious hymns, there was at least a sense of distance between them and me, but right now, I know they're out there, but I don't know where. I had no bearings whatsoever. What was worse, what wrought unprecedented terror upon me was that there was no nighttime ambience in those woods, no crickets. Evenings brought them out in droves this time of year, and even when they were chanting, I could still hear them, but now it was quieter than bone-chilling winter nights. It was pure silence. How long did I stare out the window at those woods across my backyard? I have no idea. When I woke up the next day, I was still sitting in the chair I'd planted right by it. That morning over breakfast, I insisted that there really was chanting out there, but my dad wasn't hearing any of it. He put his foot down and told me that he won't hear any more of this, that I need to grow up and take responsibility and stop being so afraid all the time. You know, typical dad shit. Didn't even bother to bring up the lack of crickets, knowing full well he'd have made up an explanation for that as well. So I kept quiet, and I ate my breakfast. Later that day, I was waiting for my mom to pick me up at the end of my dad's driveway to bring me to my grandmother's house, where she was currently living. It was Friday, and my mom had me on weekends. As I was waiting, a large black pickup truck was passed by the house very slowly. It came to a stop right in front of me. There were 2 men in the truck, older, about my dad's age. At first I thought maybe they were friends of his, but this thought didn't last. The driver rolled down his window and looked at me. He was bald and wearing abnormally slim sunglasses. He was smoking a thin cigarillo. I remember the strong smell of it. He looked at me as if he were sizing me up, investigating for a moment until finally he smiled at me, reaching over and hitting his friend on the shoulder and pointing me out to him. He too was bald and wearing the same sunglasses. They said something to each other, and then the driver looked back at me with a terrible smile. He drove away, waving slowly at me as he did so. They passed me by 3 more times before my mom finally picked me up. I didn't give those 2 any thought. Just took comfort in the thought that I'd be sleeping somewhere else for the next couple of nights. The weekend went by without a hitch, and sleeping over at Grandma's house was such a relief. When I told her and Mom about the voices in the woods, they just looked at each other and told me to tell Dad about it. Frustrated, I argued that I did, but it was pointless. She, too, used the "it's just your imagination" crap, same as Dad. Not once during the whole experience did the memory leave my mind of the two men in the truck or the distant chanting. And soon enough, I'd have to return. Sunday night came along and I was dropped back off at my dad's house, where I would spend the whole day dreading the inevitable nightfall, dreading the answer of whether or not I would hear the chanting in the woods, hear the strange people sing their dark songs in unison. I begged my dad to let me keep Cash in the room with me tonight, but he said no, leaving me to face what happened next alone. So come bedtime, I was sitting on my chair by the window, staring into the darkness until the hour came. I stayed up till 11, expecting to hear it. But what I got was silence. No singing, no crickets either, just pure silence. Couldn't tell if I was relieved or terrified. Maybe they all moved on, maybe they were somewhere else to play their creepy games. Took some self-convincing, but I managed to calm myself to such a state of mind where I could actually go to sleep, knowing that I was safe. Reluctantly, I crawled into my bed and closed my eyes. I woke up to the most bone-chilling, fucked-up thing I had ever seen. It was surreal, the fucking image of it every time I sleep. My brain immediately surged itself into full function, beyond consciousness, and straight into full-fledged fight or flight. As a cold hand forced its way over my mouth and shoved my face into my own mattress. I felt a body much larger than mine bear down on me. I felt the jagged kneecap ram itself directly into my stomach, as I was then pulled out of my bed and wrestled into a standing position, the cold hand still holding my mouth shut. Another hand wedged my left hand directly behind my back and pulling upwards until the pain became so unbearable I thought my arm was going to come off. "Shh," a voice whispered into my ear. His breath was ice cold. "Yeah," said another voice across the room. My eyes were well adjusted to the darkness as it was, and I could see, through the moonlight shining into my now open window, a man wearing a horrible, horrible mask. At first I thought he had the head of a goat, but I knew better. The goat stared with lifeless marbles where its eyes should have been. Its head was a mask made out of the severed head of a goat, or a ram, not properly stuffed and half-rotted. Its horns curled into spirals jutting out of its head, and random patches of the fur were missing, simply to show raw, blistering skin. I tried to scream, but the hand over my mouth tightened its grip. My arm behind my back pulled to near breaking points. "Scream and we'll kill you," the voice whispered into my ear. My eyes they wouldn't break away from the horrible person wearing the severed goat's head as a mask. He was shirtless, wearing a necklace of what appeared to be bones. He was horribly emaciated. There were markings all up and down his torso. In his right hand he held a knife about the size of my forearm. Its build wasn't like a knife I had ever seen. It took a step closer to me and pressed it up against my throat. The steel was bitterly cold, and the tip of the blade was sharper than anything I'd ever felt. It would take less than 4 ounces of pressure to open my throat, and they knew that I knew that. I couldn't cry, I couldn't even breathe. In its other hand, it held a basic candle. "Tomorrow," the thing said, his voice muffled by the lifeless dead ghost mask. "You'll exit your house at midnight. You'll light this candle, place it on the ground in the center of your yard, and you will sit behind it, legs crossed, right foot on top of your left knee, and vice versa. If you don't do this," the voice whispered in my ear, "the blood of your loved ones will be on your hands." The goat man quickly retreated, the blade from my neck. And I don't remember what happened next. I remember waking up in my bed, panting and crying. My dad came in to see what was wrong with me, and when I told him, he told me it was just a nightmare. At this point, he sat down at the end of my bed. He looked very wary, like he didn't want to say what he was about to say. He rubbed his eyes with his fists and wearily explained to me that this was all just me stressing over the divorce. That maybe we should look into talking to a therapist about these voices and these hallucinations that I've been having. I remember feeling so betrayed, so alone by the unfairness of that. I argued with him that everything I was seeing and hearing was true, but it was too late. He and Mom talked it out, my behavior, my claims. I think I was losing my shit over the divorce. Their minds were made up. Nothing I was going to say would have convinced them otherwise, and of course, in hindsight, it only made perfect sense. Who believe a 9-year-old when they say that there were voices? I was silent the whole day. Cash sat with me in my room as I wasted the daylight playing video games. I didn't speak to my old man, not once. I could see the weary look on his face when he'd walk by my room, but he didn't want to press the issue. He looked just as defeated as I did. He spent most of his time on the phone. It wasn't until later that day I found myself recalling what the goat thing said to me before everything went dark. That I had to light a candle at midnight. But when I woke up that morning, there was nothing in my room. There was a sudden sense of hope because when I searched around my room trying to find his candle, it was nowhere to be found. Never, even to this day, have I searched so hard for something only to be frantically pleased by the end results. It was gone. Have I been alleviated from my duties imposed on me by these strange interlopers? The relief was unbelievable. Like I was severed from a horrible burden. Even the thought of being forced to see a shrink didn't seem so harsh compared to the prospect that maybe these attackers really were just a bad dream, a severely realistic dream, mind you, but a dream nevertheless. I mean, maybe the whole situation really was over. Maybe these horrible people did move on, that the goat man was simply a mental projection of my own imaginative expectation towards whatever it was that those unnatural proceedings just beyond my sight were. You know, speculation. Nightfall came. And for the first time in a week, I felt no fear at the prospect of it. And it felt good. Like things were going back to normal, but I was wrong. I was so wrong. When I placed my head on the pillow, eyes already closing, consciousness already drifting away, I felt a lump under my pillow. Curiously, I reached down there and I felt something long and smooth. And I pulled out a candle. A tall, thin wax candle with a nice long wick. It was red, just like the one that the goat man is holding. My heart sank, my mouth went dry, tears ran down my cheeks, and in that moment, I relived the entirety of last night all over again, down to the very last detail where the guy holding me whispered in my ear how the blood of the ones I loved would be on my hands. And suddenly I was back in hell. How did they get the candle under my pillow? Had I overlooked it this whole time? I lied in my bed until midnight. I didn't dare close my eyes for fear of being held at knife point again, for fear of coming face to face with that horrible goat creature. The night was silent. No crickets, no birds, nothing. Dead silence. I could see that it turned 12:01. The memory of the goat man in my mind uttering its instructions to me over and over again. Go outside, light the candle, sit behind it. Do it or the blood of my loved ones will be on my hands. At the time, I didn't know what it meant to have blood on your hands. The following day, I would learn exactly what it meant. Around 10 minutes in, I mustered up the courage to walk over to my window and look out it. What I saw choked me on the spot. Side by side at the entrance of the woods, I saw men, shadowed by the night, standing side by side. There must have been 20 of them. None of them saying anything. They were all dead silent, and I could feel their eyes on me. It was just as strong as when I felt the eyes of the dolls on me back at their site. In a way, they felt like the same presence, the same intelligence. I can't explain. And then I saw him. The goat man, or rather, the silhouette of him, standing in the center of the figures. He was still as stone, but I could make out that face shape, the jutting horns. I could make it all out. I chickened out. I couldn't go out there. I just couldn't. I hid in my bed, blankets over my head, and I shut my eyes tight, crying all night. I didn't fall asleep until I heard the early morning birds. I was awake by 11:30. Shortly after breakfast, I heard my dad shouting in the front yard, and I went out to check and see what was happening. What had him so upset? As I went out the front door, I could hear him more clearly. I could hear the pain in his voice, and a knot formed in my throat, and a harrowing sensation crawled across my skin. I wasn't ready to learn about the events that transpired. That was truly the scariest part, the moment before actualization. Now, these people mentioned blood on my hands. I didn't know what it meant. I had a vague idea it meant my family getting hurt. I thought they got my dad. And when I got to him, I saw he was on his knees, crying. Cash was killed. He was hit by a car. There he lay, goofy pointed ears, his absurdly silly dog beard, black eyes staring, hanging tongues, stationary. Forever. "Son," my dad cried as he turned to hug me. "It's okay." He quickly led me back into the house, away from Cash's lifeless body, away from my best friend, dead and mutilated on the side of the road. Last thing I remember seeing as I was brought in the house was a large pickup truck driving by slowly. I saw the same two bald men, as old as Dad, staring at me through oddly slim sunglasses. I saw blood on their front right tire, and I saw the driver point directly at me. Cash's death was my fault. As I said it out loud, my dad held me tight and said with stone-cold certainty that it wasn't my fault, that sometimes these things happen. He told me exactly what you would expect a father to tell his kid when their pet is killed in a random and seemingly pointless accident, but I knew better. The people in the woods killed Cash, and it was all because I didn't do what they said. It was because I was a coward. His blood was on my hands, just as they said it would be. When I went into my room to cry, I saw outside my window a man in the center of the backyard, a man with no shirt on, who was wearing a mask made out of a severed goat's head, hollowed out on the inside. In the daylight, it was far more disturbing to see because I could almost smell the lack of sanitation it had to have exerted. I could see that it was surrounded by flies, but Even worse than that, I saw a note he was holding up. A piece of paper with a single word written across it. Midnight. I couldn't handle it. I ran outside to chase him down, but when I got outside, it was gone. My hate and anger somehow superseded my guilt and sadness because I ran far into the woods before realizing that this time, if I got lost, I wouldn't have cash to lead me back to the house. I'd be alone. No, I'd have whatever was in here with me. I could feel eyes in here. I could feel eyes everywhere. My every move was being watched, from the autumn canopy to the bushes just yards away. I knew I was surrounded in here, and as my senses came more clear from the adrenaline-fueled rage I was experiencing, I realized it was getting stronger by the minute. Then I noticed the smell. The stench. At the time, I thought it smelled like bad milk or bologna that was left in the refrigerator for too long. It was strong. It was too strong. My eyes began to water, and I could feel my stomach begin to turn. How could a smell be so painful to endure? And then it occurred to me. They killed my best friend. There was only one more life they could take, and that was my dad's. The presence became stronger. I could hear whispering in the wind. The smell grew more powerful with every breath. Any second, I was certain I'd be overwhelmed by God knows what. I realized that if I didn't do what they demanded of me, I'd be taken here, and now, what could I have done? I shook my head and began to cry. Okay. I'll do it. The relief was instantaneous. The woods became brighter, the smell gone, the feeling of being watched, replaced by what I could only be described as serene. The woods went from a den of unspeakable terror to a place of, well, it was just woods. Again, just as it always was. I came back home and I helped my dad dig Cash's grave. We said our goodbyes and buried him. He made up a cute dog bone-shaped tombstone out of leftover wood from his old workshop. And that was that. My mom came over that day and we all went out to dinner. Food was the best I ever had. We gave Cash a little toast, and that was that. In the back of my mind, midnight, midnight, midnight. I spent another silent night staring at my clock, watching the numbers transform into the next every 60 seconds. The wait was agonizing. Each passing minute was like a minute removed from my life. That night I was certain that I was going to die, and I was trapped. They would have killed my parents if I tried anything. Killing Cash made that entirely too clear to me. 11:55. 11:56. 11:57. 11:58. 11:59. I looked out the window. They were all there side by side. Shadows of people and the goat man in the center. All their eyes were on me. I looked back at the clock. Midnight. I looked back out the window. They were gone. They knew. They knew I was going to come out tonight. They killed my dog and then threatened to kill me on the spot after I followed them into the woods, and they knew I was broken, my spirits shattered, and that I was more afraid of what would happen if I didn't come out over what happened if I did. I grabbed the candle and walked into my backyard. The darkness was thick, thicker than usual, and the smell, sour milk, spoiled lunch meat, blood, rot, decay, shit, puke, bile, death. My skin began to crawl, and a shiver took over me. Breathing became difficult. I could scarcely make out the forest before me. It wasn't just an entrance or a boundary. It was a living, breathing thing. It was anticipating my every move. As I took a step into my yard, a jolt of terror shot through me as I passed through the motion sensors and activated the backyard light. It was relief in the light. Safety, at least. For a little while, anyways. I used my father's lighter to spark up the candle. I planted it into the cold, dewy grass and sat down nice and slowly, ready to cross my legs. I never sat in the full position that I was instructed to because as I was in the process of sitting down, I saw it. 2 green eyes. Have you ever shined your light directly on an animal's face, way off in the distance, late at night? At a distance where it was too far away to make out what it looks like, but not far away for its eyes to not catch and reflect the light. This was exactly what I saw, except it seemed to be high above the ground, higher than a coyote's head, higher than a human's height. It appeared to be pacing back and forth in the woods. I could hear the leaves shuffling with each step it was taking, constantly coming in and out of existence due to the unseen trees eclipsing those glowing shards of light, those glaring eyes. It must have been reflecting off the backyard light. I could hear it breathing. It sounded painful to me. The air came out in short, sporadic breaths, and when it did, I felt the huffs of frozen air rank with the rotten stench go right through me. I don't remember how long it paced like this, never leaving the outskirts of the woods, never breaking eye contact with me. Every now and then it would stop and lower closer to the ground until its eyes were level with me. It would remain in that position like a cat, low to the ground, preparing to pounce its prey. It would only stay in this position for 10 seconds at a time before it would rise back up and pace more. After I did this several times, I realized something was stopping it. The light. I was dumbstruck, frozen in place. My throat was so tight, the air was barely getting in me, barely getting out of me. There was a powerful sense etched within my soul that any sudden movement would have sent this unspeakable thing into a frenzy at me, light or not. I didn't know if it was going to outright kill me here in the backyard or if it was going to drag me into the woods and eat me alive there. I didn't know what the relationship between this and the psychopath that ordered me out here was. What I did know was that with each moment, it wasn't getting me. It was getting madder. I couldn't let it get me. I couldn't let it take me away. Theoretically, I was safe in the light. Except the thing was that this motion sensor light ran on a timer. I knew that timer would run out soon. And when it did, the light would go and nothing would stop it from getting me. With all my courage, all my willpower, I forced myself to stand up, letting out a hoarse breath. The eyes immediately stopped moving when they saw me stand. I can't tell you for certain, but I was almost positive they narrowed. The prospect of me escaping infuriated it in such a level that it began to stalk towards me. I could tell it was moving fast, threateningly, showing a willingness to brave the light. I took a step back, and when I did, it took a swift step forward. I could almost see its shape. Thin, tall, bony, too dark to distinguish any specific features except, well, it had horns. Large, curled spiral like horns, or at least it looked like it did. I don't remember running back into the house. I don't remember making it inside. I don't remember anything after the point where the light shut off. It was sudden, as if death caught me. The timer was up, the light shut down, and enveloped me in darkness, and I recall hearing it scream. It sounded like a child denied its toy, or was that me? Because when the light died, I fucking ran. It was hours later when I came to my senses. My dad was holding me, my mom was there too, I was crying. Later they'd tell me that I was screaming, "Don't let it get me," over and over again. Don't let it get me. I don't remember myself. I never saw that creature again. I never saw the man with the goat mask again. The two old men in the pickup truck, I never saw them again either. From that day forward, I slept with the window shut. The next day, my mom and dad took me outside to explain that nothing had happened. We saw displaced grass mixed with mud. We even saw gore marks on the trees. I thought this would be evidence enough to plead my case, but it didn't. My dad immediately laughed at me, telling me he figured the whole thing out. I had an encounter with a deer. Those markings in the trees were from antlers, and it charged at me because it felt threatened. This was such a convenient explanation that I fucking wished to God that it was true. But I knew otherwise. Several weeks later, I heard that there was a missing person search that took place in these woods. But I myself had never seen or heard anything at the time. My dad and therapist insisted this knowledge would only enable my tendencies as a schizophrenic, so they stopped me from looking into it. I mean, yeah, I was diagnosed with a paranoid schizophrenia disorder. They said that I got it through my inability to cope with a divorce. They told me that I had retracted into a delusion because I felt responsible for the family's collapse, and that my youthful, underdeveloped mind couldn't process the guilt properly, that these cultists and their beasts were just agents of personal symbolism. Something like that. For a while, I believed everything they told me. The lies felt safe. The lies were comfortable. Several years later, they would tell me that I would have made a full recovery. It's an easy process since I never had another encounter again. And at that point in time, I was so angry, I just told them what they wanted to hear. When I became old enough, I severed all ties with my parents and I moved out of the state. Once I was on my own, I looked into the town's archives and researched as much information as I could about that era when I was 9. The missing person report, the manhunt, in those woods, they lasted several days, and all they found was one man. He was torn apart, his limbs removed, his organs missing. They found that he was wearing a peculiar mask, the head of a ram, but its innards were carefully carved and hollowed to fit over a human's head. And when they removed the helmet, they saw that he died with an expression of absolute horror. I took pleasure in that. I'd like to believe these men were cultists, that they were attempting to appease some unseen, unnamed god. A god that absolutely should not have existed, a god that had no right to walk among men. And that during their attempts to appease it, I had botched their ritual by breaking an important piece of the process, the doll, and in their attempt to salvage it, they forced me into offering myself up as a sacrifice. But its failure to do whatever it was going to do to me that night destroyed the whole operation. I'd prefer to believe that in the name of vengeance, this angry thing turned on its own worshippers, killing them and dragging them all back to wherever it came from. And it's the only thing that makes sense to me. There's just one thing I still can't figure out, and why is it that no matter where I go, when I'm all alone in quiet places in the dead of night, why can I still hear them chanting that unholy sermon that I heard so long ago in the woods when I was 9? The world we live in is full of things we don't understand. Being the curious humans that we are, we naturally try and seek these things out. Doing so has led us to remarkable discoveries and inventions that we never could have imagined 100 years ago. We've defeated disease, built to the sky itself, created machines that could take us beyond the clouds and the stars. If our ancestors could see us and what we've created, I'm sure many of them would see us as gods. Our innate curiosity and lust for knowledge has not always led us to greatness, however. True evil and darkness have also been uncovered in humanity's conquest of knowledge. And in the end, I fear this evil will be our doom. I don't say this from a standpoint of a great philosopher who sat and simply pondered things either. No, I say this because I've seen it. I've experienced it. I was a part of it. The event I'm about to relay to you is true in its entirety. This, I swear. I feel certain that this will fall on deaf ears, and many of you will believe this to be just another spooky story meant to give you cheap thrills, but I promise you that this is neither my intent nor my purpose. The purpose of this story is to simply warn you of what lurks beyond the veil of what we can see and understand, to show you what awaits us in the darkness, even if I myself don't understand it. What I'm about to tell you has happened, and I feel certain it will happen again. In 1971, a not-so-well-known scientist began preparations for an extremely secretive project known simply as the Harbinger Experiment. I'd like to keep the identity of the scientist a secret for personal reasons, so throughout the recounting I'll refer to him as Zimmerman. Zimmerman's background is unclear at best beyond 1971. All that's known about him before that time is that he had grown up somewhere in Maryland with a strange fascination of the occult and supernatural. This later made him an outcast amongst his fellow scientists due to how scoffed upon the metaphysical was, and still is, at the time. Zimmerman's opinions concerning the otherworldly were not the sole cause for him being an outcast, though. It was his methods that made him widely unacceptable amongst his peers. Zimmerman was well known during this time for being ruthless and cold beyond measure. He never cared about the means. All that mattered to him was results. And if he predicted the results to be valuable enough, anything would be worth obtaining them. It was this insatiable and brutal lust for the truth that made him feared amongst those that knew of him. And the few that knew of him and did not fear him believed in him and followed him and his work very closely. The word Harbinger itself has such a mysterious and intimidating taste to it. Maybe it's the way it rolls from our tongues, or maybe it's simply due to its association with the project, but the word always seems to carry a certain amount of doom with it, which would make sense. The word itself means to warn or forebode. I can't imagine Zimmerman's reason for giving the experiment this title, but in retrospect, it fits perfectly. Zimmerman came to a select few, me being one of them, and he told us that he was working on something big, and that he needed people who could keep confidentiality and not spread idle gossip of his work. While he did not fully trust some of us, he did know that we were professionals and that, for some reason or another, we were all in dire need of employment. I'd worked at the local clinic as a doctor, but I was caught stealing medication and was promptly fired. This left a very dark mark on my resume. So work was hard to find. I was also a native to Alaska and lived near where the experiment would take place. So I guess you could say I was a convenient choice. And as you can imagine, I jumped at the opportunity. It was hard not to when I saw the payout. 15 of us were hired in total. Some were colleagues of his that he'd been working with for a while. Some were maintenance workers, a few hired as private security. I was the only medical professional to be hired. Still a wonder to me how he even attained the funds necessary for the experiment. I wouldn't be wholly surprised if his financing was not entirely legal, but legal or not, I needed the money, and he was paying. Looking back, though, it's a decision I've come to regret. After Zimmerman attained his money, he used it to buy a relatively large plot of land deep in the frozen wilderness of Alaska. And upon that piece of land, Zimmerman built a concrete structure not dissimilar to a bunker, in fact. The sole difference being that its goal was to keep any potential damage contained within the structure rather than keeping it out, as he put it. Most of the structure dug underneath the earth, which had the effect of making the underground complex seem so much smaller than it really was from the outside. As would be expected, there was only one way of entering and leaving the underground structure, and it was via a ladder that led from a small, unassuming concrete building on the surface, which I would refer to from now on as the entrance building for convenience, to the network below. After everyone had gone to bed at night, the hatch that contained the ladder would be sealed off with a very large and thick metal lid. Zimmerman was very strict about this. Located not too far away from the entrance building was a series of wooden cabins that would serve as the sleeping quarters for the staff Zimmerman had hired. Compared to the entrance building standing on the surface, the underground system was massive. At the center of the complex was the control room. This is where all the facility's electronics and such were linked to. This included security cameras, lights, and door controls, consoles, monitors, computers. They all lined the walls of this large central chamber. This is also where the ladder in the entrance building connected to in the underground complex. Connected to the control room were 3 doors. One that led to a smaller room that served as an infirmary, another led to a break room, and the last door led into the hallways. The hallways are where the complex began to feel extremely eerie. They were for some reason laid out in an extremely confusing scheme that led in circles and to complete dead ends. These hallways made up a vast majority of the complex, and it would be very easy to get lost in the maze if you were unfamiliar with the complex. But if you knew where you were going, you'd find yourself standing before one of 3 8-by-8-foot rooms before long. Each room had a camera hooked up to one of the corners of the room, and all 3 of those cameras were connected to a corresponding monitor in the control room. Cameras were also scattered throughout the hallways so that whoever was watching their corresponding monitor could see anywhere they wanted to, when they wanted to. Thick, metal doors stood at the entrance to each of the 3 8-by-8-foot rooms, and in order to open them, you'd have to enter a 4-digit code into a panel located near the door. I remember when I first arrived at the complex, how badly the hallways frightened me. I've always been claustrophobic, you see, and those hallways were very narrow. The noise or more accurately, the lack of noise, was also a tremendous source of fear for me in those bleak, narrow hallways. It was always so unnaturally silent, as if the entire world had stopped moving. It really made you feel like you were trapped down there. Thankfully, though, I only rarely ventured into those hallways, for I was the only medical professional in the facility, and I had virtually no reason to go into them. So, in the beginning, I found it so peculiar that Zimmerman would ask for a medical professional like me on a project like this. But by the time it was all over, I understood why. The official purpose of the Harbinger Experiment was to test and observe the effects of extended isolation on the human mind. This is what was listed on reports being sent out, at least, but unbeknownst to all those who were not participating in the project, excluding the subjects, the true purpose was much darker. And like I said before, Zimmerman had always had an obsession with the occult and supernatural. He sought to prove himself to those who did not believe in him. He wanted physical proof that the supernatural was a real phenomenon. He wanted to be the first one to obtain said proof. The true purpose of the Harbinger Experiment was to find proof of the metaphysical, a world we couldn't see. The thought of doing this was naturally a tad bit daunting and even scary, but it was Zimmerman's method of doing so that was truly terrifying. Zimmerman believed that he'd be able to open a portal between worlds momentarily, allowing 3 random entities to cross over to our world, and each one of these beings would be trapped within one of the 3 rooms. Zimmerman had the theory that an entity would try and latch onto the nearest living thing that had the capacity for it. He wanted to use this technique to trap a spirit in a physical form by allowing it to enter a living being that had been injected with a compound mixture of Zimmerman's creation. In theory, this compound would keep the entity from simply leaving whatever it was attached to. The only way it'd be able to leave a host who had been injected with the compound was through death. According to Zimmerman, the host would have to be something living, with a will strong enough to survive the possession. And there's only one known species that possesses the amount of will required for this. Humans. Zimmerman had also done something to ensure the entities would only enter the 3 rooms, and that there would only be one entity in each room, though I can't say I know exactly what he did. In fact, I know next to nothing when it comes to how Zimmerman managed to do what he did. He liked to keep his methodology a secret to his most trusted colleagues, most likely due to his paranoia that someone would steal his ideas and take credit for the success of said ideas. If I had known that this was the true purpose before I signed up, I may have reconsidered. But Zimmerman decided not to tell us until we were all gathered at his fortress. Even if any of us wanted to leave, I doubt we would have been able to. The security team Zimmerman had hired was loyal to him and to the payout. It wasn't likely that Zimmerman had given them the order to now allow anyone to leave. There were 3 different subjects included in the experiment. All were native to Alaska, and each one was lured into the project under the belief that they would be participating in a harmless study in the effects of isolation on the human mind, as I mentioned before. Which is why none of the subjects objected when they realized they'd be confined to one of the 3 rooms that I mentioned earlier. The first subject was a young man. He was apparently out of work and desperately needing the money that had been offered for participating in the study. The second was a woman. By looking at her, I could tell she was an addict of some sort. The third and final subject was an older man, a drifter if I had to guess. One thing they all had in common was that none of them had any family or friends left. In short, no one would miss them, which is why they were chosen. I'm sorry, I wish I could supply more information about the subjects, but all of this has been drawn from memory, and I was given little information on the three to begin with. The experiment did not officially begin until 1987, 16 years after its original announcement. I was eager to begin, so I began packing up and headed to the complex as soon as I could. I arrived at the complex a week before the subjects had even signed up, and a whole month before the project even began. I was not the first to arrive by any means. When I got there, Zimmerman, his colleagues, and the security team had already arrived. I suppose you could say I was among the people Zimmerman did not trust to arrive first. Everyone had arrived about a week before the experiment began. There was a noticeable rift between those who were simply for the money, like me, and those who were followers of Zimmerman. On October 15th, 1987, all the preparations were in place. The subjects had been sealed in their rooms, the cameras, lights, and speakers were fully operational, and all the staff members had settled in. The time had come for the experiment to officially begin. Zimmerman asked everyone to report to the control room around 9 p.m. to witness the beginnings of the experiment. He wanted everyone to be present when he proved that all of his theories had been correct, and that he was not just a madman. He wanted us to see the fruits of his labor. When everyone had finally gathered in the large control room, Zimmerman turned to us and simply said, "Observe." He then turned his back to us, leaned into the microphone that would project his voice through the 3 rooms, and then he began chanting in a strange language that I feel certain no one but Zimmerman could understand. We all observed the 3 large monitors on the wall, silently waiting for something to happen. The subjects all stood in their room, dumbstruck by Zimmerman's chanting, staring at the monitors with confused expressions on their faces. After about 5 minutes, I felt something awful. I can't explain what exactly it was, but a horrible feeling of dread washed over me, riddling me with fear. It was then that the ground actually began to shake suddenly and the lights began to flicker. Zimmerman continued chanting into the microphone as if nothing was off or wrong, while the subjects began dashing around in their rooms, screaming for help. Then suddenly the ground stopped shaking and the monitor's images turned to static. The air began to become very heavy as we all stared at the monitors, waiting for them to regain their image and show us what was happening or had happened in those 3 rooms. For a while, all was silent. But then, there was screaming. The screams of a woman going through unbearable pain, and terror began to echo through the compound. The similar screams of men began to coincide with the woman's terrified screams, and together they mixed into an awful symphony of pain and fear that beat mercilessly into our ears. Those of us who were here for the money began to give each other scared looks, while those loyal to Zimmerman seemed completely unfazed. We wanted to leave and never come back to this awful place, but we all knew deep down that Zimmerman would never allow that to happen. We were here for the long haul. There was no escape. It was 10:13 p.m. when the screaming finally stopped. The monitors had yet to reveal to us what occurred in those 3 rooms. As soon as the screaming ended, Zimmerman stood and dismissed us all for the night, adding that we were all forbidden to come back to the compound until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. Not like any of us wanted to. We all solemnly made our way out of the compound and towards the cabins and settled in for the night. I feel it's safe to say that not all of us slept well that night, and I was not one of them. The following morning, all the staff had arrived at the entrance building. We all stood inside, exchanging tired or nervous looks as we waited for Zimmerman to arrive and open the hatch that concealed the ladder. I could see palpable fear in the eyes of some of us, while others did not seem to have been remotely affected by what happened last night. Zimmerman showed up 5 minutes after 10, apologizing for his tardiness as he came through the door of the entrance building. He opened the hatch and, without any hesitation, began descending the ladder downwards into the dark abyss. He almost seemed enthusiastic. I was the first to follow behind Zimmerman's dark descent into the facility. It seemed that the farther I climbed down, the more the darkness closed in on me, as if it was trying to swallow me whole. And as I climbed deeper, I couldn't help but feel that this place was different, somehow. While before there was only the unsettling concrete hallways and rooms, now there was something else. Something made the eeriness feel so real and personified. It felt like a horrible and gruesome scene awaited us down there, but I continued climbing downward. Despite my fear and my hesitation, this was no longer just a spooky bunker. There was darkness and malevolence in the air. A true evil now lived here, and I could feel it. We all could. I finally felt my foot touch ground and let out a silent sigh of relief to be on solid ground. Almost as if, on cue, the light bulbs came alive, dousing the room in their warm and welcome light. Zimmerman must have turned on the power, I thought. I allowed myself to take a couple of seconds to examine the control room. It was exactly as we had left it last night, for which I gave a silent and thankful prayer. It was almost as if nothing unusual had ever happened. I shook myself from my thoughts as I remembered the static-filled monitors from the night before. I let my eyes slowly make their way towards the monitors on the wall, anticipating the grim and fearful scenes that would be on them. My attention was first grabbed by Monitor 1 and 3, which were still pure static. It would have been a small relief, but then the motionless image on Monitor 2 caught my eye. Room 2 was entirely still, and everything seemed entirely untouched. I couldn't help but gasp as I noticed the only thing that was different. The woman lay in the center of the small concrete room, an expression of fear and terror frozen into her gaunt face. She lay silent and lifeless on her back. Zimmerman's expression turned angry when he saw this. He ordered that second monitor be turned off, and it was. We didn't ask why. It's not like any of us wanted to see the dreadful scene any longer. He also ordered that if the images in Monitor 1 and 3 did not return within the next 2 hours, the security team would be sent to investigate the rooms. The security team nodded at hearing this. They made it seem as if they had no fear, but I could see it in their eyes. The subtly loud tick-tock of the clock was the only sound that echoed throughout the control room while I stared at the monitors. An hour and 50 minutes had gone by, and static was still all that occupied Monitor 1 and 3. All the other staff members were working except me, and this was due to the fact that the project had been completely injury-free thus far, so I essentially had nothing to do but wait for someone to hurt themselves. Zimmerman, a couple of his colleagues, and I were the only ones that occupied the room. They quietly chatted amongst each other on the other side of the room, while I spent my time reading and pondering the situation I currently found myself in. I had clearly made a mistake coming here. The corpse lying in Room 2 was evidence enough of this. And God only knew what awaited us in Rooms 1 and 3. My thoughts were soon interrupted as Monitor 3's image returned. The clear image now displayed on the screen made everyone's eyes noticeably widen. What was displayed on the monitor was horrifying. A humanoid thing stood in the center of the room, staring directly at the camera, unmoving. It was wearing the jumpsuit that Subject 3 had been issued. This clearly was not the same man that had entered the room. What caught my attention first was its eyes. They were solid black and twice the size of normal human eyes. They seemed so endless and cold. Its head had also grown with the eyes in such a symmetrical and unsettling manner. That being had also shed all of the hair it once had, and even from the monitor I could see how unnaturally smooth and clear its skin was. It had also seemingly grown in height and stature, which could be seen in the fact that the jumpsuit was now obviously far too small for its wearer. Its limbs had grown especially long. Its arms hung almost as low as the creature's knees. What we were looking at was in no way the same man we had sent inside. Fear. Fear was all I felt as I continued to stare into the monitor at the thing in the room, and my fear seemed to be shared by those around me, which made me feel kind of good. And it may sound awful, but it was a bit satisfying to see that Zimmerman and his colleague could feel fear too. But at the same time, it was worrying because this showed this was not part of Zimmerman's plan. Something had gone wrong. We all stared into the monitor at the thing despite our fears. It was almost as if we were in a trance. My already present fear began to grow and spread rapidly through my body as I became lost in the creature's eyes, trapped in its horrifyingly hypnotic gaze. After what felt like forever, I managed to break eye contact with the creature and divert my attention from the monitor, and when I did so, I felt my fear levels drop considerably. After a short while, Zimmerman ordered his security team to make their way to Subject 1's door just as he said that he would do. The security team left without question, armed only with batons and pistols. I focused my attention on watching the men progress through the hallways, towards Subject 1's room via the cameras. Even through the not-so-high-quality cameras, it wasn't hard to tell that these men were afraid of what awaited them. Their heads were downcast as they walked. They didn't possess the same confidence within them that they did when this project began. They looked like scared little boys being sent off to a terrible war. Eventually, they made it to the door. We had perfect vision of them and the door via the hallway camera. One of them said something through one of their walkie-talkies and made a motion towards the camera. In response, one of Zimmerman's colleagues buzzed the door open. The men already had their pistols out by the time the button was pushed. Slowly, the door began to open. We all watched eagerly as the men began to approach the door, guns aimed inside. And suddenly, without warning, there was a loud shriek, and as something bounded out of the room at the men, the monitor turned to static. Immediately, we could hear screaming echoing down the halls, followed shortly after by the distinct sound of gunshots. We could do nothing but wait. After a couple of minutes, the screaming and gunshots stopped. We all waited and prayed, hoping that whatever bounded at them from the room would not be the one to return to the control room. And after a couple more minutes, 3 of the men came back, carrying with them the corpse of the 4th. He had massive cuts covering his chest, and his face was shredded. You couldn't even tell who he was anymore, or even that he was human. I was used to gore being a doctor and all, so I felt somewhat unfazed by the mass of shredded flesh and bloodied meat they carried with them. But many of the others went pale and vomited. The security team all wore motionless expressions and eyes filled with terror. One of the men finally looked up at us. He stared at us for a while with those wide eyes of his. "It's dead," he finally managed to mutter in a shaken and scared voice. A couple of hours went by. The dead man's name was Frank. He was buried outside in the cold Alaskan ground. 2 of the men were unharmed, physically, at least. The third was alive, but only barely. His body was covered in bloody slashes, and one of his eyes had been gouged out. I managed to stabilize him, but only just. The other 2 men vaguely explained what happened. Apparently, Subject 1 leaped out of Frank after the door had opened, only it wasn't really Subject 1 anymore. According to them, it had a hideously contorted face and long, sharp claws. They claimed to have shot it over a dozen times before it fell dead. And then they emptied another dozen bullets into it, just to be sure it was really dead. Only once it was dead did they come back. After tending to the wounded men, I went to investigate the monitors. As afraid as I was of seeing what those monitors may have held, I needed to see. Subject 3 was the only one left now, and I needed to see it and make sure the creature was still in his room. It seemed to be more like a jail cell than an ordinary room at this point, though, which was probably a good thing. The cameras displaying Subject 1's room and the hallway outside it still depicted a static-filled screen. No one was sent to repair them or investigate. We just had to hope that Subject 1 was well and truly dead. Monitor 3's image was exactly the same as I had left it. Subject 3 was still staring directly into the camera at us. He was still in the exact same position, and if not for the small fan in the corner of the room, I would think that I was looking at a still image. In a way, I felt relief at seeing this. Relief that he was still in his room. Hadn't escaped while no one was looking. After everything quieted down, I noticed something especially unusual. There was a strange sound emanating from somewhere. At first, it was barely noticeable. The only reason I heard it was because of how extremely quiet it was in the infirmary. But as time went by, it slowly began to increase in volume. After about an hour, it was loud enough that everyone else could hear it too. And after a couple more hours, its volume had increased so much that we could determine what the noise was. It was a song. One of the staff members identified it as Living in the Sunlight by Tiny Tim. Apparently his father loved this song, listened to it frequently. The song seemed to be on a loop and kept replaying itself. Although we were able to identify the noise, we remained unable to identify its source. We knew that it wasn't coming from the speakers because we had turned them off. It seemed to be emitting from the walls themselves. More time ticked by as we all began to become increasingly agitated by the song. I spent most of my time in the infirmary attending to Frank or in the control room. Fear hung in the air, and the presence of unmistakable darkness and evil was no doubt its source. Subject 3 still hadn't moved. He had kept his unblinking gaze fixed on the camera the entire time. It always felt like he was staring directly at me, no matter where I was in the room. I think this effect was also felt by others due to the fact they seemed to move around the room a lot, and for seemingly no reason. After a few hours, the song was so loud that people almost had to shout in order to communicate. We'd been trying to find its source so that we could turn the song off, but it was to no avail. The source was completely unidentifiable. This added a level of extreme irritation to our already very present fear. It was around 8:30 that the ground itself began to shake once again, just as it had done the previous night. Panic began to spread amongst my fellow employees and me as the shaking grew in intensity. During this, I had the sudden instinctual feeling to look over at Subject 3's monitor. And it was gone. Almost as if on cue, the power went out, and thankfully, the song did as well. Ever since the security team came back, panic had been slowly building up amongst the staff, and Zimmerman was powerless to stop it. When the lights went out, the calm projections that everyone had been trying to maintain left us, and the fear in all of our hearts took over. The emergency backup lights kicked on shortly after the power went out, which I gave a silent thank you prayer for. The lights were dim, but they still allowed me to see a lot. Total panic seized us as many of our fellow staff members began screaming and rushing to the ladder in an attempt to escape. Too many were trying to use it at once, and no one was able to get very far on the ladder without someone else pulling them to the floor and taking their place. Zimmerman was shouting for everyone to calm down. But his dominating and intimidating personality had no effect here, and his demands fell on deaf ears. It was total chaos. It wasn't long until people actually started hurting each other in a desperate attempt to get up that ladder and out of this place. I could only stand against the wall and wait for my opportunity to escape up the ladder. All the screams were soon silenced as the familiar hum of that unsettling song began to rise in volume again, only much quicker this time. And this time, it was clear that the noise was coming directly from the maze-like corridors. People stopped fighting and shouting as their attention shifted to the door that led into the hallways. The song quickly got louder than it had ever been before, which forced many of us to cup our ears with our hands in an attempt to silence the noise. And then suddenly the song just completely stopped. Silence. That was all that filled the room as we all stared at the thick metal door in anticipation for what was coming. It felt like ages had gone by, but in reality it was probably only seconds before the silence was broken. The door suddenly and violently burst open, and the music started again, louder than it had ever been before. The suddenness and the volume of this caused many of us to recoil by falling to the ground and grabbing our ears in an attempt to block out the noise. I glanced up for just a second, and in the doorway stood a tall, smooth-skinned figure with long limbs and eyes so dark and malevolent you could clearly see them in the dim lighting. After I got my bearings, I looked upwards at the creature once again, just in time to see the thing pick up and rip Zimmerman in half in one fluid motion, dousing the room and everyone in it in his blood, intestines, and organs. I was no stranger to gore, but the sight of that was too much for me to bear. I hunched over immediately after seeing this and vomited all over the cold cement floor. The ladder was my only hope for survival, I thought to myself, as I forced myself to a standing position, and as my eyes rose along with the rest of me, I could see the thing ripping and tearing through the people as they scattered in an attempt to escape. I was so distracted, and as awful as it sounds, this was my only chance to get up that ladder. I forced my legs to move towards the ladder, trying to block out the terrified screams of my fellow staff members and the unbearably loud music. I could hear gunshots coinciding with the screams and terrified sounds of flesh being ripped apart somewhere in the mess of noise. I reached my hands outward and felt a wave of relief wash over me as my fingers came into contact with the hard metal rungs of the ladder. I gripped them and began to climb upwards as quickly as I could in my disoriented state, all the while praying the monster would not see me and pull me off the ladder and back into the slaughter. It felt like at any moment I'd feel one of its smooth hands wrap around my ankles and pull me to my death, but I eventually made it to the top. There was no question in my mind. I had to close the hatch and seal the thing down there. Even if it meant certain death for my colleagues, I couldn't allow that thing to escape. I gripped the thick metal lid and I began to push with all of my might in an attempt to seal the underground complex off. Despite how dense and sturdy it was, the lid was surprisingly easy to move and didn't take very much effort to push over the hatch, even in my weakened state. And in seconds, the hatch was completely covered by the dense metal lid. I collapsed on my side and began to vomit some more as exhaustion overtook me. And as I laid there, I realized something. Aside from my labored breaths, the only thing I could hear was the faint echo of that song from down below. I felt as though I'd lose more of my sanity if I continued to lay there, listening to that song. So I once again forced myself to my feet and began to make my way to the wooden lodge that I had stayed in the previous night. It's where I left my baggage and also where I left the keys to my truck. Of the 15 staff members that took part in that forsaken experiment, I'm the only one who survived. Never returned to the awful place where all this happened. I don't intend to. The project was very secretive, and Zimmerman was the only one who knew all the details of it. And as far as I know, no one's aware of my involvement aside from me. In fact, I'm probably the only one who knows what the Harbinger Experiment truly was, let alone what actually happened. By now, you're probably wondering why I've told all of you about something none of you should be aware of. I mean, maybe you're expecting me to give you a speech about not messing with things you don't understand, or something along those lines. I hope not, for I don't have a speech to give or a lesson to impart. I began hearing a noise earlier today. Almost immediately, I recognized the noise as a very haunting and familiar song. I didn't even try to trace it to its source. I knew it would be pointless, and as the day had progressed, the song had increased in volume. Loud enough now that I can very clearly make out the lyrics. I'm completely unable to escape Tiny Tim's voice. It's followed me everywhere I've gone. Subject 3 is coming for me. And I know my time left in this world is extremely limited now. I guess you could say that I just wanted to tell the tale of the Harbinger Experiment before it was lost forever. I hope that you take some lesson from what I recounted to you, but I think we both know that you won't. I mean, let's be honest. You don't believe a word of what I just told you, and I don't blame you. I wouldn't believe me if I were you. To you, this is nothing more than something you get cheap thrills from. You're probably mindlessly surfing the internet while you click a link and find yourself here. Whoever here may be. And to be honest, I don't care if you believe me or not. Even if you do, it probably won't stop you from trying to uncover the truth of a darkness that few of us have ever seen. Certainly never stopped Zimmerman. If you want a lesson, look at what happened to him when he went seeking the truth. I pray that none of you will ever discover this truth. I pray that none of you ever have to see the evil that I've seen. And I hope you all get to live in ignorance of what lies beyond the veil, of what we can actually understand. It's here now. I could feel its black eyes burning into me, just as I could all those years ago. I'm as much to blame as Zimmerman is for the monstrosity that's now free to roam the world, even if I was not the one to create it. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Nostalgia Net Forum. Television. Local.
Does anyone remember this kid's show? It was called, Candle Cove, and I must have been 6 or 7. I never found reference to it anywhere, so I think it was on a local station around 1971 or 72. I lived in Ironton at the time. I don't remember which station, but I do remember it was on at a weird time, 4 p.m.
It seems really familiar to me. I grew up outside of Ashland and was 9 years old in 72. Candle Cove. Was it about pirates? I remember a pirate marionette at the mouth of a cave talking to a little girl.
Yes! Okay, I'm not crazy. I remember Pirate Percy. I was always kind of scared of him. He looked like he was built from parts of other dolls, real low budget. His head was an old porcelain baby doll. Looked like an antique that didn't belong on the body. I don't remember what station this was. I don't think it was WTSF, though.
Sorry to resurrect this old thread, but I know exactly what show you mean, Sky I think Candle Cove ran for only a couple of months in 71, not 72. I was 12 and I watched it a few times with my brother. It was channel 58, whatever station that was. My mom would let me switch to it after the news. Let me see what I remember. It took place in Candle Cove, and it was about a little girl who imagined herself to be friends with pirates. The pirate ship was called the Laughingstock, and Pirate Percy wasn't a very good pirate because he got scared too easily. And there was calliope music constantly playing. Don't remember the girl's name, Janice or Jade or something. I think it was Janice.
Thank you, Jaren. Memories flooded back when you mentioned the Laughingstock in Channel 58. I remember the bow of the ship was a wooden smiling face with the lower jaw submerged. It looked like it was swallowing the sea, and it had that awful Ed Wynn voice and laugh. I especially remember how jarring it was when they switched from the wooden, plastic model to the foam puppet version of the head that talked.
I think I remember that too. Do you remember this part, Skyshale? You have to go inside.
Oh, Mike, I got a chill reading that. Yes, I remember. That's what the ship always told Percy when there was a spooky place he had to go in, like a cave or a dark room where the treasure was. And the camera would push in on Laughingstock's face with each pause. You have to go inside. With his two, eyes askew and that flopping foam jaw and the fishing line that opened and closed it. Oh my god, it just looks so cheap and awful. You guys remember the villain? He had a face that was just a handlebar mustache above a really, really tall, narrow teeth.
I honestly thought the villain was Pirate Percy. I was about 5 when the show was on. Nightmare fuel.
That wasn't the villain, the puppet with the mustache. That was the villain's sidekick, Horace Horrible. He had a monocle too, but it was on top of the mustache. I used to think that meant he only had one eye. But yeah, the villain was another marionette, the Skin Taker. I can't believe what they let us watch back then.
Jesus H. Christ, the Skin Taker. What kind of a kid show were we watching? I seriously could not look at the screen when the Skin Taker showed up. He just descended out of nowhere on his strings, just a dirty skeleton wearing that brown top hat and cape, and his glass eyes that were too big for his skull. Christ almighty.
Wasn't his top hat and cloak all sewn up crazily? Was that supposed to be children's skin?
Yeah, I think so. Remember, his mouth didn't open and close. His jaw just kind of slid back and forth. I remember the little girl said, "Why does your mouth move like that?" And the Skin Taker didn't look at the girl but at the camera and said, "To grind your skin."
Oh, I'm so relieved that other people remember this terrible show. I used to have this awful memory. A bad dream I had where the opening jingle ended, the show faded in from black, and all the characters were there, but the camera was just cutting to each of their faces, and they were just screaming, and the puppets and marionettes were flailing spastically and just all screaming. The girl was just moaning and crying like she'd been through hours of this. I woke up many times from that nightmare. I used to wet the bed when I had it.
I don't think that was a dream. I remember that. I remember that was an episode.
No, not possible. There was no plot or anything. I mean, literally just standing in place crying and screaming for the whole show.
Maybe I'm manufacturing the memory because you said that, but I swear to God I remember seeing what you described. They just screamed.
Oh my god, yes. The little girl Janice, I remember seeing her shake, and the Skin Taker screaming through his gnashing teeth, his jaw careening so wildly I thought it would come off its wire hinges. I turned it off and that was the last time I ever watched it. I ran to tell my brother and we didn't have the courage to turn it back on.
Hey, I visited my mom today at the nursing home. I asked her about when I was a little kid in the early 70s, when I was 8 or 9, if she remembered a kid's show, Candle Cove. She said she was surprised I could remember that, and I asked why, and she said, because I used to think it was so strange that you said, I'm gonna go watch Candle Cove now, Mom. And then you would tune the TV to static, just watch dead air for 30 minutes. You had a big imagination with your little pirate show. The following was found in an envelope on a bus bound for Chicago. I'm writing this so that when the room is eventually opened, people will perhaps understand the things they find within, so that I'll no longer be thought of as the madman. Part of me already fears that I am. It all began with the reading of the will. My mother, my only living parent left, passed away due to a heart attack in her New England home. Her body had been found by one of the women who came to clean every few days, and the news had not come as a shock to any of the family. She'd had 2 previous heart attacks, and with her smoking and drinking, she wasn't exactly in the best of health. It had been a surprise that she wanted me to have the old family home, though I never exactly had much love for the place. I mean, I moved out in the first chance I got. Honestly, I hadn't been expecting to get anything in the will, given how long it had been since we'd even spoken. I was surprised she hadn't written me out, the way that she'd tried to write me out of the family's history by removing any picture of me from the house. Certainly didn't plan to keep the creepy, rundown old place. But at the same time, I knew that there was a chance I could fetch a bit of cash in the market if someone put a little work into it, fix it up. And as I was currently between jobs, it might be a worthwhile use of my time. So, I got my brother, our cousin, they all came over and they were helping fix it up. Which, they happily agreed to. There actually wasn't as much work to do as I'd first thought, as the house seemed to be in better repair than I remembered it being. I guess my mother, cheap as she was, had still finally been forced to actually get someone to fix up some of the bigger problems to the house. There was little stuff that needed repair, and a new coat of paint, but it only ended up taking about a week or so in the end. It was during that time that I first found it. I don't have the best memories of the old place, given how long it had been since I'd stayed there, but one of the first things I noticed while I was walking along the ground floor hallway was that there was a door that hadn't been there before. Stared at it for a few moments, more out of confusion than anything else, before trying to push it open. Wouldn't budge an inch. And asked my brother if he knew what might be down there, and he shook his head, saying that he'd not even noticed it before now. My cousin said that she'd noticed a big, old-fashioned looking key in the keyhole of the door the last time she'd come round to visit, but she had no clue where it might be right now. I shrugged, not really thinking much of it at the time, just figuring I'd have to get someone to bust the door down at some point before I got the house sold. Now, the room that none of us wanted to go in was Emerson's. It was weird, seeing all his old toys and coloring books still there, as if our mother had been trying to bring her son back by clinging onto the past. Emerson had always been our mother's favorite, the one who she'd lavished all of her attention on. I saw that she stuck his drawings up all over the place, drawings of pirate ships, odd, comical-looking figures with these strange designs. My brother told me that when he'd stayed for dinner, our mother would still set a place for Emerson, as if she expected him to just show up out of the blue. Missing for all these years, and she was still expecting him to come wandering through the door. The first night I spent alone in the house, I didn't sleep very well. Crazy as it sounds. I kept thinking that I heard noises in the house, people talking to each other. I must have checked each and every one of the rooms a dozen times, only to find each and every one of them empty. I even checked to see if I'd left the TV on, but it was still unplugged. I'd go back to bed, and then, after a little while, the noises would start up again. Sometimes I was sure I could hear music as well. It's around 4 in the morning. A thought occurred to me, and I went to the locked door in the hallway, pressing my ear against it and listening closely. I was sure I heard what sounded like a muffled tune coming from within. The next day I went into town to buy some food, and after the events of last night I also bought a hammer to knock that old door down. It was while chatting with the cashier that I learned something unsettling about the neighborhood that I'd temporarily moved into. I casually brought up where I was staying after he commented on me being new around here, and I told him I was planning to try and sell up. He let out a short burst of laughter before looking embarrassed about it, and when I asked him to explain, he said the following: "No one with sense is going to buy that dump. No one with half a brain would buy any house within 10 miles of that place," he said, not looking up from the groceries he had packed away. "Why not? Seems like a nice enough neighborhood," I replied. "Well, because all them kids going missing, of course." He'd go on to explain that for the past few years, there had been a sudden and disturbing rise in the number of children vanishing from their homes in the area. There had been search parties formed. The police, the FBI, they got involved. But nothing turned up. The kids had vanished from their homes with no signs of forced entry or struggle, and no evidence left behind as to who might have been responsible. People were trying to move away as fast as possible, but there were few who would buy a house in the area once they heard about what was going on. No one wanted to move to a place where a child kidnapper or killer was active. I have to admit the story kind of creeped me out. Knowing that something so strange was going on near where I was staying made the odd going on of the previous night seem even more unsettling to me, and so as soon as I got home, I decided to bust that door down. And my neighbor, a fairly nice young woman named Charlie, who I'd gotten to know, was working on her home's front lawn when I got back and noticed the hammer in my hand as I headed towards that front door of my home. Not really wanting to be alone when I broke the door down, I gave her an abridged version of the events, leaving out the odd noises of last night, that is, and asked if she'd like to join me in finding out what was in the room. "Mysterious locked door. Very Scooby-Doo," she said as I grinned. "Sure, I'll be Fred, you be Daphne," I replied, happy to have someone with me. Her presence making the nervousness I had felt while listening to the cashier's story start to fade a little. Trust me, I'm more Velma than Daphne. Once inside the house, I packed away the various groceries, poured drinks for myself and Charlie, before we went to the white door. It only took a few swings from the hammer to smash it open, the lock breaking beneath the assault, and the door swinging open. Behind it was a staircase, leading down to a darkened basement below. I stared in confusion at the stairs, not believing what I was seeing. Our house didn't have a basement, I was sure of that. And yet, suddenly I seemed to recall seeing this before. I could remember playing with Emerson one day, daring each other. Emerson had always been afraid of pretty much everything, and I, in the way of older brothers everywhere, had taken far too much pleasure in tormenting him. I seem to remember the two of us stood at the top of the staircase, me daring him to go down into the dark while calling him a chicken. "Come on, Emerson," I had said to him. "You have to go inside." Charlie and I began to descend the old creaking steps towards the basement, the hammer still clutched tight in my hands. I didn't know what we'd find, but I knew that I felt better being armed with something that could do some damage. As we reached the bottom of the stairs, Charlie began feeling around for a light switch, finding one after a few moments and flicking it on. The room was instantly illuminated, revealing what was inside. "Oh my God. Look at all this cool stuff," Charlie cried out. The basement was full of puppets. There were dozens of them, all lined up in various shelves, all in very good repair, as if they were brand new. There were puppets of all shapes and sizes, some of them being very human-like, while others were Muppet-like animal creatures. Others were more monstrous. There were props from what looked like the sets of kid shows, I guess. None of it had any dust on it, as if someone had been down to tidy up just moments before. I could guess what all this was from, but what it was doing down here, I had no idea. "What is all this?" Charlie asked, as she picked up one of the puppets. A guy with a massive mustache and a monocle over one eye. She grinned, playing around with him, moving his limbs up and down. My brother used to work on a kids show years ago. Pirate Place or something, I think it was called. Only ran for a couple of years because it got canceled. I guess this stuff's all the old puppets and sets from the show, I said as we looked around the room. My eyes fell on a creepy-looking skeleton puppet with a really weird mouth and a top hat upon his head. Ugly-looking thing, I thought to myself that moment. "No way. Do you have any idea how much some of this stuff might be worth? Collectors pay a fortune for things like this on eBay," Charlie said, setting the puppet down gently on one of the shelves. I glanced around at the rest of the contents of the room. Apart from the puppets and set pieces, there was an old sewing machine set on a desk that was otherwise completely bare. There was no sign of anything that could have been the source of the tune that I'd heard before. Deciding that I must have imagined it, probably due to lack of sleep and being back in the old place, I did my best to forget about my fears and concentrate on the opportunity before me now. There was just one thing that troubled me as I looked around. On the desk the sewing machine was set on, there were several odd red stains spattered over it. As I stared at them, I was sure, out of the corner of my eye, that the odd-looking skeleton puppet's head twitched in my direction. The next few days went by without anything odd happening, really. I put the puppets up on eBay, had a few people come to visit the house. The only thing that was strange was when one couple visited the basement. All the color drained out of the husband's face when his eyes fell on the skeleton puppet. He just turned, left the basement, and the house. He went to the car, started it up, and sat there until his wife joined him after apologizing for his rudeness, and the two of them just drove away. Later that night, I was sure that I heard the old sewing machine in the basement. I went down to check. At the same time, looking at the darkened doorway, I suddenly felt very frightened. And when there was a knock at the door, the sudden noise almost made me jump out of my skin. My head jerked to the side towards the source of the noise. Taking a moment to steady my nerves, I walked to the door, opening it cautiously, and I saw Charlie standing there. "We need to talk," she said. She said that she mentioned to a friend of hers about the find in the basement a few days ago. When she brought up the name Pirate Place, he'd gone quiet and asked her to describe the puppets. He looked afraid, and she said, as if he'd seen a ghost. He told her to move house, get away from me, and from those damn things, as he referred to the puppets. Growing increasingly hysterical as the conversation had gone on, he'd repeated over and over that it wasn't safe to be around them, that they could see you through them. He'd ramble at length about physical avatars and the signal, none of which had made any sense to her. Apparently, he used to work in television. He had known my brother. He said that he'd sat down with Emerson in what he called the script room and then started raving about knowing where the stories came from. Charlie said that she'd never seen him like this before, that he seemed to almost be psychotic. His eyes bugged out of his head, his face glistening with sweat. She'd been worried that he was about to have some kind of attack. "Was your brother involved in anything weird?" she asked me. and I honestly didn't know how to respond to that. I mean, Emerson had always been an odd kid, no doubt about that, but I couldn't imagine him ever provoking such a frightened reaction in anyone, let alone a grown man. I asked her if he'd said why the puppets were so awful, and she shrugged. All the stuff he was saying wasn't making much sense. He just said, "It's not the puppets, it's what made them." And then he got up and he said he couldn't be in my house anymore, just ran out to his car, drove off. I decided that as she shared her weirdness with me, maybe I could open up about some of the weirdness in my life right now. I explained about the odd noises. The music, the sewing machine seeming to turn itself on. Against my better judgment, we decided to descend into the pitch-black basement. Once again. I mean, I don't know what I expected to find. But I was sure that something would be wrong. So when we saw that nothing seemed to have changed or been moved, I don't know, I felt an odd sense of almost disappointment. Kind of wanted for there to be something strange down there, just to prove that I wasn't imagining all of this. To prove to myself that I wasn't going crazy. And that's when Charlie spotted the door. It was when she flicked off the light as we began to go up, casting one last look back into the darkness, and noticed that there was light coming from somewhere. Not very bright, but nonetheless a light source. Moving swiftly, we shoved aside one of the shelves of puppets and felt along the wall behind it to confirm what Charlie had believed to be the case. There was a door behind it. "I told you this was all kinds of Scooby-Doo," Charlie said with a grin on her face, clearly enjoying herself. I smiled, which was something I definitely wouldn't have been able to do if she wasn't there. It was nice to have someone to share this insanity with. We went along the wall, trying to find some way to open the doors, some handle or switch to make it open. From behind it, I was sure that I could hear something. It sounded almost like music. Circus music. A cheerful, upbeat tune, but also off somehow, as if there was something not quite right about it. Out of the corner of my eye, I was sure that the puppet with the ridiculous mustache and monocle had moved, and I realized how ridiculous that sounds, but I was certain of it. It was just the tiniest movement, the twitch of its head towards the skeleton puppet as if waiting for orders. I thought to myself, and then I was wondering why that thought had even popped into my head. With a bit of work, we managed to strip away the wallpaper that was covering most of the door, revealing that it was bright red in color. The paint chipped and flaked in places with a small keyhole, but no handle. I assumed that it just pushed inwards once unlocked, or perhaps slid to the side, as there was no place for a handle to have once been either. It was then that I noticed Charlie had stopped smiling. In fact, she was just staring at the door with what looked like a mix of confusion, fear, taking a few steps back from it. When I asked her what was wrong, she shook her head and made excuses to leave. I asked her if she was all right. She told me she was tired, promised to help me try and find the key to the door in the morning. I mean, it was getting late, so it was plausible enough, but I knew that something was wrong here. For the rest of the evening, I looked through Emerson's old things in his room, looking for some clue perhaps as to what it was that had inspired such fear in Charlie's friend. For the most part, it was old toys, childhood drawings, nothing much of use. There were a few things that were odd, though. There's a picture that I guess Emerson had done when he was little. There was a crude drawing of a boy sat in his bed that I think was meant to be Emerson himself. Around him there stood several figures. One was just a stick figure with a hat on its head. Another was a portly man with a cartoonish mustache and teeth. And there was a third that was very odd. It was just a scribble in the outline of a person. A black, shadowy scribble. It was a circle drawn above the three figures, and the boy and lines were shown coming down from it, leading to the boy's head. For some reason, looking at those lines, the words tendrils came to mind. There was a picture of a red door. The words, "Where they take them," was scrawled in large letters beneath it. And the final picture was of the stick man and the man with the mustache leading several smaller figures towards a third. Now, this one was a woman, whether a rather well-drawn one in comparison to the crude, basic nature of the others, except for the face. The face was just 2 dots for eyes and a line for a mouth. The words, "Where they take them," was written here as well. There was a message on my answering machine from Charlie the next day. She said she'd gone to stay with her girlfriend for a few days, just to clear her head, and apologized for leaving so suddenly the previous night. Her voice sounded odd. Kind of shaky, really. And she said not to bother with the door. She tried to sound calm and casual when she said it, but there was fear in her voice. She said it was probably best to forget about the whole thing and just cover up the basement. Not even mention it to the potential buyers of the house. She said it'd be a good idea to take the puppets off of eBay as well. I really should have done as she asked. Instead, I spent the rest of the day ransacking the house, searching for the key to that door. I looked everywhere with little success until, almost on a whim, I decided to search Emerson's room more thoroughly. And there, hidden in one of his old pillowcases, was a key. I poured myself a drink to steady my nerves, sitting down to watch the TV. I remember the old thing never picked up much when we were little. Channels were always full of static. Seemed to be working better now, at least, and the news came on talking about another disappearance in the area. A girl of 12 this time vanished from her home in the middle of the night. I flipped through the channels, looking for something a little less grim while I finished my drink. Getting up, I headed down the steps into the basement, striding towards the door, ready to open it. The skeleton puppet was sat at the sewing machine now. I knew I hadn't moved it, and neither had Charlie and the other puppets. Their heads seemed to be turned towards it, as if they were waiting for it to do something, to say something. I mean, God, it was a hideous thing. An awful, misshapen mouth, looking awful. God knows why the prop designer had made it look like that. At that moment, the words, "to grind your skin," popped into my head. I put the key into the door, and sure enough, it unlocked it. The door pushing inward with ease, revealing the room that lay beyond it. It was illuminated by a single dirty bulb, making the contents of the room easy to see. Dear Lord, the smell. The only thing worse was the sight of what was littered around the room. Children's shoes and clothes, some spattered with old, dried blood, were piled in a heap in one corner of the room. The floorboards were stained with large patches of red, one of which, as I stepped into it, I realized was still somewhat fresh, sticky, like soda spilled on a movie theater floor. The room smelt of spoiled meat, burnt hair, and it took all I had not to throw up as I entered it, wondering how the smell hadn't traveled from this room to the basement. There was a pile of old video cassettes in one corner of the room, all labeled with things like Emerson's first bike ride, and Emerson's first spelling bee. All old home movies, I guess. But mixed in with some of them were tapes labeled Candle Cove, Episode 4, and Season 3 pilot episode. I picked up a few and noticed that there were bloody fingerprints on several. There was a series of steps leading down further into the blackness at the rear of the room, and I felt oddly compelled to go down there. How far down did this go? How is this even here beneath my family home without me ever knowing it? And yet, I felt like I did know about it. Looking at those steps, I felt like I remembered being in this room before. I was a child, and it had been empty then, and there I stood, with Emerson, at the foot of those stairs. Emerson, you have to go inside, I'd whispered to him, taking delight in how terrified he looked. He had gone down into the dark, and my head throbbed with pain. It actually physically hurt to try and remember, as if something was willing me not to. Had there been someone down there with us? I was sure I remembered there being someone in the room besides the two of us. The more I thought about it, our mother? No, not our mother, but another woman. Why couldn't I remember her face? I began to take unsteady steps down the stairs. The more I walked, the closer I got to another door, another red door. The key fit the lock of this one as well, and it opened with ease. There was music coming from within now, and the sound of waves crashing against the shore. I felt it pulling me towards it, calling me like a siren song. I had to go inside, I thought to myself. I had to go inside. I wasn't alone in this room. I burned all the puppets later that night, not that I imagined it matters. They'd been destroyed before, and it hadn't stopped them from coming back. They're just wood and paint and cloth, nothing but a conduit. They allowed them to come through. Allowed them to walk through the door and come here, and oh God. The door. I know where they go now. I know where they go. Oh, cry out. Jesus, please. I know where they go. I saw it. They took me there. The way they took my brother when he was a child. They need us. I don't know why they need us, but they need us. And that's what he said. Through that horrible, misshapen mouth, those eyes rolling in his sockets wildly. They needed my brother, and they needed me, and my family isn't safe. The signal needs us. The story needs us. The ship came to the cave. Emerson was laughing and crying at the same time as he spoke the words I knew were coming. As he told me what I had to do, it was waiting for me. I saw that... I ran. You may think me a coward for not helping them, not even trying to save them, but I know where the ship is taking them now. I know where the voyage leads. I know who's waiting at the end. I pray to God, but I know that it'll do no good. I know now. I know things that no one should ever know. I know that Emerson learned that day the signal found him. I know what Emerson learned. The day the signal found him, I know the things he learned in that dark place, where the music comes from. Music played on instruments crafted of bone and organs wrapped in flesh. It's always there, now in my head, playing in an endless loop. The signals found me like it found Emerson that day I made him go down those stairs. Like it found our mother. I know why she did what she did. I know what she knew, and I know where Emerson is. I saw him. I saw him on the ship. My God, the ship. The laughing was the worst. I wish it would stop laughing. Sealed up the basement, but I know that one day someone will go down there again. I wrote this so that when they discover the things I know, they'll find down there, they'll know neither I nor my mother were responsible, perhaps, so they'll have the courage to do what I don't. And they can destroy this terrible place. They can burn it to the ground. The only thing holding me back is the fear that perhaps this place is not merely the door to their cage, but the cage itself. But if the house were to be destroyed, perhaps they'd be able to spread. I want to apologize to my family. I hope they'll forgive me for what I'm about to do. I hope they'll be able to understand. And my brother, if this reaches you, please don't go into that house and don't sell it, board it up, let it stand forgotten. A creepy old building for people to stare and wonder at. Maybe that'll hold them back at least. The sewing machine's going in all hours of the day now. I know it's him. Sewing himself new additions to that terrible cape. She lets me keep the skin, you see. He gets to keep the skin. I'm so sorry, Emerson. I don't hate you for the things you did. I wish I could help you or at least put you out of your misery. I know they won't let you rest. I know you can't be free of them now, and I see them out of the corner of my eyes sometimes. They're gonna take me to the ship. I won't let them. I'll die the way I choose. Seek and carry my body away. Wonderful. Hopeful. Far from where they can ever find it. This letter was found lying beside a VHS tape. The tape proved to be nothing but static, although those who watched it reportedly felt a sense of unease and nausea when they tried to view it. The Grimes home was searched, and the belongings of over 23 children who had gone missing in the local area were discovered within. No trace of the children themselves were found within the house or near it, however. The basement and the secret room were both as the letter described them. However, there were no stairs leading down to a further sub-basement or anywhere on the property. The puppets all also appeared to be completely undamaged, despite the claim that they had been burnt. The tapes mentioned in the letter were missing. 2 families have since lived in the Grimes home. Neither stayed for more than a few months, reporting strange smells, odd noises around the house, and things going missing. One reported sensing something terrible in the basement, and her children spoke of horrible dreams about a ship that would be taking them away, and the bony man from the TV watching them at night. The house is now abandoned, having been purchased and then left empty by one Adrian Grimes in early 2011. The puppets and set pieces of Candle Cove, mistakenly named Pirate Place by Grimes in the letter, an early working title for the show that Emerson Grimes later abandoned, supposedly vanished shortly before Adrian Grimes made the purchase. The whereabouts of Jason Grimes remain unknown. Hey there kids, it's me, MrCreepyPasta, and I just wanted to tell you thank you so much for watching tonight's video, or by listening to tonight's episode of the podcast. I know I haven't had as many updates as I would like to have on the channel lately, and things just kind of get really hard with shit that's happening in my family. But hey, I wanted to say thank you so much for being around, thank you so much for still supporting me and for coming back to listen to new stories. If you guys want to get updates anytime that I do upload, then please go ahead and hit that subscribe button and ring the bell. Or if you're listening over a podcast, I think it's still a subscribe button or a follow button or whatever happen. Those happen to be. As always, I want to give a very big thank you to everybody out there on patreon.com/MrCreepyPasta. A very, very big thank you to everybody there, and to especially Jordan Humble, Diana Kraus, King Crab, Calcifer420, Veronica Lynn Lopez, Marlon Chavez, Azazel66603, Ethan Leon, Polaris Prospect X, Blake Rattler, Viceroy Scorn, Samara Lynn, Disciple, SullyMan, Brandon Mendoza, BrimstonePandemonium, Caltuna, William Wellington, Scruffy the Janitor, Brenna Crow, LaQueda, Canizales, Smiley the Psychotic, Dante Kincaid, Simba's Bloody Mojo, Curse Pox Primarch, M, Jed's Pet, Clonable, Jay Kieran, Mike, Himo Jerry, Crusader Chocobo, Remember the Sun, Estebean, Hour Minute Second Time, Seclude, Salty Surprise, Red Shadowcat, Turtleman, Mr. Marcus Blitz, Voice of Sand, Ficomel, Melted Lake, Tully Sue, Croconut 509, Stricken, Freddy Krueger, Hades Nephew, Tommy Walters, Acid System, Sky Harbour, Nico Kyle, Tristan Pelton, Ball Arms the Rat, The Ginger Bros, Daniel Polson, and Corey Kinchin. To all of you guys there, everybody who's down in the description, and everybody who can just give $1, I want to say thank you to you guys. And if you would like to join this list in the description, head over to patreon.com/MrCreepy. And if you would like to join this list in the description, sweet dreams.